What brings you here, Henrix? Field Marshal Heatsend, who was meditating seated on top of a cloud, asked a figure hiding among clouds a few miles away using the soul whisper technique without opening her eyes. You promised not to use your ability on me ever. Henrix walked out of the cloud and inquired Field Marshal Henrix, but he did not dare to step any further. I didn't use my ability, Field Marshal replied while waiting for Henrix to state his purpose. It seems your power has grown again. It's great to be born with a powerful bloodline. Henrix commented. He was in no hurry to speak his purpose as he was here to stall time after all. Field Marshal Heatsend did not bother with Henrix. Instead, she concentrated on the city, understanding that if the group of old people in the central capital had sent out Henrix, then they were up to something. But because of the presence of the right eye of the world, not only was her special ability suppressed, but her other precipitation ability would dampen nearing the Sky Blossom City. The wielder of the right eye of the world had yet to become a demigod, yet her physique was already so capable, giving Agent Lois the honor of being remembered by Field Marshal Heatsend. Though her innate demigod perception was dampened, the overall scan came back positive, yet Field Marshal Heatsend remained cautious, ready to act any moment. An old comrade has come so far to greet you. Are you not going to offer some rum? Henrix questioned Field Marshal Heatsend's hospitality. Be grateful that my sword is not soaked with your blood for entering my domain without permission. Field Marshal Heatsend's words confirmed that she was indeed acquainted with Henrix. Speaking of your domain, I heard His Majesty Heatsend has made his granddaughter the heir of the South. Is it true? Henrix asked, trying to make small talk. You heard right, His Majesty has decided, Field Marshal Heatsend replied. She still did not bother to open her eyes. Are you not worried she will party everything you worked hard for into ruins? Henrix taunted his old comrade. She is capable and will have a loyal council supporting her. And if you dare to speak one more ill word of the heiress of the South, I will forget that once we used to fight side by side. Don't force me. Field Marshal Heatsend knew Henrix had approached her with an agenda, but out of courtesy for him as a comrade, she did not directly attack him. But if he asked for it, she would not hesitate to cut him down. All right. Don't worry, I am not here to fight, but to cash in on your second promise to me. Henrix finally got to point after receiving a text notification to his grimoire from Agent Yuri's handler, signaling him that Yuri was in position. It was time for him to keep his word. Listening to Henrix's bring up the past promise, Field Marshal Heatsend finally opened her eyes, revealing her radiating violet pupils. And glaring at Henrix, she said, If you remember my promises to you, then you should know I will not do anything that will harm my family and my people. I remember. That is why I am here to ask you for a 30 minutes head start. I, myself, will not participate. Let your people and my people fight it out. If they still have not reached a conclusion after 30 minutes, I will ask my people to retreat, and if they were to die under your people's hands, I will blame them for being inadequate. I hope you will do the same, Henrix explained, trying to make his demand sound reasonable to Field Marshal Heatsend, and then added, Come on, don't tell me you cannot trust the people you are proud of to last for 30 minutes? There is no use of these taunts, Henrix. I cannot agree to this promise knowing that there is a conspiracy afoot. Field Marshal Heatsend rejected Henrix flatly. Is this what the Heatsend word is reduced to these days? 15 minutes. You have to agree to this at least. Henrix used the honor of the Heatsend family to cave Field Marshal Heatsend to his demands. As Henrix hoped, Field Marshal Heatsend was conflicted about whether to prioritize Heatsend family honor, knowing that a conspiracy against her family was afoot. In the past, many have used this strategy against the Heatsend family. All of her ancestors choose to prioritize the honor of the family despite knowing that there was a conspiracy afoot, because honor is not something you uphold at your convenience. Most of her ancestors had managed to prevail despite the odds, but some failed horribly. Even though some failed, they managed to uphold family honor, which in return protected the family and kept it prosperous to date. Taking a lesson from the pages of the history books, Field Marshal Heatsend decided to uphold the honor of the family even if it meant that she was walking right into the enemy's trap. Therefore, she agreed to Henrix's demand as her second promise to him, saying, You have your 15 minutes. Afterward, I will personally hunt you for putting me in this position, for using my good intentions against me and my family. I would not have if I wasn't desperate, Henrix said, while mentally using his grimoire to notify Yuri's handler that the 15 minutes countdown begins now. Shut up, you don't get to play the victim here. Field Marshal Heatsen's eyes turned bloodshot as she watched Yuri's body suddenly appear next to her husband and destroy the array core, sending her husband into a coma. Then she could not hold her calm as she watched her beloved granddaughter being knocked out and kidnapped while her sister-in-law and niece were under attack, but she still managed to suppress her rampant emotions and keep them in check, not letting them violate the word she had given to Henrix. No harm will befall your granddaughter, and I will personally bring her safely to you. I give you my word. The two bodies of Yuri rushed toward Colleen and Baxter, planning a double suicide bombing. This time he used a card to exchange most of the power from his detonation for explosive speed. This way the bodies of Yuri would be able to latch on to Colleen and Baxter, leaving very little room for them to dodge them. But as a result, the power behind his body's suicide bombing would be reduced by an exceptional amount, however, just enough to buy demigod Baylor time to kidnap the boy and escape to the hideout. This was in line with Yuri's intention because he did not dare to kill Patriarch Heatsen's lady. Yuri was right to not have thoughts about killing Colleen, but he was wrong to underestimate her. Her title was Soldier Queen. If he had taken the hint from it, then he would have saved himself the following embarrassment. Verglas speculum, Colleen mumbled, and the moisture in the air surrounding her and her allies froze and turned into a thin sheet of one-way mirror, separating them from the enemies. The allies could see through the thin sheet of ice mirror, but the enemies could only see their reflection, which then morphed to look like Colleen and attacked them. The two bodies of Yuri which were rushing at Colleen and Baxter were caught off guard by the sudden development, but due to the card that they had used to exchange their bodies as power for their sudden explosive speed, they could not stop on their tracks, and only met their reflection that had morphed into Colleen's head-on. As soon as Yuri's two bodies neared Colleen's, they were grabbed and dragged into the thin sheet of the ice mirror by them, but before any further development, they explode along with them. The ice mirrors protecting Colleen and Baxter explode. The plan was a huge failure. The two bodies of Yuri died even before they could reach their target. As for Agent Lois and General Baylor, as they neared their targets, and the boy, they and their targets too were also separated by a thin reflective layer of frozen air that reflected their reflection, which morphed into Colleen and attacked them. Unlike Yuri, Agent Lois and General Baylor did not act brazenly, so they were not caught off guard by the sudden revolution. Instead, they easily escaped the entanglement of Colleen's attack. Baxter, protect the boy, and check on Anna, giving orders to her allies. Colleen looks at Agent Lois and Baylor, adding, I will handle these two clowns. Colleen was not worried about her granddaughter because she knew that if Anna was still here, then it means Anna was fine. Then, cracking her joints, she slowly stepped forward, saying, It has been a while since I have been on the front lines, but to forget me so soon, I guess previous achievements were overshadowed by my family's. Let me make some new ones. Colleen had just recently become a demigod. In a family filled with powerful demigods, it was not a big deal. Not to mention her old achievement fell short when compared to her family's. Neither did they make it to the front page, but it did not mean that they were to be glossed over, and her humble yet overwhelming title, Soldier Queen, was the evidence of that. But to be fair, most of the people who watched her on the battlefield had retired, not to mention she went on a long retreat to break through into the demigod realm, so it was not a surprise that people had forgotten about her. But before attacking General Baylor and Agent Lois, she said, I advise you two to surrender, otherwise it is going to be painful. Agent Lois was about to yell, Go to hell, old hag, while launching an attack at Colleen, but before she could do so, General Baylor stepped forward and politely said, Your Highness, I am not here to fight. As Wyatt's mother's friend, I am here to see if the boy is safe and not being coerced by the Southern royal family. He is fine. After General Baylor visited the Southern Royal Warp Array with his wife, Colleen had looked into General Baylor and his relationship with the boy. Her daughter had already computed everything there was to know about the boy and General Baylor long ago. So accessing those files, she felt that Baylor may really care for the boy and did not have any other agenda. So when he demanded answers instead of a fight, she answered him. That's not enough. I want to hear those words from him. General Baylor did not know what the organization was planning for the boy, but seeing how the Southern Emperor and her family seemed to not just protect the boy but also care for him, He thought maybe it would be for the best if he left the boy here instead of taking him to the central capital where waters were deep and more turbulent than ever. But before that, he had to make sure that what he saw was not all just a show by personally speaking with the boy. General, stop talking nonsense with that old hag and focus on the mission. We only have 8 minutes left. I will hold her back. You go get the boy. Listening to the discussion between Colleen and Baylor, Agent Lois suddenly had a bad feeling about the mission. If Baylor were to turn on her now, with Yuri gone, the mission would definitely fail. Because even though she was confident to face and defeat a demigod as a semi-demigod, her confidence dwindled in the face of 3 demigods. Therefore, she called Colleen an old hag, hoping to anger her and break any chance of Baylor and Colleen talking their differences out. Until now, what she had read about Colleen's personality in her profile had been proven wrong because of Field Marshal Heatsend limiting Colleen's actions, but now that things had changed, she hoped her little trick worked and foiled any kind of understanding between Colleen and Baylor from forming. FCK. Yuri, who was carrying unconscious Luna, cussed out loud, learning that his 2 other bodies died without being able to achieve their agenda. Then he remembered how his handler warned him that all 3 of him would be required to complete this mission, so he decided to head back, but the problem was Luna. If they were to fight while carrying her around, then he could not be able to use his most useful ability, Mobius Presence. With no time to waste, Yuri acted on the first thought that came to his mind. Using his Earth Elemental rune, he buried Luna alive in an underground tomb. This way he could pick her up midway through his return. Then he revived one of his bodies, climbed on it, and asked it to use the card to exchange its life force for explosive speed so that he could reach the cemetery without wasting much time. Upon reaching the cemetery, the body that used the forbidden card dissipated as it had exchanged its life force for speed, allowing Yuri to return to the cemetery within seconds. Only to hear Agent Lois, "General, stop talking nonsense with that old hag and focus on the mission. We only have 8 minutes left. I will hold her back. You go get the boy." So, Yuri decided to not reveal his presence and use this opportunity to kill the boy using his other 2 bodies under the effect of Mobius Presence. But unfortunately for him, in the rush to arrive here while not wasting time, he had already revealed his arrival. "Found you. Hand over my grandniece, or forget about leaving her alive." Colleen did not learn of the kidnapping of Luna until later. With Lorenzo in a coma, Luna missing, and Commander Anna unreachable, the temporary Southern Watch base took its time to establish a new chain of command and immediately informed their general of the bad news. Learning about what happened in the temporary base, Colleen was super mad, but then a thought struck her. Why did her sister-in-law not act to protect her husband and granddaughter? Thinking this far, hot-headed Colleen immediately calmed down. And instead of immediately attacking Agent Lois and General Baylor, she decided to have them surrender and get the news on the demigod that kidnapped her grandniece. This was one of the main reasons why she decided to talk reason with General Baylor when he offered to. After all, torturing the answers she wanted from them would take time, which she did not have. But to her surprise, the missing demigod returned, saving her time. So ignoring Agent Lois's needless taunt, she looked toward his location and said, "Found you. Hand over my grandniece or forget about leaving her alive." Then turning to demigod Baylor, she said, "General Baylor, if the words you just spoke were true, then stand aside. I will let you talk to the boy when I am done with them. Your Highness, what I said was indeed true. Though I will not fight you, I will be talking with the boy on my own terms and decide on what to do next." With Yuri's return, the battleground was evened again. Baylor wanted to use this moment to have a heart-to-heart with the boy. He did not care that in a few minutes, Field Marshal Heatsend would arrive, or the organization he was forced to join would label him as a traitor. Right now, all he cared about was the boy. That was reckless, but he was confident in his strength. "Baxter, guard the boy with your life. And, honey, try and hold that girl till I return. I will be quick." Colleen did not spare Baylor a glance and headed toward Yuri, who had captured Luna, trusting her allies would be able to hold their ground. Yuri hurriedly revived his other 2 bodies, seeing the approaching Colleen. Colleen timed her arrival next to Yuri such that she could capture all there of Yuri's body in her ability, Verglas Speculum. As soon as Yuri's other bodies were revived, the moisture in the air surrounding them froze to form a thin sheet of ice mirror reflecting their image that morphed into Colleen. Then these Colleens grabbed them and dragged all three of them into the ice mirror. All three of Yuri's bodies resisted, but to their surprise, their strength was being used against them. The harder they struggled, the stronger the pull on them became. Similar to a quicksand, before they could figure out the principle behind these mirror images of theirs that morphed into Colleen, they were dragged into a new world, a cold replica of the one they were used to living in. Now that you are here, you can forget about leaving. Original Colleen's voice sounded while the three bodies of Yuri were being entangled by their reflection that had morphed into Colleen. Give up. Those reflections are equally strong as you. The more you struggle, the more you are tiring yourselves out. What the heck were you thinking by gathering all three bodies of yours in one place? Colleen did not understand why someone with Yuri's physique would gather all his bodies in one place. Did he not know the consequence of that? Because we are stronger together. Arc. All three of Yuri's bodies said in unison as their strength suddenly increased by 3 times, and they shattered the mirror images of Colleen with their new strength. Then they added, "It is you who should be worried about being locked with us in a closed space." Interesting. What kind of buff are you using? My mirror images were not able to mirror them, Colleen asked as she was surprised to see that her ability was not able to mirror the strength buff that Yuri's 3 bodies suddenly gained. It's the innate buff of our physique. For it to work, all 3 of us should be within a melee range of each other. Your mirror image may be able to mirror our strength, but they are not us, so they do not meet the requirement to use our buff, even if they were able to mirror the buff. Yuri explained and added, "The flow of time seems to slow here." No, time is not slow, but your body is slowing as the vibration of the soul pathway in your body is slowing down under the effect of the cold here. The longer you are here, the slower you will get until the vibration of the soul pathways of your body gets decreased to the point where they will not be able to maintain your current shape and your body will shatter like a block of ice. Colleen explained the additional effect of her ability. Was this why I felt like being in a quicksand when in contact with those mirror images? Yuri said, figuring out why he could not struggle free from being dragged into this cold world of Colleen's ability. Not exactly. But when in contact with mirror images, the rate at which the victim's soul pathways vibrate decreases starts to hasten depending upon the resistance put up by the victim. Therefore, you felt like your strength was being used against you. The only way out of it is to overpower the mirror images like you just did. Colleen briefly explained her power to Yuri because she did not have to fight to win in her verglas speculum. Once the 3 bodies of Yuri were rendered immobilized, she could begin her torture interrogation. I see. Is that also why I am having difficulty mobilizing my soul energy through my soul pathways? Yuri asked, looking at his demigod body made of divinity starting to turn pale blue under the cold of this fake world. Yes, but that would be a simple and inaccurate answer. You see, when the vibrations of your soul pathway keep decreasing, it also means that the width of your soul pathways is growing narrow. With narrow soul pathways, you cannot access the regular amount of soul energy you used to. The cold in your body has not yet grown to the point where your bodily functions are affected, but once they do, that is when things start to get fun. Especially when your brain starts to process information slower than it used to. Then for you, every second can be as long as a minute or even an hour depending on how much you have succumbed to the cold here. This was why Colleen did not rush, because it was going to be over soon anyway. And also because she felt that Yuri had lost his only advantage of suicide bombing by gathering all 3 of his bodies in one place. Interesting ability you have here. I guess I should not have underestimated the First Lady of the South. Good thing I learned my lesson and was smart enough to have gathered all of my bodies in one place. As Yuri said these words, his bodies, which had turned pale blue under the cold of Colleen's ability, slowly started to turn red like a red-hot iron, and he uttered, "Rule of Fire." Meaning of immolation, rune self-immolation by fire, rune card, live furnace. SHD. Colleen cussed, learning that Yuri had a self-immolation rune. She should have seen this coming when he used a card to exchange his life force for explosive speed. As you can see, I don't plan on enjoying the effect of your ability. Yuri's rune card, life furnace, literally turned his body into a furnace that uses life force as fuel for an explosive increase in its user's overall physical attributes, or just one attribute, depending on the user's will. Normally, no one would be able to master this kind of meaning to completion because practicing it would require sacrificing their life force, which they could not afford, unlike Yuri, who had the Trinity immortal physique. Not only had he mastered the meaning, but also crafted an ultimate rune card fitting his fighting style. This card did not negate Colleen's ability's effect on his soul pathways, but instead showed that he could kill himself without resorting to suicide bombing. That meant every time Colleen's ability's effect started to grow on one of his bodies to the point of getting frozen alive, Yuri would just kill his body and replace it by reviving a new one. As long as all three of his bodies were not killed at once, he was good to go. From the looks of it, it was starting to seem like a brawl between Yuri's three bodies and Colleen was going to break out, but Yuri never planned to fight Colleen, and he had two good reasons for that. First, he felt that if he started to fight Colleen, he would not be able to figure out how to get out of this cold world of Colleen's ability. Yes, he could just kill Colleen and walk out of here, but was killing Colleen the answer? Because she could just seal him here with her dying breath. Not to mention, he did not plan to resort to killing her unless it was necessary. So he decided to prioritize finding a way out of here. Second, he felt he did not need to fight her to achieve his agenda. He just needed to stall Colleen in this space, and buy Agent Lois enough time to kill the boy or help General Baylor kidnap the boy. Yes, he had sent separate orders to Agent Lois through the organization's secret communication channel. And right now he was using that channel to get live updates from Agent Lois on the progress of their mission, and the tide of battle outside was in their favor. Right now, Yuri's priority was to figure a way out of Colleen's ability before Agent Lois completes the mission. If that were the case, why did Yuri reveal his rune card? It was because once he used it, Colleen would figure it out anyway. Call it the pride of the rat. The rats sneak around, but once confronted, they will fight back with their life on the line. Not to mention, he wanted Colleen to continue revealing more about her ability so that he could find a hint to how to leave this frozen world without killing Colleen. You are indeed a troublesome opponent. It seems I have no choice but to resort to violence and get the answers from the girl that tagged along with you. If that doesn't work out, I would like to see how much the wielder of the right eye of the world would fetch in the market. And for the sake of your masters, it better be my grandniece, Colleen said, preparing to kill three of Yuri's bodies and go capture Agent Lois and General Baylor. An opponent with Trinity immortal physique was already troubling, but seeing how he had the persistence and the will to cultivate the immolation meaning of the fire rule, she knew she would not get anything out of this guy through torture. Haha. You still don't get it, do you? I thought you would have figured it out when they dared to send the right eye of the world as a prop for this mission. Seeing Colleen no longer planning to keep him alive, Yuri squabbled as he did not want to fight her, knowing that he stood to gain nothing from that. What do you mean? Colleen asked because she thought she was missing something, seeing how confident her opponent was with his words. If there was something she had overlooked, then she would like to know that before it was too late. They feel that this mission, as in kidnapping your grandniece and the death of the boy, was worth more than the right eye of the world. The item, silver milk powder, something as miraculous as it was worth more than the lives of the card apprentices titled the Miracle, the Trinity Immortal, and the youngest demigod known, combined with the Field Marshal Henriks. They are ready to sacrifice all that just to get their hands on that item. The moment I kidnapped the girl you guys lost. And once the boy dies, you will lose completely. Right now, you are just wasting your time talking to a soon-to-be-dead man. Yuri's last words were not to throw off Colleen, but rather his genuine thoughts of what was waiting for him, Agent Lois, and General Baylor in the hideout. Once the masters seated in the central capital get the field card in Luna's grimoire, their next course of action was clear. They would clean everything connecting them to this incident. That meant he, Agent Lois, General Baylor, and Field Marshal Baylor were going to die, and so was Dr. Luna Lorne. It was an obvious way to retrieve the field card from her grimoire. Is that it, Few? I thought I missed something grave. And thank you for telling me that Field Marshal Henriks was also involved in this. Now I understand why my sister-in-law did not act earlier. It seems I was right. Her goodwill has finally come back to bite her. Colleen never got to tell "I told you so" to her sister-in-law, but the other party got to on numerous occasions. So Colleen could not help but bring it up when given the opportunity, even though the circumstances surrounding it were not right, but she had no choice, as it was extremely rare for her to get such opportunities. She would only take what she got when she got it. She did not have the luxury to stand on the moral high ground, as her sister-in-law had very few faults. That's it. Yuri was shocked seeing Colleen's reaction. He thought, once he revealed his distrust to the organization, Colleen would use it to try and recruit him, convincing him to give Luna in return for the Southern royal family's protection. But to his surprise, Colleen did not. Rather, she was more determined to kill him. Did she not hear what he just said? Do you know how many times your masters have attempted something like this? Kid, you have a lot of potential, but your masters just wanted you to be a good rat for them, nothing more. So they hindered and limited you into what you are today. If you have next life, remember to choose your masters wisely, Colleen said as she instantly perfected her stance and threw a punch aiming at all three of Yuri's bodies. Glacier Punch. SHD. Caught off guard, two of Yuri's bodies managed to escape the line of Colleen's punch in time, but one failed to do so and was instantly frozen alive, enclosed in a huge glacier. Everything within the line of Colleen's punch instantly had the vibrations of their soul pathway drop to the point of being frozen alive, becoming a part of a huge glacier that fumed. Slowing vibrations of the soul pathways required a lot of energy, and using it in a large area required even more energy. If Colleen were to fight against a demigod like this, then sometimes it meant she would be exhausted even before the results were in, making it clear that she would lose in an extended battle. Fortunately, she had a filial granddaughter. After defeating the devil Phaestus, Anna sent its core to her grandmother as a congratulatory gift for breaking through to the demigod realm. When Colleen explored the devil Phaestus's core, she came to make an interesting discovery about its ability. The interesting point was that the devil Phaestus's ability closely resembled her ability, even though they were of totally opposite elements, and the devil's ability was much more sophisticated than hers. Learning the devil's ability as an example, Colleen modified her ability such that she would not be exhausted even after extended use of her ability. With this, her strength grew tremendously, so much so that despite being a new demigod, she was able to hold the confidence to kill a demigod with Trinity Immortal Physique and Immolation Rune. Devil Phaestus's ability produced molten lava that would consume everything in its path, devour their power and transfer it to the devil, using which the devil could grow infinitely strong despite being suppressed by this world's will. How is the devil's ability similar to Colleen's ability? Both Devil Phaestus and Colleen's abilities were built on one single principle, the vibrations of the victim's soul pathways. But the difference was that Colleen's ability depended on decreasing the vibration of the victim's soul pathways, while the devil's ability depended on increasing the vibration of the victim's soul pathways, giving birth to different effects, ice and lava. However, there was more to Devil Phaestus's ability. His ability not only increased the victim's soul pathway to maximum, but also absorbed the energy released when the victim's soul pathway collapsed by burning into ash, unable to withstand faster vibration. In layman's terms, the devil's ability looked like the molten lava produced by the devil would burn the victims, devour their energy, and give it to the devil, hence giving the devil infinite energy supply and a boost in strength. Learning from this, Colleen decided to modify her ability similarly, so that she too would decrease the victim's soul pathways to the minimum and absorb the energy released when the victim's soul pathway collapsed, getting frozen. But there was a problem. With her ability, she could decrease the victim's soul pathway's vibrations to the minimum, but then her ability did not help her with absorbing the energy released when the victim's soul pathway collapsed, getting frozen. Nonetheless, having figured out where her ability was lacking, it was not impossible for Colleen to figure out a solution for that. She could use the Devil Phaestus's core to create an absorption card or something, but she did not have to, as she was blessed with an epiphany, due to which a meaning of her rule opened up for her, allowing her to create a rune, cryosynthesis, something super special she derived from the Devil Phaestus's ability. Cryosynthesis is the ability to synthesize energy by decreasing the vibration of the soul pathways. Colleen still had to explore the full extent of this new rune of hers, because she had never once used it in combat, as it hasn't been very long since she created it. Colleen didn't know what would happen if she had used the same glacier punch outside in the city and not in her ability, Verglas Speculum. Maybe she would end up freezing half of the city and its citizens into icicles. Her ability Verglas Speculum not only helped her contain her enemy, but also allowed her to use her powers without holding back because of any worries, or at least that's what she believed. With one punch, Not only Colleen managed to freeze one of Yuri's 3 bodies alive, but also regained almost all of the energy she had expended so far. But she also came to realize that her verglas speculum could collapse if she were to use the glacier punch for the second time and miss. The energy she gained had to come from somewhere. This time Colleen was very lucky that she managed to trap one of Yuri's 3 bodies in her punch. If not for that, her ability verglas speculum would have collapsed with her first punch. Most of the energy that Colleen gained was from Yuri's frozen body. If not for that, the fake world of her ability would collapse, being sucked dry by her own attack. With this realization, Colleen felt suffocated and claustrophobic in her own domain. But thinking of the alternative, Colleen had no choice but to curb her power. Because if she were to use Glacier Punch outside, the entire Sky Blossom City might end up getting frozen and absorbed by her. Compared to this outcome, Colleen felt that it would be best if she were to suppress her power and fight Yuri in her verglas speculum. Then she charged towards the closest body of Yuri at an incredible speed, yelling, "Glacier Touch." Rune name, verglas speculum. Rune type, rule, water, meaning, freeze and reflection. Rune rank, ultimate grade. Rune effect, verglas speculum allows the user to freeze any state of water into a mirror domain using their rule domain. Additional effect, cold debuff, freaky mirror image, freezing mirrorverse. Note, energy consumption is high use at discretion. Cold debuff, when activated, the soul pathways of all enemy units within the user's range will grow narrower as a direct result of their soul pathway vibration slowing down. Note, the debuff will grow stronger the longer the enemy is within the user's range. Freaky mirror image. When the enemy unit's reflection gets reflected on the verglas speculum, a mirror image of the target gets generated and takes the appearance of the user. But the strength of the mirror image remains proportional to the target. Additional effect, relative cold debuff. Note, the freaky mirror image can exist in both the real world and the freeing mirrorverse. Relative cold debuff. The freaky mirror image can cast cold debuffs when in contact with the target, and the debuff can grow exponentially stronger based on the target's struggle. Note, this debuff's effect also increases with longer periods of contact. And when used in the mirrorverse, the effect stacks with the debuff of the mirrorverse. Freezing mirrorverse. The user can use the rune to freeze any state of water into a mirror and use the rule domain to create a domain known as freezing mirrorverse, an exact cold replica of the world but in a separate space. Here, anyone without the verglas speculum rune will be severely affected by the cold debuff. Note, the size of the freezing mirrorverse is a minimum of 50 miles but can increase depending on the energy provided by the user. Rune name, Cyrosynthesis. Rune type, rule, water, meaning, freezing and synthesis. Rune rank, ultimate grade. Rune effect. This rune allows the user to absorb the energy released after the soul pathway collapses due to its vibration being slowed to the extreme and synthesizing energy for the user. Additional effect, seroadaptation. Note, the energy produced can be used by the user to recover lost energy or for their other capabilities or power boost. Seroadaptation. The user's soul pathway can easily adapt to slow soul pathway vibrations. Note, this effect can stack with any resistance or immunity gained from the freeze meaning of the water rule. Card name, Glacier Martial Arts. Card type, Rune card. Card rank, SSS rank, Legend grade. Card rate, 11 stars. Card durability, 94/100. Card effect, Glacier Martial Arts are an array of martial moves created by the user using their rune serosynthesis and years of combat experience with one principle in mind. Cause maximum damage to the target to recover the energy expended at the fastest speed, while the remaining energy will be used at the user's discretion. Additional effect, serosynthesis, Glacier Punch, Glacier Palm, Glacier Fingers, Glacier Touch, Glacier Steps, Glacier Stomp, Glacier Dance, Glacier Drop, Glacier Buff. Note, all the damage caused by these martial moves will contribute to slowing the target's soul pathway vibrations to the extreme. Colleen and the mirror images kept chasing the 3 bodies of Yuri all around the freezing mirrorverse. It has been 5 minutes of this, but Colleen was never near to catching any of Yuri's bodies that were burning their life forces to increase their physical speed to the extreme. Yuri's three bodies were simply too fast for Colleen to catch up to him with her curbed prowess. But these last 5 minutes were not wasted. Colleen had used them to understand the shortcomings of her ability and rectify them. Yuri was in no picnic either, pressed by the time he was panicking to find a way out of Colleen's domain. There were still a few minutes to spare to meet the promised time limit, but Yuri had suddenly lost contact with the outside world, therefore, he could not help but freak out. The most alarming thing was he could reach Agent Lois, but she was not responding to him. With this, only two possibilities came to his mind. Either she abandoned him or she got captured. He desperately wanted to contact General Baylor for updates, but Baylor was still to be vetted and did not receive an official handle for the organization's secret communication channel. Without any idea of what was happening outside, Yuri could no longer stay calm. He grew desperate, so much so that was considering killing Colleen to leave her domain, but in that desperation, he noticed that Colleen seemed to not resort to large area effect attacks as she used earlier that one time. And only one thought came to Yuri's mind, that Colleen was not using big attacks to use her energy sparingly, which meant Colleen was running out of energy maintaining her domain. With this conclusion, Yuri decided to stop defending and take the offensive route and help Colleen expend her energy. This way, Colleen will not have enough energy to maintain the domain, and he will be freed without having to kill Colleen. Keeping two of his bodies at bay, Yuri had the third body of his to attack Colleen with everything it has got in its forsaking defense. Seeing Yuri no longer run away but rather had one of his bodies attack her, Colleen was surprised and a little delighted because she needed more energy to rectify the fault of her freezing mirrorverse, and Yuri was delivering that energy to her. Yes, she had top-grade soul jades, refined divinity, and other energy sources in her grimoire, but she did not want to waste the food sent to her doorsteps. The only shortcoming Colleen was facing was that if she were to use serosynthesis within Verglas Speculum's mirrorverse, then she would be absorbing the energy she was using to maintain the Verglas Speculum, which was counterproductive, as without the energy to maintain itself, Verglas Speculum would collapse. Then Colleen thought that she could just feed more energy to her domain to heal and strengthen it, turning it into a closed loop of energy transfer. Colleen would use energy to maintain the domain. Colleen would use energy to attack Yuri, as a result absorb energy from the domain. Colleen would feed the energy synthesized back to the domain to heal and strengthen it, and keep repeating the process. At first, Colleen thought this was a good idea, but then she realized that a certain amount of energy was lost in this process. If she wanted to maintain this cycle, then she would have to make up for the energy being lost in this process. Colleen wanted to use external help like soul jades, rule stones, refined divinity, etc., but Yuri taking an offensive route saved her the trouble of using external help. What the FCK is going on? Why are you not exhausted yet? Agent Yuri yelled as he revived two of his other bodies that had died trying to attack Colleen. Agent Yuri was not bothered by his two bodies' death. Rather, he was bothered seeing their deaths did not achieve their purpose, draining Colleen of every last bit of her energy. Ha ha, you dumbass. If you can use refined divinity to keep reviving your bodies, then why can't I do the same to recover my energy? Colleen laughed aloud at Yuri. Yet, she did not reveal the truth to Yuri. That was her hidden ace. Why would she? Yes, she had already set the stage to kill Yuri, but why reveal her newest and strongest ace to him? What if he delivers the information to his masters with his dying breath? The organization had enough information on her to send someone like Yuri as her opponent, but unfortunately for them, that information was outdated and did not mention serosynthesis, and she did not plan to reveal it anytime soon. With this new ability, she was finally one step closer to catching up to her family members. Yes, she should not be competing with her family, but she was a prideful woman and did not like to be at the bottom of her family's power ranking list. SHT, don't blame me, you forced me. I hope you survive for my sake. Saying that, Yuri immediately ordered one of his bodies to suicide bomb, hugging Colleen. Learning that everything he did till now was for nothing, Yuri's mind, which was stressed by the ticking time, went crazy. He had used up all the time. What he had was enough for his escape, and none to spare to care if his colleagues had killed the boy. He just wanted to escape. As long as he had Dr. Luna Lorne in his grasp, he had completed a part of his mission, which should be enough for him to be spared from any form of punishment. While one of Yuri's bodies dashed toward Colleen to suicide bomb her, another one of his bodies rushed toward his last body, Yelling. Rule of fire. Meaning of sacrifice and immolation. Rune. Sealing by self-sacrifice. Rune card. Egg of fire. With that, Yuri's second body melted into a puddle of molten magma and encased his third body, then solidified into an egg. This way, Yuri's third body will be able to survive the explosion of Colleen being suicide-bombed by his first body. This was Yuri's countermeasure against his ace. He knew that someday he will be in a situation where all three of his bodies will be in one place and trapped by his enemy, leaving no room to use his ace, suicide bombing. Therefore, he learned a new meaning of fire, sacrifice, after achieving completion in immolation meaning of the fire rule, and forged a new rune, then crafted it into a rune card capable enough to protect him from himself. Since Yuri had a sealing method powerful enough to withstand the self-detonation of a demigod, why did he not use it to seal Colleen and instead resort to suicide bombing, which had a high chance of killing her? Because there was a catch to this sealing method of Yuri's. As much as it was strong outside, it was weaker inside. This solidified molten magma egg, which his third body was sealed in, was similar to an egg, allowing the third body of the Yuri to break out of the seal anytime he felt safe, like the chick breaking out of its egg. This ability was more to protect himself than to trap others. Within this seal, Yuri's body could hibernate for centuries and millennia altogether and not die. There were many dangerous places in this world and out of this world, and this ability made sure that Yuri had higher and good chances to survive all of them. About time, Colleen yelled seeing Yuri finally use his ace because she wanted to use the new way to use her runes that she had thought of just now. Though a suicide-bombing demigod was a lot for the first trial. However, Colleen had other countermeasures in place, as she could just leave the Mirrorverse. Though that would mean that the explosion from the suicide bombing destroyed Mirrorverse and Yuri gained his freedom. So Colleen soldiered on thinking, let's hope it doesn't come to that. As Yuri's second body neared her, Colleen suddenly emitted a frightening amount of energy yelling, Glacier Domain. Seeing that he could not reach Colleen to hug her, Yuri chose to detonate himself right then and there. As the two frightening energies collided with each other, it seemed as if the world within the Mirrorverse had paused. That was because both of the energies were trying to overpower one another. But the results were instantly clear. The explosive energy from Yuri's suicide bombing had dominated Colleen's Glacier Domain. Despite seeing that her Glacier Domain was being pushed back by the explosion, Colleen did not choose to leave the Mirrorverse, but rather she immediately began to consume external energy sources like soul jades, rule stones, etc. to boost her domain. Gaining a boost, the glacier energy began to clash with the explosion, bringing it to a standstill, but soon the explosion was getting pushed back, rather it seemed to be consumed by the glacier domain. Once this happened, in an instant the whole Mirrorverse turned into a glacier. Witnessing this, Yuri, who was hiding in the solidified magma egg, lost all hope of escaping and started to despair, knowing this was his end, because he never had seen a demigod overpower his suicide bombing. There were a lot of powerful demigods who had survived his self-detonation like his master, but never did he witness a demigod overpower and dominate the versatile explosion. He finally understood the reason for his defeat. The organization had seriously underestimated Colleen. She was no less of a threat than her demigod family members. At first, when glacier energy collided with the explosion, its momentum fell short of that of the explosion. Unable to absorb the energy from the explosion, using serosynthesis at a rate at which the explosion was expanding. Knowing this, Colleen immediately supplemented her skill with external energy. Once the rate of absorption of glacier energy matched the rate of expansion of explosion, the tides had changed, and it was only a matter of milliseconds for the glacier domain to absorb the entire explosion. Had it been outside, Colleen cannot guarantee the same result, but she exploited the advantage of creating a domain within a domain. This way she could tackle the explosion from all sides rather than just one side. Hence, she ended up freezing the entire Mirrorverse into a glacier. Where is everyone? Colleen walked out of the Mirrorverse carrying a block of ice encasing a human-sized egg, only to find that the St. Raymond's Cemetery was empty of any living like a graveyard was supposed to be. But then she felt two familiar but unfamiliar presences approaching. When she turned to look, she found two teenage girls cautiously looking at her, and it did not take long for her to recognize them through their presence. One seemed to be closely related to the Bright couple, their daughter perhaps. Azan reported this girl reeked of demonic energy, and the other must be the clown mask's daughter, the wielder of the fabled physique, Tongue of Tao. Though she was curious as to what these two were doing here early in the morning, however, before she could ask them, she felt fluctuations of strong energies colliding from the outskirts of the city and rushed toward it after warning the girls. Go home. It is not safe outside. Holish tea. I thought I was going to die, Corey said while taking in deep breaths, trying to forget the intimidating presence of the demigod that just left. Then she complained to the incarnation of Corey Park in her core aloud. Didn't you say all the demigods had left? I warned you not to come here. Thankfully, she is someone from the Southern royal family. This means the demigods that took Wyatt should be related to her or something like that. Corey Park felt Colleen's presence familiar to that of Anna's. Hence, she regarded Colleen as a part of the Southern royal family. Like how humans can distinguish other humans by their appearance, similarly veteran card apprentices can distinguish other card apprentices based on the presence of their soul pathway signature. Excuse me, Corey, right? Are you here for Wyatt too? Courtney approached Corey, who was talking to herself like a mad person, knowing that Corey and Dalton Wyatt were friends. Corey glanced at Courtney suspiciously before answering her. Yes. But, you and Wyatt, did you two agree to meet here at this hour? Really, Corey? Why would you ask her that? If Wyatt was cheating on Mother with her, why would they meet here out of all the romantic spots and hotels in the city? Corey Park comments, knowing the reason behind Corey's question to Courtney. They cannot stop their mother from falling for him, but they sure as hell could help her keep him in line and not derail. No, we didn't. I rushed over here to investigate why his presence disappeared with the demigods, Courtney explained to Corey. No need to worry. Wyatt's presence did disappear with the demigods, but the one just left belongs to the Southern royal family. They should have things under control. But it is impressive as to how you can so accurately differentiate presence afar with your realm. Corey Park walked out of Corey's body in her fire incarnation form to commend Courtney for being able to distinguish the presence of a card soldier from the various demigod presences despite the limitation of her realm. Feeling the intimidating presence of 4 demigods and a semi-demigod suddenly appearing in the airspace of the city. Alerted, Corey and Park walked out of their card creation retreat to check on Susan and the rest of their family. Though the arrival of demigods did spread a little panic around, it did not disturb daily life. As they caught up to what happened during their retreat, a drama broke out. SHD hit the fan, and despite Park's repeated warnings, Corey rushed over here to check on her friend. Park asked Corey not to run around to check on her friend, not because she did not care for the boy, but in light of these events, she suddenly felt a presence of an old enemy, Demon Belphegor. What was concerning was that he seemed to be stronger than she remembered. It seems what she dreaded the most happened. After killing her, Belphegor had advanced to become a devil. No, I did not. Bloodette did. Courtney said as a head of a girl made from blood extended out of Courtney's neck, looking in the direction of where Colleen flew to. Then the head spoke. But you sure Wyatt will be fine? They seem to be fighting over there. With our realm, we cannot participate in that fight, so we can only assume that the Southern royal family can protect him. Park answered Bloodette with a partial but practical answer. And neither of those present here could refute her answer. Even though they knew their friend was in danger, they could only pray that he was okay. The realm difference was just too huge. Bloodette and Courtney's faces turned grim, and they remained silent as they felt regret for not being able to help their friend. Because what Park said was true, neither of them had the power to help the boy. They could only promise to avenge him in the future in case things go badly. When the demigods arrived in the airspace of the city, Courtney and Bloodette, who was asleep in the new building of the orphanage, woke up on high alert. The demigods' blatant display of their presence had them worried that a fight would break out between the demigods, and the whole city would become the fight's collateral damage. So Courtney was out of wits regarding how to protect the orphanage. However, with the help of Bloodette, she teleported everyone in the orphanage into Bloodette's dungeon. And by the time she returned to check on Wyatt, his presence vanished with the presence of the demigods. If not for being delayed in bringing the orphanage to safety first, Courtney planned to rush to Wyatt and bring him into Bloodette's dungeon too. But things did not go according to her plan. If only they had come to Wyatt's rescue first. Now that their orphanage family was safe and their friend was not, these words kept repeating in Courtney and Bloodette's minds again and again, non-stop, fueling their regret. Never once did they stop to consider how could they get to their friend if he was the target of the demigods. ABA and Sansa were peacefully asleep, sharing the only bedroom in the warehouse. Both had cried themselves to the bed as hearing Sansa's cries expressing her pain. ABA, who tried to console her, ended up tearing up too. With Anna and gone, the warehouse was under the constant watch of Agatha Lavender. With the boy's death, she had become extra strict with her work. Though Agatha did not spend a lot of time with the boy, the times they shared were all memorable, as she hasn't been so open to anyone since Demigod Windsor. No matter what others say, Agatha considered that boy her friend, and the failure to save his life had hit her hard. Agatha has been repaying the entire battle over and over in her mind, thinking of things she could have done differently that would bring a different result. Yes, she blamed herself for the boy's death. As someone who has seen her share of fights and war, Agatha knew better than to indulge in such fantasies, but for some reason, she could not bring herself to stop thinking about those thoughts. As she was riddled with guilt, this unresolved guilt of not being able to protect the boy had made Agatha focus more intently on protecting ABA. This was not about redeeming her failure to protect the boy by protecting ABA. Rather, she was worried she wasn't capable of protecting ABA. Carrying all this guilt, Agatha failed to see that Anna and were awfully quiet about the boy's death. Not only did they compromise on their word about killing ABA if something were to happen to the boy, but did not even bother her about the details of the mission and what went wrong. It was as if they did not blame her for the boy's death. If only Agatha were to look past her guilt, then she would find that Anna and were acting very suspiciously. Wallowing in guilt, Agatha suddenly felt the presence of 4 demigods and a semi-demigod in the airspace. Agatha's first instinct was to hide her and the warehouse's presence using item cards given to her by the demigod Windsor. With this card, unless one physically spots them, they will not be able to tell them apart from the rest of the city. When she probed to check what the demigods were up to, she made a shocking discovery. She felt the presence of the boy. Yes, the boy they all thought was dead. He was alive. Impossible. Agatha instantly denied any possibility of the boy being alive, as she had seen the slime drop his grimoire after its death. But then once she entertained the question of how the boy was still alive, she began to notice little things that she had never noticed before. From the suspicious circumstances surrounding the boy's death to the suspicious behavior of the Southern Emperor, it immediately became clear to Agatha that the boy had faked his death. That son of a gun, Agatha thought as she forced every fiber of her being from rushing toward the boy, grabbing him by his collar, and asking him, "How could you do this to me?" While Agatha was cautiously spying in the direction of the demigods and the boy, she found some activity in the warehouse. So she immediately checked it out, only to find the teenage card apprentice from the adjacent warehouse making her way into their warehouse. Suspicious, Agatha immediately arrived behind the teenager and asked, "What business do you have here?" Spooked Corey turned to look at the voice behind her, but was immediately frightened by Agatha's intimidating eyes and semi-demigod realm. But she still managed to speak, which did not help her case. "Who are you? Answer me, or I will kill you for trespassing on this property." Agatha warned Corey to not waste her breath and answer her, or the consequence will be dire. "I work here. Who are you and what are you doing in my big sister's warehouse?" Corey had her methods to track Susan, and they were telling her that Susan was in the warehouse bedroom. "I have been here for days now and never once seen you come to work here. Either you are a bad employee or you are lying." Agatha focused her intent on Corey, not knowing how to handle her. If not for her having felt the presence of this girl on the adjacent warehouse since she came here, would not be so tolerant toward her. Corey, what are you doing here?" Sansa, who was sound asleep, woke up hearing the commotion and came to check it. A drowsy-eyed ABA also tagged alone. "Big sis, who is that little kid?" Seeing Susan come out of the bedroom with a little kid in pajamas, Corey forgot the demigod in front of her, and I inquired about the kid. But then she noticed dried tear stains on Susan's face and immediately asked, "Were you crying? Who made you cry? Was it that asshole, Wyatt?" ABA's dropping eyes opened wide being called little kid by Corey, but hearing her call Wyatt an asshole, she immediately looked at Susan only to find her rush into Corey's embrace crying. "Corey, he died. Wyatt's dead." "Big sis, are you trying to trick us? It's not going to work because I can feel his presence near his parents' grave. But I wonder what the demigods are doing next to him." Park's fire incarnation walked out of Corey's body and said, surprising Susan, ABA, and Agatha. Surprise of seeing a sentient fire incarnation apart. Agatha was shocked to hear that she could feel the presence of the boy from her in the warehouse. As for ABA, she looked at Corey and Park unkindly for having been called a little kid and said, "Girl, have you gone crazy?" Susan also looked at Park in confusion. Thankfully, Agatha finally stepped in to explain. She is speaking the truth. The boy is alive and in this city. It seems Wyatt faked his death in the Sun Blossom City, and the Southern Emperor was somehow a part of it. Coming out of initial shock, Susan immediately said, "I am going to see him." "No, Manager Susan, you can't. Boss has ordered me to take you to the Central Region ASAP. He said we'll be contacting you soon." Ordering his subordinates to make the arrangements as per his master's orders, old Ben then visited Susan's house, and then the warehouse to pick her up. Agatha knew old Ben was Wyatt's subordinate, so she did not bother him as he entered the warehouse. But Corey and Park were not that happy about his arrival. "Who the FCK is your boss to make plans for Big Sis? Besides, did we not decide to go to the Southern Royal Palace first?" "Corey, honey, shut up. Captain Ben, is Wyatt all right?" Susan asked as she was still worried that her young boss might still be wounded. "Boss is fine. Please don't worry about him. But Manager Susan, we have to leave the city and head to the Central Region immediately," old Ben declared seriously. "Fine, let's go." Sansa did not hesitate to follow old Ben because, after last night's false scare, she had vowed to be the girl who gets the boy. "What?" Susan's answer shocked Corey, Park, and ABA. As for Agatha, she wasn't close to Susan, and besides, she was more concerned about why the boy asked his subordinates to leave the city immediately and head to the Central. Did he have a falling out with the Southern royal family? That doesn't seem to be the case. The boy did show a cautious approach toward the Southern royal family. What was the boy up to? "No way. You can't go to the Central Region just because a boy asked you to," Park yelled. Unlike Corey, she had a let's wait and watch attitude towards Susan and the boy's relationship progression, but Susan moving to another region on the whim of the boy was too big too soon. "Park," Susan shouted and then shyly said, "This is my job. If it needs me to move to the Central Region, then I will." "I think you should go," ABA said. As someone who lent her shoulder to Susan to cry, ABA knew how much Susan cared for the boy. "Who asked you, Shorty?" Corey and Park both instantly snapped at ABA for supporting Susan's idea. "That is it. I am going to kill you too." ABA pounced on Corey only to be stopped by Agatha and began to yell, "Let go of me, Agatha. I will kill these two today." "Princess, calm down. Remember what you resolved." Agatha tried to calm ABA. Corey and Park apologized to ABA. "She is my friend. I will not stand by watching two friends insult my other friend." Sunan ordered Corey and Park to behave and apologize to ABA for their comments about her body build. Tisk, Corey and Park reluctantly apologized to ABA and then returned to convincing Sazin not to leave for the Central Region. "Park, stop it. Nothing you say will change my mind," saying that Susan left with old Ben. Date, April 5th, 2321. Time, 4:08. Location, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, St. Raymond Cemetery. After Colleen and Yuri vanished in Colleen's domain, the atmosphere on the graveyard became tense. Agent Lois glanced at and provoked her, saying, "Give up. You are not my match. I don't have to win. All I have to do is hold you back," and did not fall for Lois's obvious provocation because a defensive stance was a better fit for her task. "So, I take it you are the smart Southern Emperor," Agent Lois said, seeing and not take the bait. "Ladies," General Baylor addressed the two, and then turning to Baxter he added, "And gentlemen, how about we take this fight somewhere else? I would hate to disturb the dead in the cemetery and living in the city." Agent Lois frowned, but and Baxter readily agreed with General Baylor's suggestion because Sky Blossom City and its citizens were their responsibility. Being outvoted and also knowing that General Baylor would flip if anything were to happen to his friend Ellen's grave, Lois had no choice but to follow the majority. "Since you guys are open to discussion, I would like to say something before you begin to kill each other." The boy was at the crux of this fight, but no one seems to care for his opinion. Nonetheless, he saw an opportunity and demanded his voice to be heard. Aside from Anne, the other three card apprentices who had just agreed to take the fight outside of the city turned to look at the boy in surprise. listening to him, trying to make demands. They were astonished that the boy would speak up despite all that transpired so far instead of cowering for his life. However, General Baylor was the first to react and entertain the boy's notion regardless of being stressed by time. "What is it, son?" "First, the only people that had the right to call me son are buried here. Second, and how is Anna? And third, are you guys here to kill me or talk to me? If you really are here just to talk to me as you claimed, then why did the demigod on your side try to assassinate me as a suicide bomber regardless of the obvious casualties?" These were the things on my mind right now, knowing that Susan had left the city. It took longer than I thought, but old Ben was not to blame. Corey and Park happened. Besides, why weren't Corey and Park creating the cards as they promised? I have the laziest employees. "Don't worry about Anna, though she barely made it. She will live," and answered the boy, and was quite pleased that the boy bothered to show concern about Anna amidst the fight for his life. General Baylor was about to answer the boy, but was interrupted by Lois. "General, don't tell me you plan to waste the limited time reasoning with the boy. Just grab him. You can tell him as many bedtime stories as you want in the safe house." "Yes, I do plan to do that. Isn't that the real reason why we are here?" General Baylor would have lived for nothing if he were not able to tell by now that Agent Yuri and Lois planned to kill. Yuri's suicide bombing had made it apparent. But he still did not turn on them only because he knew if it were just him, the Southern royal family would never allow him to talk to the boy as he hoped to. Colleen's attitude yesterday morning was a testament to that. He was stuck in rather tricky circumstances, but he wanted to make use of them to get what he wanted. Demigod Baxter was befuddled by how things were shaping out to be. He couldn't help but look at the boy with admiration for subtly stalling for time by making use of the differences between the enemies. With this admiration, Demigod Baxter began to see him in a new light. After all, this little card soldier had managed to hook the fish that he couldn't, Annihilate send. What surprised him, even more, was he was feeling jealous and a sense of rivalry toward the little card soldier. He thought that it was the funniest thing he felt so far. He was comparing himself, a card demigod, with a card soldier. How funny and degrading was that? While Demigod Baxter was sorting his mixed emotions for the boy, Agent Lois from the secret police complained. "I told Henricks you could not be trusted, poof dash." Lois suddenly vanished and instantly appeared behind the boy with her right arm piercing through his heart. Then turning to look at General Baylor, she said, "I can't believe why it took me so long to do this. Had I done this as soon as we arrived, I would be back home in time for the morning show." Thinking that she won, Lois failed to notice what the other three noticed, that there wasn't a single drop of blood. Then the head of the boy, who was hanging by Lois's arm that was piercing through his chest, made a full 180-degree turn, and looking into Lois's eyes, he said, "To think a semi-demigod would stoop so low to backstab a card soldier speaks a lot about your character." Having said that to Lois's dismay, the boy's impaled body burst into a swarm of insects that dispersed, trying to escape by burrowing into the ground or fly or just crawl away. There were just too many of them to keep count of. Seeing this, Lois immediately reacted and yelled, "Inferno!" "No, General Baylor," Demigod Baxter, and then tried to stop Lois and protect the escaping insects, but they suddenly felt that the entire world was against them, the soul, energy, rule, power, and divinity that they have spent their entire life refining suddenly did not obey them, rather even rebelled against their control. They could only watch as the wind suddenly turned into a blazing fire, burning every last one of the insects to ashes before they could escape, without damaging the surrounding cemetery. That was the degree of control Lois had on her soul power, rule power, and divinity, thanks to her right eye. It's just a trick. Close the path connecting your ego gem or divinity to the world. She is disturbing the harmony between the energies in our bodies through there, and yelled, revealing Lois's trick that made it look like she could control the energies in their body. Anna had a field card that did the same, the damned arena. There were different energies in a card apprentice's body. These energies need to be in harmony, or at the least in equilibrium, for the card apprentice to make use of them. However, if these energies are in disharmony, they would run rampant. Card apprentice will have a hard time getting these energies in control and get them to do what they want them to. In the worst case scenario, the imbalance in the energies can be so large that the card apprentice's ego gem or divinity might end up exploding, resulting in their death. Take the blood flow in the human body as an example. If the blood flow had a leak and ended up where it was not supposed to be, or it faced a blockage, there would be internal bleeding and blood clotting or a heart attack. In either situation, a serious case would end up dead. The same was true for the energies flowing in the bodies of the card apprentice. If their regular system was disturbed by foreign interference, then these energies would end up being fatal for the card apprentice in serious cases, but in normal cases, they would lose their command over these energies and would be completely helpless until they managed to get the energies into harmony or at the least in equilibrium. This phenomenon was what General Baylor and Demigod Baxter were facing in their bodies. The reason they were confused about this as Lois having control over the energies they refined for years was that they did not know how Lois was doing it and ended up attributing it as an ability of her physique. In some ways, they were right about it because without her physique, Lois could not invade their ego gem or divinity through the channel connecting them to the world. Therefore, Baylor and Baxter never saw it coming. If Lois concentrated enough on one target, she could even make it so that the energies in the target's body ran rampant to the point where the body exploded even before the target knew what happened. If not for Anna's field card damned arena working on the same principle as Lois's trick, it would have been too late before either Baylor or Baxter found the trick to what Lois was doing to them. In the damned arena, worlds will interferes with the energies of everyone present in the arena just enough so that nobody could access their energies, and they end up having to rely on their physical prowess, the damned arena card user included. That was the penalty. And if someone were smart enough to figure out this trick, then they could close their connection to the world's will to escape the penalty. Good for them, however, the card user would also be aware of that. Not to mention, by closing the connection between them and the world's will, they would lose access to the rule energy and divinity from the world, meaning they would be limited to using the energies already inside their bodies. This was true even for soul energy, since the damned arena did not have soul energy whatsoever. At least out here, even after closing their connection to the world, Baylor and Baxter could access soul energy, which when used with the limited energies in their bodies should be enough to get them the victory. Yes, I killed the boy, but I am not so sure. So could you calculate his fortune? While Baylor and Baxter closed their connection to the world and tried to sort out the rampant energies in their body, Agent Lois called one of the agents in her organization, asking them to check the fortune of the target to tell if the boy was dead or not. Though she was sure she killed each of the insects in the swarm that the boy's body morphed into. Having learned her lesson, Lois did not celebrate her win, but instead decided to make sure the boy was dead. Though it may look like Agent Lois acted to kill the boy just now, in reality, she had been trying to kill the boy using her physique for a while now, but to her surprise, she couldn't. Agent Lois's eye allowed her mental intent to travel through the worlds while overlapping with her location in the material world. While a card apprentice's will can travel through the channel connecting them to the world to enter the world's will and comprehend rules, Lois could do more than that thanks to her right eye. She could not only see the flow of rule energies in the world's will, but also see the channels of different card apprentices connecting them to the world's will. But there was one condition to this. These targeted card apprentices should be within her range in the real world. So if they were within her range in the real world, their channels connecting them to the world's will would also be within her range in the world's will, allowing her will to travel from her channel into the target's channel and wreak havoc, so much so that the target would die even before he figures out where he was being attacked from. Agent Lois tried the same on the boy ever since their arrival in Sky Blossom City. But before she could get to act, the boy was surrounded by General Baylor, Colleen, and Baxter. So in the world's will, the channel connecting the boy to the world's will was also surrounded by the channels of Baylor, Colleen, and Baxter. And so it got crowded with the arrival of Yuri, Anna, and Anne. It took her a while, but she was finally able to identify which channels belonged to whom and single out the boy's channel connecting him to the world's will. But when her will tried to enter the boy's channel, she was stopped midway by a thin barrier, surprising Lois as she had never experienced something like this before. Putting her astonishment aside, Lois decided to finish what she started, but no matter how hard she tried, her will could not make it past the barrier. This frustrated Lois to high heavens. But she did not give up, but tried every single thing she could think of, but she was still unable to get past the barrier or destroy it. Fed up, Lois finally gave up and then looked at the boy only to find that the boy was looking at her with a smirk on his face. When their eyes met, Lois suddenly felt that the boy could see through her every move. But she could not help wondering why the boy did not tell this to his protectors. Ignoring that thought, Lois decided to kill the boy the old-fashioned way. The Southern royal family heirloom worn by the boy, the dummy ring, was missing along with the boy's grimoire. These two items should have dropped when she burnt the swarm of insects to ash. So Lois thought that it was highly likely that the boy was not dead, but rather alive. Therefore, she did not hesitate to contact the agent in her organization to confirm her doubts by reading the boy's fortune while she scanned the entire cemetery for any insects and killed them. As for Anne, Baylor, and Baxter, they had finally regained control of the energies in their bodies and slowly circled Lois. Being totally cut off from the world, their strength was limited by their limited energies. Not to mention they were still not clear on what Lois's legendary physique was capable of. So putting aside their differences and pride, they decided to suppress Lois together as it was the fastest and safest bet. But that was not simple, as Anne and Baxter were not able to bring themselves to fully trust Baylor. Cooperating while guarding their backs was not possible. "You three finally made it. Unfortunately, I have to leave," Lois mocked the trio. And then with a poof, she vanished, having finally received a reply from her colleague. "The boy's fate is still foggy. I can't tell anything, but since I can perceive his fate, that means he is still alive." Again, Baxter yelled in annoyance because this was how Lois was able to get to the boy earlier. To understand Baxter's annoyance, one had to know that when two demigods meet in a battle, they continuously disturb the surrounding space, so that the opponent could not use space-related cards or rules like instant teleportation, long-distance teleportation, etc. to escape or attack. Yet, Lois somehow seems to be able to use teleportation abilities without any difficulty. I think she is not using this space to teleport, but traveling through the world's will. I don't know how, but I think it has something to do with her physique. General Baylor, do you have anything to add? And explained based on her knowledge, but she was not certain, so she asked Lois's colleague for confirmation. "I don't know. I just met her yesterday." "What about Wyatt? Is he fine?" Baylor answered and inquired about Ellen's son. "He is fine," and hesitated a little before answering because she was not sure about Baylor's intentions yet. As for how she knew if the boy was fine, she not only knew if he was still alive, but also knew where he was hiding, but not how he pulled this miraculous escape off, and was starting to admire the boy for real and not because of the secondhand feelings she got from reading Anna's thoughts and memories. At first, when she heard that the boy was able to fool a group of semi-demigods, she was amazed, but was not clear on the details, so did not think much of it, witnessing it for herself, and had turned into the boy's genuine admirer. She was starting to see the charm that Anna saw in the boy. The adrenaline rush she felt watching the boy evade death twice and escape Lois's clutches was something she never experienced. And though took pride in memorizing the whole dictionary, word to word, was unable to think of a few words to explain the overwhelming feeling she felt for the boy. This was the first time and was without words. Her heart raced whenever she thought of the boy. She could not control her emotions. Her mind told her that it wasn't the right time for her to have the thoughts she was having for the boy, but her heart and emotions did not listen. If and were to check the panty she was currently wearing, she would find a fresh skid mark, and would not agree, but she did get wet out of this ordeal, and could not help but compare the experience she had been through with those she read in action romantic novels she used to read trapped in Anna's origin card. "Southern Emperor, do you know where Wyatt is hiding? We need to bring him to safety," Baxter asked, and though and looked like Anna, he did not have any feelings for her as he knew she was not Anna. Demigod Baxter has been with many women, card emperors, even semi-demigods, and one demigod, but none came close to his time with Anna. His feeling for Anna had transcended the physical realm. If he were to use one word to explain his feeling for Anna, then it would be addiction. His addiction would only be satisfied by cocaine, not the white sugar powder that looked like cocaine. No need. Wyatt has proven that he can take care of himself. Our objective now is to hunt down Agent Lois before she gets to him, and ordered then added, "Don't open your connections to the world's will. You will only be opening yourself for Lois's attack." "Good. I like your idea." Baylor liked the idea, which did not involve using Ellen's son as bait to lure Agent Lois. "All right, but how do we find her? I just scanned the entire city and its outskirts. There was no sign of her. If she is hiding in the spiritual plane, I don't think we will be able to unless she wants us to find her. Baxter said the obvious. Let's divide and spread out, increasing our range of action. Once Lois makes her presence known, the nearest will stall her while the other two rush over. Considering Lois's ability, this strategy is almost useless, but we only have to hold her back for 15 minutes. By then, Field Marshal Heatsend will act. Baylor, who knew that Lois was pressed by time, so she came with a smile strategy to delay Lois until Field Marshal Heatsend arrived. An spiritual plane is where world's will is. Spiritual plane equals world's will. Physical plane is where the world is. Physical plane equals world. Soul energy from the spiritual plane, world's will, enters the physical plane, forming soul pathways that gather into various soul pathway arrangements to give birth to the world in the physical plane and the various entities on the world. Channel connecting the card apprentice's ego gem present in the physical plane to the world's will in the spiritual plane to comprehend rules existed in the both spiritual and physical plane and also between them. That boy is still alive. Anyway, can you track his location by reading his fortune? Lois asked the agent from the organization. No, I cannot. If it was someone else, maybe I could, but not him. As I mentioned earlier, his fortune is foggy. When I tried to forcefully peek at it, I was faced with severe backlash. I have never seen anyone with such mysterious casualties. Anybody who comes in contact with him has their casualty affected by his. Take yours, for example. A week ago, it was glowing brightly to show long life, but now it is covered by a haze. I cannot tell what is going to happen, so I can only warn you to be careful in this mission. The agent warned Lois to be careful because she could not predict her fortune as it was affected by the boy's mysterious casualty. Don't worry, I can run away anytime I want. Lois assured the agent that she could take care of herself and then continued to say, I have pieces of boy's cloth. Can you use them to track him? Track him? I can curse him to death with that, the agent said confidently. No, don't waste your time cursing him. He has the Heatsend family heirloom. Curses won't work on him. Just get me his location as soon as possible so that I will kill him, finish my mission, and leave before Field Marshal Heatsend appears. Lois was confident in the abilities of her physique, but in face of Field Marshal Heatsend's absolute strength, she has no confidence of completing her mission. She could only choose to escape. Southern royal family's heirloom, the dummy ring, the nemesis of all curse masters, that ring. Mysterious casualty and the royal heirloom. What exactly is the identity of this boy? The agent could not help but express her awe. Focus. I am sending you the cloth pieces through the transfer card. Get me the boy's location ASAP. Lois, too, was curious about the identity of the boy. She had little understanding of casualty, but she knew that there was no one in the world who could erect a barrier protecting invasion from the world's will. Not that no one could achieve that, but no one felt the need for it. Most card apprentices could barely sense rules in the world's will, let alone sense the channels of the other card apprentices to invade and attack them. Card apprentices were busy trying to figure out a way to increase the synchronization rate of their ego gem, but this little card soldier had achieved a way to protect his ego gem from invasion from the world's will. What was surprising was that this barrier of the card soldier was strong enough to withstand the full force of her mental strength. A card soldier warding off the attack of a semi-demigod was unheard of. At first, Lois thought that it might be an unknown physique, but then seeing it was able to withstand her full frontal mental attack without a scratch to show, Lois began to wonder if it was another legendary physique yet to be discovered. When this thought came to her mind, coming from an organization that liked to collect various strong physiques, she wanted to kidnap the boy and then decide his fate depending on the use of his physique, but then she thought it would be easier and in the organization's best interest for her to bring his corpse back and have the organization researchers figure out the rest. Agent Lois, I got the cloth pieces you sent. The agent informed that she received the cloth pieces of the boy's attire. Now, how long will it take for you to track him? Lois asked the agent. It will take me about a minute to mark him and create a marker card. You can use the marker card to track him anywhere he goes in the next 3 minutes. It would have been a lot longer, but his mysterious casualty is ever-changing and formless. Forgive me, this is already the best I can achieve, the agent answered and apologized for not being of much help. No, that is enough. This time I will not underestimate him, and I will be the only one catching him off guard. Lois said confidently. As a semi-demigod with a legendary physique, not being able to kill a card soldier on her first try was the biggest shame of Lois's career record. She had killed demigods, but failed to kill a card soldier. She used 2 of the assassination techniques of her physique, yet she was not able to kill him. If this was not a shame on her part, then what? A little card soldier was able to evade death in her hands twice and escape her grasp without even getting a dent. Lois's pride as the holder of the legendary physique was badly hurt, and she planned to ice her bruised ego by killing the boy. Killing the boy was no longer a mission for Lois, but something she must do to regain her pride. Agent Lois, I have transferred the marker card to your transfer card. The rest is up to you. All the best, saying that the agent hung up the call. Soon the marker card arrived in Agent Lois's transfer card. She immediately equipped the card and decided to come out of her channel connecting her to the worlds will to track the boy and kill him. Yes, Lois never teleported from the place she was at. Rather, her entire body moved into the channel connecting her to the worlds will thanks to her legendary physique. That was to say, she moved her body between the spiritual plane and the physical plane, making it look like she teleported in the eyes of Baylor and Baxter. She used the same principle to teleport next to the boy despite the surrounding space being disturbed. Moving into the part of her channel that was between the spiritual plane and the physical plane, Lois used a teleportation card to move to the part of the boy's channel that was between the spiritual plane and the physical plane. Then she moved out of it, appearing right behind the boy. She could not use teleportation in the physical plane because of the space disturbance, but in space between the physical and spiritual plane, she was free to teleport as long as she had a destination. This was the secret to Lois's teleportation. Having equipped the marker card, Lois appeared right at the spot in the cemetery where she had disappeared. Baylor and Baxter instantly became aware of her presence and realized that Lois never teleported away but was hiding using her physique. Agent Lois paused to check the location of the boy in her grimoire, and learning that he was hiding 60 miles away from the outskirts of the city, she dashed towards the opposite direction at the fastest speed she could fathom. Seeing this, Baylor asked, Southern Emperor, is the direction she is heading toward where Wyatt is hiding? No, but let me confirm, saying that, and texted the boy's grimoire the ring's coordinates, asking, is this where you are hiding? Or did you ditch the ring there intentionally? And did not have to wait long. She received an instant answer from the boy, while the 2 temporarily allied demigods pursued the fleeing Lois. Yes, I am hiding right at these coordinates. And why would you think that I would ditch the ring? With so many people cursing me every day, I would have died already without this ring on my finger. Wyatt, hang tight. I will come to get you, once it is safe. After getting assurance that the boy was in the position indicated by the ring, and began to wonder why was Lois running. Was she fleeing? And did not buy it, as she did not like that Lois was able to flee after attacking the Southern royal family. Disappointed, and informed the 2 demigods that Lois was not heading in the direction where the boy was hiding, so they could stop pursuing Lois. Southern Emperor, I will catch her and bring her to justice. Replying to Baxter did not wait for her to answer, but rushed to capture Lois to show that the southern region was not the place where she could come, create trouble, and go as she pleased. Wait, and wanted to ask Baxter to stop his pursuit of Lois and return to stand guard along with her. After all, they still had one uncertain variable to handle, General Baylor. But before she could ask Baxter to come back, General Baylor followed suit with Baxter in his pursuit to capture Lois, saying, I will help him. General Baylor really did not want to follow Baxter and help him capture Lois. What he wanted was to stand guard to the boy within. But he knew if he stayed behind, and he would not be comfortable, so he decided to help Baxter capture Lois so that all 3 of them can stand guard to protect the boy without making it awkward for him. But his actions had the opposite effect on, and because she thought this was the plan Baylor and Lois were working on. Baylor would sympathize with the boy and gain their trust. Later, Lois would run separating and in Baxter. Then Baylor would follow suit to help whoever ends up pursuing Lois, and once they were far enough, Baylor would team up with Lois to kill whoever between and in Baxter had followed Lois. Then Baylor and Lois would quickly return to kill whoever between and in Baxter stayed behind to protect the boy. Lastly, together they would search for the boy to kill him in cold blood and leave in time. With such a narrative in her mind, and called Baxter, saying, Demigod Baxter, return, it could be a trap. Before Anne could finish her explanation to Baxter, the fleeing Lois suddenly turned around. Then with her left eye closed, she opened her right eye wide. In an instant, a brilliant white light shone on demigod Baxter and General Baylor, who was behind him before they vanished. Witnessing this, the goody two-shoes and cussed FCK. And without wasting a second, she turned around and hurried toward the location of the boy. She planned to meet him and use Anna's teleportation card to send the boy to the Southern Royal Palace, where he could be safer. Knowing that her trap would only be able to slow demigod Baylor and Baxter for a few minutes at most, Lois immediately rushed to the direction of the location indicated by the marker card. As for Anne, Lois did not consider her a threat, even though Anne's realm was enhanced to that of a demigod by borrowing power from the array covering the southern region. Not to mention, Anne's destination seemed to be in the same direction as hers. This saved her some time. She will handle, and on her way to the boy. Anna, bear with it. I have no choice. And said aloud as she felt the presence of Lois behind her becoming stronger and stronger, which meant that with her current speed, Lois would soon catch up to her. Then, and suddenly felt the presence of Lois vanish from behind her and appear in the midsection of her channel, connecting her to the world's will. And no longer hesitated and instantly used the ace in her hands, yelling, "Origin card, additional ability, alter ego possession." With that, the barely conscious Anna had been summoned from the unparalleled arena and began to merge with and just then Lois, who had shifted her body to the midsection of her channel, teleported to the midsection of Anne's channel, then instantly appeared behind Anne. Lois did not wait for Anne to execute her killer ace and attacked the two merging figures of Anne and Anna, but they were in an ethereal state. Lois's attacks just passed right through their bodies as they combined to form a single wounded body. That was because severe wounds on Anna were now shared with, and while Anne's healthy body was shared with Anna. So though the new body was wounded, it was not that severe compared to Anna's previous condition. As the newly possessed body of Anne opened its eyes, it was greeted by a sneak attack from Lois, to which Anne's new body reacted beyond the concept of physical speed and caught Lois's incoming punch with a single hand and uttered, "It's our turn now." This was Anna in and talking. "It's our turn now." Seeing her sneak attack was caught by possessed and at an insane speed, Lois was astonished and then said, "So, the rumors about you were true." Lois may be a semi-demigod, but her physique made her physical body stronger than the body of any veteran demigod. That was how she was able to chase Anne. She might have used teleportation to save some time, but she would not be required to do so with her agility stats, if not for the nearing time limit. "Don't talk about things that you have no idea about," and Anna said as her grasp on Lois's fist grew tighter. "No wonder His Highness Heatsen chose you as his heir, despite it meant he would be potentially dissatisfying his allies. You Southerners will always put strength above innovation. This is to be expected by you barbarians. No wonder your region never made any proper development." Lois blatantly provoked, and Anna, fully aware that one of her fists was still in Anne's grasp. "I told you to not speak of things you have no idea about," and Anna yelled as she threw a punch straight at Lois's face. Seeing and Anna's incoming fist, a grin formed on Lois's lips as she moved her head to receive and Anna's fist with her face. Boom. Receiving the punch head-on with her face, Lois looked at Anna condescendingly and taunted, "Is that the best you got?" And Anna was astonished to see that Lois received her punch with her face. What's more unbelievable was that Lois's face was not hurt. It did not have a bruise or scratch, as if it was never attacked. In her current state, all of Anna's skills, traits, physique, and stats were increased tenfold. With buff of the array covering the southern region, and was already powerful enough to kill a demigod, now with her alter ego possession buff and strength was increased tenfold. Yet her attack did not manage to leave a scar or a bruise on Lois's delicate white face. This testament to how durable Lois's physique was. But as the holder of the unparalleled bloodline, and Anna knew nobody's physique was this durable. Her punch just now was enough to induce an 11-scale magnitude earthquake in a 50 miles radius. Though she did not hope her punch to pop Lois's head off, she thought it would be able to put a huge dent in Lois's skull. To her surprise, it did not even manage to leave a scratch on Lois's fair skin. So in response to Lois's taunt, two diamond grimoires appeared, one on each side of and Anna, as Anna, and Chance. Activate S-rank mythical grade card Giga Force, Giga Fattening, Giga Punch. Activate SSS rank legendary grade card booster dice. Dice rolled. Dice 1, 6, dice 2 -6. Host's next attack will gain Dodecap booster. And Anna yelled, "No, Anna, don't. You are crazy." Lois, who blatantly taunted and Anna, lost her carefree demeanor, feeling the entire space surrounding her begin to collapse on her. Right now, under various buffs, and Anna's strength had grown to the point where it could no longer be measured with regards to veteran demigods, especially the strength of her next attack. It had surpassed the regular demigod level and ascended to a level where the fabric of the world could not hold her strength, giving her the glimpse of realm her elder family members were perusing. Alter Ego Possession's buff increased all skills, traits, physique, and stats of the user tenfold, meaning the effect of the Southern Emperor card that allowed and Anna to borrow the power of the array covering the southern region was increased tenfold. Then came the card Giga Force. Its capability was also increased by fold, and the same was true for the card booster dice, giving Anna and S next attack Dodecap booster x10, which meant Anna and S next attack was going to be 120 times stronger. Each card Anna and activated had received an individual increase of tenfold, and they all stacked together, giving Anna and a temporary strength that ascended the norms of a typical demigod, a strength that was so strong that the fabric of the world collapsed. Faced with such strength, Lois, who did not take and Anna seriously, could not help but feel dread for her life as the space surrounding her began to crumble with Anna and S attack nearing her. But to Anna and S disbelief, even in this dire situation, Lois moved her face with her left eye closed and right eye wide open to receive her attack head-on. As for Anna, she was sure that her hypothesis about Lois's ability held merit, but hated that Anna and acted rashly before she could warn her not to. This time, and Anna both felt it. Before their fist could even make contact with Lois's face, they left a strong suction force swallowing all the force behind their attack on Lois. And the source of this suction was none other than Lois's right eye, the right eye of the world. Once again, without surprise, Lois managed to take Anna and S attack head-on without even a scratch to show for it. And with a sneer, she added, "For a second I thought I was done for, but I guess even though your body has been fused perfectly, your mind hasn't fused properly. Well, no matter how good a card is, it can only be as strong as its master. A newbie gunner and a pro gunner can use the same gun, but the result will not be the same." Anna's origin card was strong. Unfortunately, she never practiced using it with Anne. As per Lois's comment, though the bodies of Anna and were perfectly fused, their minds weren't. With the ability Alter Ego Possession, both Anna and Anne's minds should be fused, but they did not, showing how disagreement between Anna and had become the hindrance to the power of their card skill. They were opposed to each other in every way. When it came to fusing each other's mind, they were afraid that they lose themselves to the other, especially Anne. A person's individuality was the greatest freedom they could have, and no one would give it up for a second. The same was true for both Anne and Anna. The Alter Ego Possession allowed both of them to fuse their bodies and minds to turn into one greater being with enormous power that transcended levels, but neither Anne nor Anna trusted each other enough to allow the skill Alter Ego Possession to fuse their mind with the other. Yes, it was Anne and Anna who did not let the skill Alter Ego Possession fuse their minds into one, just like it did with their bodies. Though they posed as twins, they knew they weren't twins. They both were the same person. What if they fuse their minds, and one of them loses themselves to the other? As much as they did not want to lose their individuality to the other, they also did not want to lose the other. Anna and had spent decades not agreeing with each other. Underneath it all, they both knew that they would miss the other. So all the times they used this skill, they never actually fused their mind. And because of this, their perfectly fused body was missing a perfectly fused mind, but instead, it was running on two mediocre minds. As expected, the body had control issues. It was like a puppet with two mediocre puppeteers. If Anne and Anna were to work in sync, they might actually pull this off, but they both never actually got along or agreed on things. Anna was impulsive. She acted on the first thought that came to her mind, whereas Anne was cautious. She liked to think twice or thrice before acting. They were opposites when Lois taunted them, saying, "Is that the best you got?" Anna fell for Lois's taunt, and her first reaction was to shove her fist into that itch's face. Whereas Anne did not fall for Lois's taunt. Rather, she carefully considered the events. Where Lois received their devastating punch with her face, there wasn't a scratch on her face to show after. How was that possible? While going through events in her head, and realized that their fist had lost all force behind it even before it connected with Lois's face. And clearly remembers she felt a kind of suction on their fist. Learning that there was a trick to Lois's stunt, and wanted to explain it to Anna, as Anna was the one who was controlling the body, but that hothead had used the strongest strength they could summon to attack Lois again. It was too late for a warning yet, and said, "No, Anna, don't." Once again, even before their fist connected to Lois's smug face, they felt a suction force that swallowed the force behind their punch. Since the attack this time was stronger than the last one, Lois could not use her ability subtly as she did previously. So this time, even Anna realized that there was a trick behind Lois daringly taking their fist to the face. "Do you want to take any more shots? Because when I start, you guys might not get the chance to," Lois said with great confidence. But it felt more like she was talking big as she could still not free her fist from and Anna. "Anna, don't attack her. It seems her right I can swallow the energies in our attacks," and mentally conveyed to Anna, and then added, "Though I am still not clear on the range of Lois's ability to swallow energies of the attacks directed at her. How about we experiment by crushing her hand first?" "Now you're talking my language," saying that Anna immediately tightened her grip around Lois's fist caught in her palm, this time to crush Lois's fist for real. Crack. Blood splattered and Lois was finally free after Anna, and crushed her fist. This was also what Lois wanted because she knew that if she wanted to separate and gain distance between herself and the Southern Emperor, she would have to sacrifice her fist, which was in the grasp of the Southern Emperor. Lucky for her, the Southern Emperor helped her make the difficult decision. As her fist was crushed by the Southern Emperor, Lois groaned in pain, abandoned her mortally wounded fist, and hurriedly retreated to create a little distance between her and the Southern Emperor, and then used a card to regrow the palm of her hand at an incredible pace. Later, she summoned a potion and drank it, and with that her fist grew in a few seconds, as if it was never crushed in the first place. Anna, it seems, the range of her swallowing ability is less than her melee range. I have very little info to work with, so I may be wrong about this, but I think the reason why she keeps receiving our punches with her face must be because of the limited range of her skill. This time aim at another part of her body and try to avoid her face even if she tries to receive your punch with her face, and mentally explained her hypothesis to Anna, and then asked her to attack Lois, avoiding her face. "Watch me," saying that Anna, and prepared to attack Lois, but then she heard Lois say, "Do you know where all the energy I swallowed from your last 2 attacks go?" "Who cares?" Anna yelled, ready to roll the booster dice once again, but Lois vanished. Then feeling Lois' presence in the midsection of her channel connecting her to the spiritual plane and Lois's presence vanish again, Anna hurried, turned back, preparing to attack, while shouting, "You must think I am a fool to think that same move will work on me twice." But to Anna's dismay, this time Lois did not appear behind her, but in front of her, since Anna had preemptively turned thinking that Lois would appear behind her. Now, her back was wide open to Lois. Lois took the opportunity to sneak attack, not bothering that she just revealed that she could arrive anywhere in the surrounding of the target. This info on her ability wasn't important, but sometimes it made a difference. Right now absorbing energies of her enemy's attack were not actually Lois's physique's ability, but a trick she created using the existing abilities of her physique. Her physique allowed her to transfer her body or anyone else's body into the midsection of their channel, connecting them to the spiritual plane. Lois used this ability to trap Demigod Baxter and General Baylor in the midsection of their channel, connecting them to the spiritual plane. Once they realized what Lois had done to them, they could figure out a way to free themselves from their spiritual channel in no time. That was by instructing their divinity to move their body out of their spiritual channel. If Baylor and Baxter never realized where they were, they would not know that the key to getting out of the trap Lois put them in was right with them. and they would be stuck there until Lois chooses to free them or someone tells them the truth. Now, how long it took for them to get free would depend on Baylor and Baxter figuring out that they were trapped in the midsection of their spiritual channel, though Lois seems to think that they would figure it out within a few minutes. Similarly, Lois precisely used her ability to just transfer the energies of the Southern Emperor's attack into her spiritual channel's midsection, which existed between the spiritual and physical planes. This precision meant that Lois would have to compromise the range of this ability to be less than the minimum of her melee range. Therefore, she never used it unless she had no choice. Like in the case of the Fusion Southern Emperor, Lois underestimated the Fusion Southern Emperor and was caught in her clutches, making it impossible for Lois to rely on her physique's ability that allowed her to transfer her or another's bodies into the mid-segment of their spiritual channel. This ability, though useful, had many conditions to it, like it would be only able to transfer the target's body into their spiritual channel, but not other people's spiritual channel. If the target was in contact with another being, then it would not be able to transfer the target into their spiritual channel. Because moving the target's body into their spiritual channel was like stuffing the cloud into its raindrop. It would have to compress the body mass of the target to stuff them into the mid-segment of their spiritual channel, and the target being in contact with any other being would compromise that, so the ability did not work when the target was in contact with any other being. This ability of Lois's physique was there to help her come closer to the spiritual realm such that she could comprehend the rules more easily by staying in the mid-segment of the spiritual channel without the constraints of the location factor affecting her rule comprehension. Why the midsection of the spiritual channel? Because one of the two ends was in the spiritual realm. If Lois's body or any physical body were to travel to the spiritual realm, they would disintegrate into the basic energies forming them. As for the other end, it was in the physical realm, so as soon as Lois or any physical body were to be there, they would immediately be thrown out into the physical world. This explained why a target should not be in contact with another being. And as for the other condition, that the target can only move to their spiritual channel, it was because the spiritual channel, like all the organs and tissues of the body, had its own defense mechanism which would throw out anything foreign. This was why Lois would immediately come out of the target's spiritual channel. She would be immediately thrown out by the target's spiritual channel, helping her with her trick to create an illusion of teleportation. But this was a different story for energies, because the spiritual channel was created to communicate with the spiritual plane and help with the exchange of energies. Making use of this, Lois would use her mental will to invade the target's spiritual channel and attack the harmony of energies in their ego gem or divinity. And now Lois used her understanding of the spiritual channel and her physique to absorb the energies of the Fusion Southern Emperor's attack. But the problem was that there was a limit to how much energy the midsection of Lois's spiritual channel could hold. Otherwise, everyone could access infinite amounts of energy from the spiritual plane. The spiritual channel was like a tunnel, similar to how the tunnel can only occupy a set amount of vehicles passing through it. The spiritual channel could only occupy the energies which were propositional to the target's realm. So Lois could only absorb and hold energies from the Fusion Southern Emperor's attack that could be within the limit of her strength. Therefore, she freaked out during the Fusion Southern Emperor's second attack, which had transcended the level of regular demigods. Not to mention her spiritual channel was already holding the energies from the Fusion Southern Emperor's first attack. So in a panic, Lois absorbed and stored energies from the Fusion Southern Emperor's attack, and once she reached the limit of her spiritual channel, she started to leak the stored energies into the spiritual plane. This way she managed to absorb the energies of the Fusion Southern Emperor's transcendent attack without blowing up her spiritual channel. Why not into her incomplete divinity? Because if she did that, then she would disturb the harmony of her energies by introducing volatile foreign energies amidst them. But the spiritual plane did not mind it. However, she thought it was a waste, as she planned to use these stored volatile energies for something else, like enhancing them by feeding and guiding with her energies, and then using the combined energies against the Fusion Southern Emperor. So when Lois got the opportunity to sneak attack the Fusion Southern Emperor, she used her strongest attack combined with what's left of the energies she absorbed from the Fusion Southern Emperor transcendent attack to launch the strongest sneak attack. Boom. Under Yuri's suicide bombing, It was a miracle that Anna survived with a few limbs missing and organs destroyed. She was unable to talk, because she even lost her jaw and the muscles moving it. Anna was so out of it that she was barely able to keep herself conscious, let alone summon her grimoire and heal herself. If not for the goodwill of her ancestors, things could have gotten a lot worse. In such a miserable state, Anna's body had been fused with Anne's healthy body. It was already a great stroke of luck that the fusion body was functioning with such severe wounds. Yes, it had no missing limbs, and all its organs were working fine. But that was not the state you want to participate in a fight. Still, even in its wounded state, the fusion body of Anna under the buff of the Southern Emperor card was higher than the level of the regular demigods, though not near the transcendent strength she got under the buff of Dodecap Booster, but enough to handle someone of Lois's caliber. However, Lois's methods were tricky, so it was taking a while for the fight between them to conclude. Boom! Lois perfectly aimed her sneak attack at the fusion Southern Emperor's center mass. So when the attack connected, the fusion Southern Emperor was thrown off balance and crashed to the ground at a frightening speed, creating a huge impact crater at the site of her crash. Anna, focus, we are getting our ass kicked here, and yelled at Anna for falling for such a simple but effective trick of Lois's. You say that as if I am doing it on purpose, Anna yelled back as she commanded the fusion Southern Emperor's body to get up and drink a few high-grade potions now that they had gained a little distance between them and Lois. But Lois, who was speeding towards them, suddenly disappeared. Then her presence could be felt in their spiritual channel. Knowing what was about to happen next, Anna cussed. FCK, not again. This time Lois instantly appeared on the left side of the fusion Southern Emperor and was about to launch another sneak attack, but stopped and immediately retreated, learning that the potion in the fusion Southern Emperor's hand turned out to be an SSS-rank poison, Pit Viper Gorgon's venom, which when comes into contact with air begins to spontaneously vaporize and spread a quarter-mile radius of the surrounding area within a second. The worst part of this was the effect of the poison, petrification. The infected part will get petrified and spread to the other parts of the victim, resulting in the victim being entirely petrified within 3 seconds. Using venom to deal with Lois's troublesome trick that mimicked instant teleportation was obviously Anne's idea, but kudos to Anna for perfectly executing it, because the venom was so potent that it would petrify the grass, trees, and other beings nearby. Fortunately for Anna, the crater created after their fall was a few miles in radius. The impact was so large that all weeds in the crater and its surrounding had been wiped out or had been buried. After the fusion Southern Emperor had drunk the antidote for the SSS-rank Pit Viper Gorgon's venom while indicating that it was a heal potion, she took out the second potion, the venom, which unscrewed when she felt the presence of Lois in her spiritual channel, causing the venom to instantly spread into their surrounding, setting a perfect venom trap for Lois. While drinking the antidote, the fusion Southern Emperor created an illusion of defenselessly trying to heal themselves using potions in the eyes of Lois. Being very confident of her trick, Lois ended up falling for their trap, but she did not stick around. Instantaneously, she moved out of the venom's range, but she was already infected by the venom, and it was spreading across her entire body fast, so she moved to her body into her spiritual channel after yelling, "Venom? Seriously? You Southern barbarians will stoop to any level as long you get your way, don't you? And do you think we got her? That BTCH keeps calling us barbarians. We need to put her in her place." Anna was pissed by Lois constantly calling them and the entire southern region barbarians. But she did not spare a second thought about using venom to win her battle. No, she should be fine. Otherwise it would be too easy, and felt like venom would not be that big of a deal for someone with a legend-grade physique to handle. As for Lois calling them a bunch of barbarians, and did not even bother to spare her thoughts on such obvious attempts of provocation, and then reminded Anna of their priorities. "Anna, our only priority is to guard Wyatt. As for Lois's comments, they are nothing but her provoking you. They don't change anything unless you fall for them." "Got it. Sure, sure. However, that monster worm wearing the dummy ring, is that Wyatt? Its soul signature doesn't match Wyatt's soul signature. Are you sure Wyatt is not up to something again?" Arriving at the outskirts of the city, Anna had already located the ring that she gave to her lover for his protection, a few miles away from her location. But when she checked on him, she was surprised to find that the person wearing her ring was not her lover, but a monster worm. Remember the motel? Along with changing his appearance, Wyatt had transformed his entire soul signature too. I think he has created a new card that not only changes his appearance along with his soul signature. Leave it to him to create the impossible, and chose to believe the text sent by the boy, and then advised Anna to focus on the battle. Anna. Lois has entered her spiritual channel, which means next she can only appear at two places, first being the place where she entered her spiritual channel, and second being next to us. Make sure that the venom is concentrated in these two places. We need to drag this out until the field marshal arrives. I hate the fact that we have to use this venom against a semi-demigod, not to mention when we are at our strongest. Anna expressed her dissatisfaction concerning the battle. First, Lois is not just a semi-demigod. Second, we are not at our strongest, and corrected Anna, and then grimly spoke her mind. Anna, I think we should start considering rehearsing fusing our minds. I agree, I hate the idea of fusing our minds, but I would hate it more if I was not able to perform my 100% when my friends and family needed it the most. Inside the midsection of her spiritual channel, Lois was busy absorbing every last bit of Pit Viper Gorin's venom that was spreading through her body, using her physique, and dumping it into the spiritual end of her spiritual channel. Inside the spiritual plane, the venom would break down to its basic energies, becoming one with the energies in the spiritual plane, and no longer pose a threat to Lois. Finally getting rid of the poison, Lois activated the item card, Godslayer, as she shifted her compressed body out of her spiritual channel and appeared right at the spot where she entered her spiritual channel. Arriving in the physical plane, Lois's body had donned a black-gold radiance that protected her from the concentrated Pit Viper Gorgon's venom surrounding her. This radiance covering Lois seems to be originating from the golden buckler shield, which sheaths a falchion sword. Lois unsheathed the falchion sword from the buckler shield as she glared at the fusion Southern Emperor, who was surrounded by the vapors of Pit Viper Gorgon's poison, and said, "Petty tricks won't work against me. But you did manage to make me angry." Poof. The fusion Southern Emperor became alert, feeling the presence of Lois in their spiritual channel. Seeing that Lois had overcome the poison, they had no choice but to return to a defensive stance while summoning Giga Knucklebusters. Lois appeared on the fusion Southern Emperor's right side and hacked at her with her sword, before the fusion Southern Emperor could react, managing to cut into her flesh, but to her surprise, her sword blade was stuck in the fusion Southern Emperor's flesh, stopping her from escaping, using her vanishing trick causing her to yell, "You barbarians are crazy." Lois never expected the fusion Southern Emperor to use her flesh to grab hold of the sword and opt to fight by exchanging damage for damage. But considering that the fusion Southern Emperor was not trying to win but stall, it seemed a plausible option. Using this movement, Anna, and, threw her first dawning Giga Knucklebuster at Lois, but Lois defended using her buckler shield, and made use of the force from Anna, and S punch to retreat while freeing her sword from Anna, and S flesh. Soon Lois vanished, and Anna, and S felt Lois' presence in their spiritual channel. This time Lois appeared behind Anna, and hacked at her with the blunt side of the sword using all of her might, having learned from the result of their last clash. If the sharp side of Lois's sword was able to cut, then the dull side was able to create heavy blunt damage to the target, causing Anna, and to be thrown out of the crate and into the air. Lois then vanished and appeared right behind the fusion Southern Emperor, who was thrown to the air, and once again hacked at her with the blunt side of the sword. With the blow, the fusion Southern Emperor was blown in the opposite direction of her previous acceleration. Again, Lois vanished and this time appeared above the fusion Southern Emperor and hacked her with her blunt side. In a few seconds, the tides of the whole standstill battle between Lois and Anna, had turned in Lois's favor, who gained an advantage thanks to her instant teleportation-like trick, which helped her to use the fusion Southern Emperor as the ball to the blunt side of her sword. But Lois was not satisfied with the result because the fusion Southern Emperor's body was very durable despite the previous severe wounds covering its body, so she was not sure if she had managed to make any actual damage to the fusion Southern Emperor's body. Anna, and yelled mentally. She and Anna both could not catch a break to communicate because of Lois's chain of sneak attacks. They were being continuously sneak attacked before they could even get to stabilize and take a stance against the incoming attack or the next one. It was as if they were caught in a never-ending loop. Though they never took real damage, this was just too embarrassing for any card fighter. Boom. This time Lois once again appeared above the Fusion Southern Emperor and was about to attack her with the blunt side of her sword, but before she could, the Fusion Southern Emperor exploded, causing turbulent energy to spread throughout her surroundings. Lois was caught in it too and took small damage, but most importantly, she was stunned for a second. Using this second to her advantage, the Fusion Southern Emperor grabbed Lois by her neck, saying, "Got you." Detonating a rune? First venom and now this. I didn't think you could stoop any lower, but you keep surprising me. Lois muttered as the grip of the bloody Fusion Southern Emperor around her neck grew stronger. However, Lois managed to add a few more words. Well, guess what? Two can play that game. Boom. Under the constant sneak attacks from Lois, and decided to detonate a few of the broken runes that they gathered for the boy in hopes to get them an opportunity to turn tables on Lois, who kept teleporting in and out of their spiritual channel and sneak attacking them, at the cost of further antagonizing their existing wounds and adding new ones, and took a calculated chance to get out of the embarrassing situation and succeeded. Not only were they able to catch Lois off guard, but also capture her. And never considered that desperate Lois would choose to do the same. Caught in the explosion caused by Lois detonating the broken runes in her possession, the Fusion Southern Emperor's body finally reached its limit. Their grip around Lois's neck loosened before they fell to the ground with no resistance, like a kite with a broken string. As for Lois, having focused most of the explosion on the Fusion Southern Emperor, and under the effect of the black gold radiance of Godslayer, she mostly managed to come out of the explosion unscathed. Seeing the figure of the Fusion Southern Emperor falling to the ground, Lois was not done. She vanished and soon appeared above her, preparing to drive the sword through her heart. However, she paused and vanished into her spiritual channel. Then, as soon as Lois vanished, a huge ball of energy passed through her location and vanished on the horizon. Then a figure appeared next to the free-falling Fusion Southern Emperor and caught her in a princess carry, saying, "You have done enough. Leave the rest to me." Arriving at the ground, the figure looked at Anna and, dearly before carefully placing her on the ground to feed her healing potions, but was stopped by Anna and, uttering, "I can't heal in this form." Yes, the reason why Anna and did not try to heal their fusion body was that as a penalty for not fusing their mind, the fusion body could not heal or make use of any recovery buff. Lois appeared out of her spiritual channel to see who sneak attacked her, but could not believe what she saw. "You? How could it be you?" Seeing Lois, Anna, and looked at her young benefactor with an expression filled with worry, self-blame, and desperation, mouthing, "Run." Location, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, outskirts. That amount of soul energy output, impossible, Lois said after her shocking discovery that the amount of soul energy being emitted by the young benefactor of the Fusion Southern Emperor was beyond his realm. Then, thinking of something, she said, "You made a pact with the devil." Ding, ding, ding. "Your reward for the correct answer is the ass whooping of your life," said the figure holding Anna and in his arms while a body grew out of his back and separated to take his complete form. Interestingly, the dummy ring could be seen on the ring figure of the new body that just flew toward Lois, while the old body carried Anna and in Princess Carrie to a safe distance. Knowing that this place was not safe for someone in a serious condition as Anna and being carried out of the battlefield by a clone of her young lover Anna and turned to look at his original body as it flew toward Lois, brimming with unfathomable energy levels. She had heard the conversation between her lover and Lois about making a pact with the devil for his newfound prowess, so she could not help but worry for him. As if the clone read her thoughts, it consoled her, saying, "Everything is going to be all right, trust him." Anna and looked at the clone's confident smile, but her worry for her crush did not decrease, as she knew. Even if her young lover was able to defeat Lois with the borrowed power, he would be devoured by the devil that lent him the power. Unlike the oaths taken in the presence of the world's will, pacts with the devil had no higher power governing the pact, meaning the rules of the pact changed with the will of the one with the bigger fist. With this, Anna finally decided to take and up on her offer to practice fusing their soul. Even though it was too late now, it was better late than never. Watching the target carry the fusion Southern Emperor to safety, Lois looked at the part that grew out of the target asking, "Which one of you two is the original body?" "For now, I am the original body," the boy said while perfectly controlling the new power he had just gained through a devil pact thanks to the soul energy manipulation ability of his calamity soul gem. "Ugh, it seems you possess a disgusting but troublesome ability," Lois said in disgust of having watched a human grow out of the back of another, then added, "Considering that your realm has jumped from card soldier to the card demigod realm, I think you must have sacrificed something valuable? Your soul, maybe. Regardless, when you agreed to the pact with the devil, you basically signed your own death certificate. But still, it's best if I make sure you stay dead." "Aren't you forgetting something?" the boy asked Lois, seeing her preparing to finish him off with her attack. Even though Lois thought that the boy signed his death certificate by signing a pact with the devil, she knew the Southern royal family was there to shelter him even from the falling sky, let alone the devil. She did not want to take a chance with the completion of her mission, especially not to a devil. "What?" Lois paused in her tracks and asked the boy. "Your reward, the ass whooping of your life." The boy scorned Lois. With his borrowed demigod prowess, the boy was no longer afraid of Lois, rather he somewhat looked down on Lois. She was not able to kill him when he was a card soldier and did not have the power to fight back, yet she was boasting about killing him now. "Boy, aren't you too cocky for someone living on borrowed time and power? Tell me, do you regret making a pact with the devil for your sugar mama?" Lois taunted the boy in response to his scorn-filled words. As someone who gained her current realm and power with hard work, Lois was provoked to see someone with borrowed power looking down on her. "No, I don't. She thinks we are lovers. And I strongly believe that love should be repaid with love. Not to mention, I consider myself very generous," the boy answered, turning to look at the silly girl being carried away by his clone. She jumped in front of the demigod realm's suicide bomber for him, without a second thought, and did not complain. The boy still did not know if love was just fooling oneself. Nonetheless, he knew for that silly girl today, he was willing to risk his life. Just recalling the moment when that girl did not hesitate to sacrifice herself for him, a stupid grin showed on the boy's face. But the grin disappeared as he felt the presence of Lois within the midsection of his spiritual channel. In an instant, Lois appeared behind him, but before she could launch her sneak attack on the boy, she saw two heads grow out of the back of the boy's head, with a 120-degree space between all three heads. Then the two new pairs of boys' eyes established eye contact with her with an insane reaction speed. Glancing into the two pairs of eyes, Lois was shocked and stopped in her tracks, then immediately retreated, sensing two pairs of hands growing out of the boy's shoulder blade and floating toward her, as if planning to capture her. The four arms followed Lois for a while until she retreated far and vanished into her spiritual channel. Then they returned to the boy and floated behind him along with the two floating heads. Feeling the threat gone, Lois returned to the physical plane. Then she looked at the boy with 3 heads and 6 arms with great horror and asked, "What the FCK are you?" "Your death," the boy answered, bombarding Lois with his horrifying, baleful aura, jolting her awake from her shock. While engaging with Anna and her grandma, I was monitoring every little action of the demigods and a semi-demigod, cornering me, with the help of the Hive AI and my slave consciousnesses. Then I was suddenly alerted by a malicious intent attacking my Calamity Soul Gem. Soon, I learned that the malicious intent attacking my Calamity Soul Gem was trying to break into it, and that it originated from the spiritual end of my spiritual channel, which meant the malicious intent was attacking me from within the spiritual plane. Learning that there were abilities that could attack a person from within the spiritual plane, I was never more proud of the Dungeon Calamity Seed covering my Calamity Soul Gem. Nonetheless, the question was, who was attacking my Calamity Soul Gem? Was it one of the people from the second group that arrived with Anna's grandma? Or someone else who had yet to show themselves? For now, I decided to scan the malicious intent and try and match it with the 3 from the second group that appeared with Anna's grandma. And it did not take me long to get the result. Turns out it was not the demigods, but the semi-demigod chick. It was her intent that was trying to break into my Calamity Daughter Gem. I bet on the attacker being a demigod, thinking that the demigods could travel through the spiritual plane. But it seems I had underestimated the semi-demigod chick with a peculiar physique that connected her right eye to the world. Considering that the semi-demigod chick's physique was connected to the world, it made sense that she could attack others through the spiritual plane. No wonder she tagged along with the demigods. Then I looked at the semi-demigod chick from the corner of my eyes. Despite the darkness blocking our sight, I felt that our eyes meet, so I unconsciously sneered at her, knowing that if she wanted to assassinate me through the spiritual realm, she could forget it. She would never be able to break through the dungeon calamity seed cover protecting my calamity soul gem. Yet, I ended up making her a priority to watch out for because I did not know what else her physique was capable of. And by now she should have realized that my calamity soul gem was different from other ego gems. But I was not freaked out about that because I planned to explain the calamity soul gem as a mutated ego gem and a part of my physique. It was up to them whether they believed me or not, but in the end they had to take my word for it. But within a few minutes, the demigod suicide bomber made me regret focusing too much on the semi-demigod and ignoring his suspicious activities. Fortunately, Anna came to my rescue, though it was not necessary. I may sound ungrateful, but I really did not require saving as I had other preparation in place. These preparations I speak of came in handy when the semi-demigod suddenly vanished and her compressed body appeared in the midsection of my spiritual channel. Then she instantaneously appeared right behind me with her hand sticking through my chest. If not for my prior preparations, I might really have died from her sneak attack. The prior preparation I speak of had a lot to do with the myriad devil body rune card that I had gained by sacrificing Mike Brown to my blood fate plunder rune. This rune card by itself had infinite possibilities, but when used in combination with my calamity soul gem, it was able to achieve miraculous things that I previously could not achieve or had difficulty attaining. The best and the most important of all was that by using the myriad devil transformation ability of the myriad devil body rune card with the calamity daughter gem of my calamity soul gem, I could create an infinite number of calamity soul gems. I could turn a calamity daughter gem into a calamity soul gem using the myriad devil transformation ability, giving me the ability to create an infinite number of calamity soul gems, which meant that if I wanted to, I could create an infinite number of original bodies of myself for my mutated soul to move into. The only weakness of my calamity soul gem was that there was only one of them. If it were to be captured by the enemy, then it was game over for me. But now with the possibility of me being able to create an infinite number of calamity soul gems, I could just move my mutated soul into another calamity soul gem when my calamity soul gem gets captured or faces imminent danger. I could just use it to escape from any trap like I did when the semi-demigod chick impaled her hand into my chest. As for my body turning into a swarm of insects, it was a trick I created using the myriad devil transformation to hide the tracks of my abandoned calamity soul gem. Before stepping into the Sky Blossom City, I had stashed a few newly created calamity soul gems in different places, just in case of any unforeseen circumstances. So when the semi-demigod attacked me, I transferred my mutated soul to one of the newly created calamity soul gems that I stashed on the outskirts of the city, while turning my abandoned body into a swarm of insects using the myriad devil transformation. As for someone else discovering the calamity soul gems I stashed in the outskirts, I would be reminded before they detonated themselves and exploded for getting exposed. As of now, I was partially immortal. As long as there was one calamity soul gem on this world, I would be able to escape death by moving my mutated soul into it. This was why I was really glad that I decided to take revenge on the Circle's Sun Blossom City branch and sacrificed Mike to my blood plunder rune. I had the myriad devil body rune card to thank for my new partial immortality, but it came with some restrictions. For example, in dungeons, if I am inside a dungeon, all my connection to the outside world gets limited, and I cannot access the Grimoire network or use Hive AI to contact Calamity Daughter Gem outside. Meaning if I were to die in the dungeon, I cannot move my mutated soul into a pseudo-Calamity soul gem located outside of the dungeon, but it's another thing if I had pseudo-Calamity soul gems hidden in the dungeon. Pseudo-Calamity soul gem? The Calamity Soul Gem created using Calamity Daughter Gem and Myriad Devil Transformation are just shells of Calamity Soul Gem without my mutated soul within them. so I thought it would be better to call the Calamity Soul Gems without my mutated soul within them pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem. Anyway, apart from my partial immortality being limited within the dungeons, it was also weak to curses. But my mutated Voltronian physique, Gigamite, seemed to have strong resistance to curses. Voltronian physique in general seems to have strong resistance to curses. But this resistance was only limited to the curses of the same realm, not curses of the higher realm that I have been facing these past few days, making me grateful for the dummy ring given to me by Anna. Speaking of Anna, apart from our conflicted interest regarding silver milk powder and her occasional non-consensual sexual behavior with me, she has been pretty good to me. So much so that these past few days I preferred having her around and had grown dependent on her, which I saw as a sign of threat, thinking, what if someday the Southern royal family were to turn on me? No. To be exact, what if someday Anna were to favor her family over me? Then without her by my side, I would be crippled. This was why I wanted to expand my connections as soon as possible. Fearing for the what if, I was conflicted and acted out, but seeing the silly girl throw herself at death for me, I understood that instead of preparing for the unknown future, I should fight hard to protect the present I prefer so that it can grow into a future that I dreamed of having. This was the enlightenment I got from Anna's willingness to sacrifice herself for me. So, when I saw the semi-demigod chick's nonstop sneak attacks use Anna like a baseball, instead of running away like it was not my problem, I decided to do what I can. That girl came to my rescue every single time I needed her in one way or another, and that was why I planned to do everything in my power to assist her. As a card soldier currently, I could do nothing to help Anna, except for revealing my location to the semi-demigod to divert her attention from Anna to me. But knowing Anna, she would desperately try to stop the semi-demigod from reaching. In the end, the only thing I could think of to help Anna would instead end up being counterproductive. It's a sin to be weak. This helpless feeling never gets old. When I was out of ideas, I remembered the card given to me by Jill. She did give me the card saying it will be helpful in my time of need. Card name, equal exchange. Card type, demonic card. Card rank, a rank, rare grade. Card rate, 8 stars. Card effect, you can exchange anything you want in exchange for anything of equal value. Note, do not equip it. Like Jill said, this card was indeed a demonic card that could help me, but she undersold its helpfulness to me. I don't know if it was because she wasn't aware of it or she did not think it was necessary. I say so because this card was not what it said it was, meaning the card info shown on the card was false. If not for my soul pupils, even I would not have seen through the trickery of this card. Using the Hive AI along with my soul pupils, I finally decoded the real card info. Card name, Devil Merchant. Card type, demonic summons card. Card rank, --. Card rate, --. Card effect. Using this card, the user can summon the Devil Merchant, Belphegor. The user can exchange or buy anything they want for a reasonable price from the Devil Merchant. Additional effect, Devil's Pact. Caution, once the card is equipped, the user cannot unequip it without summoning the devil once. Note, the summoned Devil Merchant will follow the merchant code and not intervene with the summoner's world order. Devil's Pact. This pact serves as the proof of deal between the Devil Merchant and the customer. This pact also allows the user to borrow anything from the Devil Merchant for the promise of making the payment at a later date. Note, Devil's Pact is governed by Devil Merchant Code, and it is advised that the parties involved sign it at their discretion. Reading the true card info of the card given to me by Jill, I learned it was not just any demonic card, but a demonic summons card that would summon a devil. It was not actually called Equal Exchange, but Devil Merchant when used it would summon a devil named Belphegor, who would grant me anything in exchange for something of equal value. And if I don't plan to pay now, I could pay for it later by entering a Devil's Pact with the Devil Merchant Belphegor. One would forsake any notion of equipping this card based on the caution stated by the card, but considering my situation, I did not have many options, so forgive me if I was considering equipping it. Equipping the Devil Merchant card aside, even if I were to go through with it, what do I ask for? And exchange it for what? The answer was simple but difficult at the same time. How far was I willing to go to help Anna? How far was I willing to go to help Anna? Better yet, how much did Anna mean to me? The answer was obvious. Realizing this, without any hesitation and delay, I equipped the Devil Merchant card and summoned the Devil Merchant Belphegor. Soon a jet-black monster worm appeared in front of me. Then it looked at itself and made a weird noise which I understood as, I don't remember giving my card to a worm. Then the jet-black monster worm turned to look at me and asked, Are you really a monster worm? Does it matter? I conveyed to the jet-black monster worm using the monster worm communication method. Right, it doesn't matter, the jet-black monster worm agreed with me. Then I inquired about the jet-black monster worm's identity. You are. Not wanting to make any assumptions because when it comes to devils, assuming something based on their actions and tricky words would prove deadly, as they are known to thrive on trickery. They especially enjoy tricking their victims into an eternity of misery, sorrow, and pain. Isn't it obvious? The jet-black monster worm said. Obvious what? I asked, not planning to answer it. Demon Merchant Ezra, here to grant you your desire for a fee. The jet-black worm introduced itself. Hearing the jet-black worm's introduction, I looked at it in suspicion. Had I not read the real card info, I would have believed in its fake introduction. Why would the devil bother with a fake name? Was it to misuse the devil pact? I had a hypothesis, but it was best if I did not jump to any conclusion. Because I did not know anything about devil merchant codes and devil pact, it was uncharted territory for me. I had to stay calm and be smart about it. Are you the demon merchant Ezra? Is your name Ezra? I asked the jet-black worm to get confirmation from it. Didn't you hear what I said? The jet-black monster worm dodged answering my questions. Hearing the jet-black monster worm, I did not bust its lie. Instead, patiently asked, I heard you. That is why I am asking to confirm if you are demon merchant Ezra? Are you dumb? The jet-black monster worm continued to dodge answering my questions. For the sake of this discussion, let's say I am. So, are you the demon merchant Ezra? I continued to ask the jet-black worm the same question about its name and identity. I said, Demon Merchant Ezra, here to grant your desire for a fee. The jet-black monster worm repeated its fake introduction. If one were to carefully scrutinize its words, you may see that it never said that it was the demon merchant Ezra. And never in our conversation did it agree that it was the demon merchant Ezra. Despite my repeated inquiries, the jet-black monster worm stuck to its fake introduction. Had I not read the real info on the card, no matter how cautious I was, I would have fallen for its fake introduction. Because I had no choice but to take its word for it. What's the harm in that? When I enter a devil's pact with it, if it doesn't use its real name, then who am I supposed to hold responsible for the bargain we agreed on? Demon Merchant Ezra? That's a fake identity. Odds were there wasn't a demon merchant named Ezra to begin with. Was I overthinking it? No, I wasn't. For the sake of an example, let's say I agreed to exchange something with that devil on the spot, and not on a later date, and entered a devil's pact as proof of the agreement between me and the devil. Then I give the devil what it had asked of me in exchange for it promising me to fulfill my pre-stated desire, thinking that we had made the devil's pact. But here's the thing. The devil had used a false identity in the devil's pact, so it would not be valid under the devil merchant code, meaning the devil was under no obligation to uphold the agreement between us. In the end, I would be tricked into giving the devil something precious to me in exchange for nothing. Again, these were my hypotheses on how the devil merchant code worked and why the devil Belphegor kept trying to make me believe that it was demon merchant Ezra. The only way I can prove it was by learning the devil merchant code. And where do I learn that? I heard you the first time. So are you saying that you are demon merchant Ezra? I continued with devil's chart. Where did you get my card? The jet-black monster worm asked me with a frown. It seems to have realized that I was on to its trickery. Does that matter? I did not answer the jet-black monster worm, as the more it knew about me the easier it would be for it to trick me to my doom. No, it doesn't, jet-black monster worm said, shaking its head. I know that the jet-black monster worm would not play ball until it felt like it was tricking me. I did not have time for that. So I asked the jet-black monster worm, can I get the devil merchant code? Devil merchant code? How do you know about that? The jet-black monster worm asked me in surprise. Now I was sure that I knew something, but what I knew was not clear to it, and that bugged it. Does it matter? I asked the devil, having resolved to reveal as little information about me to it as possible, though I wasn't clear on the fact of how much the devil knew about me. No, it doesn't. If you want it, I can get you the devil merchant code. For an appropriate price. I can get you anything. No, it doesn't. If you want it, I can get you the devil merchant code. For an appropriate price. I can get you anything. The jet-black monster worm's replay was full of deceit. I cannot catch a break with this guy. Everything he said was misleading, and it wasn't technically a lie in some way, it was true. He reminds me of the ad agencies back on Earth. If I were not carefully scrutinizing every word that came out of the jet black monster worm's mouth, I would have been led to believe that I would have to pay a price of equal value to get the devil merchant code from the jet black worm, when what the jet black monster worm said was entirely different. 1. Not if you want it, I can get you the devil merchant code. 2. For an appropriate price, I can get you anything you want. The jet black worm's tricky wordplay did not surprise me. After all, it was a devil, and that was expected of it. However, I would be surprised if it wasn't deceitful. Good. Then get me the devil merchant code, I said, immediately surprising the jet black worm, having seen through its falsehood. As I said, I can get you anything for a price. The jet black monster worm neither agreed to my request nor denied it. But from the looks of it, the jet black monster worm was ignoring my demand. Stop repeating yourself like an NPC and give me the devil merchant code, I said sternly, making sure the jet black monster would not be able to feign ignorance. NCP? What is that? The jet black worm asked me instead of giving me the devil merchant code. I blame myself for this one. Just give me the devil merchant code, I shouted, not bothering to entertain the devil's charade anymore. Devil merchant code, I have that, the jet black monster worm said. Give it to me, I ordered the devil. Fine. Do you want the copy or the original one? Let me tell you, the original one is precious and worth more than the copy. If you ask me, I recommend the copy, the jet black monster worm recommended. Are you telling me that I will have to pay for the original copy of the devil merchant code? I asked the jet black worm after hearing its remarks. What was I to make of the words? The original is more precious and more than the copy. For a price, I can get what you want, be it the original devil merchant code, the jet black worm monster declared confidently. I don't want the original devil merchant code. I want the original copy of the devil merchant code. I rectified the jet black monster worm's understanding how it had twisted my words. The original devil merchant code can also mean the very first devil merchant code. Considering its history, it would be priceless. As for the original copy of the devil merchant code that I asked for, it would not be worth much. And from my conversation with the jet black monster worm so far, I was getting a strong feeling that the original copy of the devil merchant code was something the jet black monster worm should be giving to its customers, but it chose not to unless it was pressed by them to give them the original copy of the devil merchant code. Here's the copy, the jet black monster worm said as it passed me the card it just summoned. I did not take the card from the jet black monster worm, instead asked him, is it the original copy of the devil merchant code? You want the copy or not? The jet black monster worm did not respond to me. Instead, it insisted on giving me its copy of something. Since it did not confirm that it was giving me the original copy of the devil merchant code, I really could not confirm what it was giving me. I want the original copy of the devil merchant code. I yelled at the jet black worm because it kept ignoring my demands and did whatever it felt like. The original devil merchant code, the original copy of the devil merchant code, and the copy of the original devil merchant code, all three of them were different. As I said earlier, the original devil merchant code was the first devil merchant code to be written. It was antique, making it priceless. As for the original copy of the devil merchant code, it was the exact copy of the first devil merchant code. As for the copy of the devil merchant code, it was a copy of the first devil merchant code copied by the jet black monster worm. Considering its actions so far, I don't think I can trust the copy made by the jet black monster worm. All this was my assumption based on my conversation with the jet black monster worm. I know I said one should not jump to assumptions or conclusions when dealing with the devil, but if I do that, it will be an endless circle of, he said, I said, between me and the jet black monster worm. Since I had limited time, I had to be smart about it. Yes, I could end up making mistakes, but I had to risk it. Otherwise, there would be no point to this if Anna was. I have personally made this copy of the devil merchant code. Here, take it. The jet black monster worm continued to insist on giving me its copy of the devil merchant code. At least this time it agreed that the copy it was giving me was the copy of the devil merchant code made by it. Give me the original copy of the devil merchant code, Belphegor. I yelled at the jet black monster worm in the monster worm communication method. How do you know my name? The jet black monster worm asked me. The shock of me calling it by its true name was apparent in the jet black monster worm's voice. Does it matter? Just give me the original copy of the Devil Merchant Code, Belphegor. I repeated myself, but it was worth it because Belphegor couldn't seem to feign ignorance to my demands anymore. I say so because he handed me the original copy of the Devil Merchant Code. And with this it's about time, I made this devil my itch, like how I used the laws of the countries to make their pretend democratic governments my itchies. I can smell somebody I know on you. Who is it? Who betrayed me? The jet-black monster worm asked. Shut up, Belphegor. I ordered the devil. Turns out that as long as I use the devil's true name, it cannot choose to ignore my commands. Commands? At its core, the Devil Merchant card was a demonic summons card. Like in any other summons card, the summons follow the command of the summoner without a doubt. Similarly, the Devil Merchant summon using this demonic summons card has to follow the orders of its summoner. But the rules of using this card were different. Similar to all the summons cards, how summons don't harm the user. The summon devil or demon using a demonic summons card will not harm the user, but it's another thing if the user commands them to. That's where the trick rules of using these demonic summons cards come in. If I had not gotten my hands on the original copy of the Devil Merchant Code, I would not have understood why the devil finally chose to give me the original copy of the Devil Merchant Code when I asked it to instead of feigning ignorance like it usually chose to. It was because I had used its true name. If I don't address the devil using its true name, the rules of the Devil Merchant cards do not bind the summoned devil. No wonder this guy tried to confuse me into thinking he was Demon Merchant Ezra. Going through the Devil Merchant Code, I realized that it was a pretty standard set of rules used by merchants in any trade. It did feel like it favored the Devil Merchant over their summoner, but the wide range of desires they can grant their summoners made do for that. As with any trade, the devil trade also came down to negotiation. And the devils were known for being skilled negotiators. Not to mention the devil seemed to be at the advantage as there wasn't a set price for the desires it could grant. This also meant I have no idea of the cost I would have to pay for what I needed. For example, if I crave water, the devil can get me a glass of water. However, nobody was stopping it from asking me for my soul in exchange for the water. If I were trapped in a desert for eternity, maybe I would consider exchanging my soul for a glass of water, but now? This was my dilemma. I had the user manual for the Devil Merchant, but I didn't know what I could get from it for a price I was willing to part with. While I was contemplating in my mind, the jet-black monster worm was fuming, unable to speak its mind, as I had commanded it to shut up using its true name. Seeing its current dilemma, I wondered if it was a devil. I mean, the devils were on par with the demigods, or of a higher level in existence. I could not help but wonder why a being of that level would create something like a Devil Merchant card that will bind its powers. So much so that it would have to follow the commands of a card soldier. Why was that? Were the devils masochists by nature? Did they get off on this? Was it for my soul? Why go through all this trouble to collect a mortal soul? How hard is it for a devil to get a mortal soul? I don't understand. There had to be something these devils stood to gain from this, otherwise they would not go through all this trouble. Belphegor, tell me, as a devil, why would you go through all this trouble to trick a mortal's soul? Though I had used the devil's true name to ask him this question, I did not expect him to answer me because this question had nothing to do with trade. You think a mortal's soul has the power to summon a devil? Funny, the devil laughed and then added, from what I can gather, you don't know anything about a devil merchant, but you somehow know about the Devil Merchant Code and my true name and realm. Makes me wonder. I let the devil speak. The more talkative it got, the easier it was for it to slip something that I could use while keeping in mind that I can't trust anything it says. Dealing with the devil was like dealing with corporate lawyers. The devil's habit of carefully choosing its every word reminded me of those sneaky and manipulative jerks. You saw through the enchantment of my demonic summon card, didn't you? That was how you came to know about the Devil Merchant Code, my true name, and my true realm. Belphegor monitored my soul energy signature to check if his guess was right, and then laughed out loud. I knew there had to be something special about your soul for you to summon me. I hit it big this time, a mortal soul that can see through my enhancement. So, are you telling me that if my soul wasn't special, I would not have been able to summon you, and instead would have used the equal exchange card like regular mortal souls would have? I asked the devil. No wonder Jill did not know that the demonic card equal exchange that she gave me was actually a Devil Merchant demonic summons card. Turns out the demonic card given to me by Jill had a condition on it. If an average mortal soul were to use it, then it would act as the demonic card equal exchange. However, if the card was used by a special mortal soul, then the devil Belphegor would be summoned. The reason the devil went through the trouble of making this card was to get his hands on the special mortal souls he speaks of. Though I don't know why the devil seems to like to collect special souls. Now I know for sure it wanted my soul, and how rare my soul was. Knowing self-worth and what the opposite party wants was a good start in a negotiation. I want your soul, and you want to save that girl. So let's make this happen, Belphegor said instead of going into detail about special mortal souls as I asked him to. It wasn't surprising that he knew I wanted to save Anna. But still, not knowing how he knew that I summoned him to save Anna was bothering me. Not to forget, the devil doesn't just give you what you want. They always leave their client in more misery than before they meet them. Belphegor was working an angle here. I don't see it just yet. Also, he forgot to consider that nobody wants to give up their souls. No, not happening. I immediately rejected Belphegor's proposal. I wasn't buying his act. Why was he suddenly so easy to talk to? If Belphegor knows that I summoned him to save Anna, then he should know that I don't have much time on my hands to continue this negotiation. He should be taking advantage of this fact instead. He decided to just give me what I wanted, though he did ask for my soul. However, this was just too easy. Was I missing something, or were special mortal souls just too irresistible for devils? Why is that? Don't you want to save that girl? Her physique and bloodline are durable, but how long do you think she can hold on against that cutie's attacks? Belphegor tried to persuade me, but instead, he pointed me in a direction I did not consider before. What if his sudden change was not about me or my special mortal soul? It was entirely about somebody else. For example, the semi-demigod chick that Belphegor referred to as cutie. When did the devil start to call a mortal soul so endearingly? This slimeball was not just aiming for my soul, but the soul of the semi-demigod chick attacking Anna. Considering that the physique of the semi-demigod chick allowed her to connect with this card world, I bet her soul met the criteria to be a special soul in Belphegor's books. Belphegor planned to collect 2 special souls at the cost of 1 desire, which explained the sudden change in his attitude. No wonder he went as far as to persuade me into considering his offer. That's just great. I could use this to my advantage. I say so because this meant I wasn't the only one pressed by time. Belphegor was too. Let's consider the offer Belphegor put in front of me. He promised to save Anna in exchange for my soul. However, saving Anna also meant killing the semi-demigod chick attacking Anna. Belphegor doesn't have to kill the semi-demigod chick, but he will kill her to get his hands on her special soul, as the souls killed by the devil would be dragged to hell by them. Considering the semi-demigod chick's physique connected her to the worlds, it would not be surprising to think that Belphegor had other plans for her soul. This led me to believe that in some ways Belphegor wanted the semi-demigod's soul more than my soul, as I had a feeling that her soul would help Belphegor invade this world. This was just me assuming based on her physique, which seemed like a doorway to this world's will. You are right, it doesn't seem like she will be able to hold on for long, I said as if I was considering Belphegor's words. But there was a problem. I had all the tools I needed, but I did not know what it was that I could get from Belphegor. I know I did this to save Anna and all, but since I am here, I plan to get the most out of it. What was it that I could get from Belphegor? He was in some other realm. Was his power even valid here in this world? Kid, just say the word, said Belphegor confidently. This guy was charismatic. His words made me feel if I agree with him, all my problems will go away. How do you plan to save her? You are just a devil monster worm. How strong can you be in this world? As strong as a demigod. We both know a demigod is not enough to save her. I laid out the facts for Belphegor. Even if he was a devil when he appears in this plane, his ability will be at most of the demigod realm, and the semi-demigod chick had already shown that she had no problem dealing with a demigod. Let me worry about that. Belphegor dodged my question. Answer me, Belphegor. I commanded the devil using his true name. Devil Merchant Code will save me from the suppression of this world's will as long as I am completing the task of my client. Belphegor answered me reluctantly. You gotta be kidding. This wasn't mentioned in the original copy of the Devil Merchant Code you gave me. Belphegor, tell me why it was not mentioned in the original copy of the Devil Merchant Code you gave me. I asked Belphegor in anger, feeling that I was tricked. Because the original copy of the Devil Merchant Code I gave you was the customer copy. Belphegor wasn't thrilled to tell me this. Does that mean there is a Devil Merchant copy or something similar? I yelled and then added, "Answer me, Belphegor." "Yes, there is, and we called it the merchant copy," Belphegor said, as if my adding devil to everything related to his profession was bothering him. "Belphegor, give me the original merchant copy of the Devil Merchant Code," I commanded the devil. "I cannot," Belphegor answered resolutely. "Why can I not get the original merchant copy of the Devil Merchant Code, Belphegor?" I asked in frustration. "Because the original merchant copy of the Devil Merchant Code is only given to the devil merchants," Belphegor answered while gloating at my irritation. "Then how can I get the original merchant copy of the Devil Merchant Code, Belphegor?" Since the devil kept claiming that it could get me anything for a price, it was about time I tested it. Belphegor stalled, not wanting to answer. "Belphegor, answer me." I pressed the devil to answer me using its true name. "By becoming a devil merchant, or in your case a demon merchant, you can get the original merchant copy of the Devil Merchant Code," Belphegor answered me grudgingly. "Hold up. You are telling me I can become a devil merchant, no, a demon merchant?" I immediately asked the devil, finding its words unbelievable. "Yes, you can become a demon merchant," Belphegor responded, but his voice made it sound like I was extorting information out of him. He should have known that this day would come when he'd choose to become a devil merchant. Why stop there? Belphegor, why? You know what I am going to ask you next, so why not just tell me how I can become a demon merchant before I ask? I asked the devil, seeing that it continued to answer just what I asked it to and nothing more. Would you believe my answer if you did not ask the question using my true name? The devil was right. I would not believe any information it voluntarily gave me, but if it were to do so, then I can use it to understand what it was scheming. You are right. Belphegor, be dear and tell me how I can become a demon merchant. As of now, I had no idea as to what were the benefits of becoming a demon merchant except for gaining the merchant copy of the Devil Merchant Code. But there must be something that drove all these demons and devils to willingly be suppressed by the Devil Merchant Code to become demon/devil code. As for what I was planning to do with the original merchant copy of the Devil Merchant Code, it was pretty obvious. I wanted to level the playing field between me and Belphegor. The merchants played by a different set of rules compared to the customers. For you to become a demon merchant, there are 3 ways. 1. Be chosen by Devil Merchant Code. 2. Get recommendations from 3 demon merchants. 3. Get a recommendation from 1 devil merchant. For one to be chosen by the Devil Merchant Code, they need to be a demon in the Dark Realm. So you can forget option number 1, however you can try your luck with the other 2 options. Belphegor briefly explained the 3 ways one could become a demon merchant, and that only 2 of them worked for me. But what intrigued me most was that in this conversation Belphegor addressed the Devil Merchant Code as if it were a living entity, causing my interest in Devil Merchant Code to peak. Why would I be interested in Devil Merchant Code? The Devil Merchant Code could suppress the power of strong, pride-filled devils and make them willingly submit to it. It could help them suppress the suppression of the world's will of their customer's world. And now I learned that it could choose who gets to be a demon/devil merchant as if it had a mind of its own. I would not be me if I were not intrigued by such an existence. Belphegor, you are a devil, I said, glancing at the devil endearingly. Belphegor looked at his customer dumbfoundedly. He was without words. He was here to trick this customer of his into selling his special mortal soul, not to recommend him to become a demon merchant. Belphegor, come on, don't act like a stranger now, I said, moving closer to the jet-black monster worm. You need to know that every devil/demon merchant gets 1 recommendation per decade, Belphegor said, realizing he was in the presence of a shameless being, and a simple no would not be sufficient to get it off his back. Great. Belphegor, you must have saved many recommendations in your lifetime. I had decided to become a demon merchant not just to get the merchant copy of the Devil Merchant Code, but to get close to the Devil Merchant Code. Belphegor was astonished by the shamelessness of his customer and thought, that's what you gathered from what I just said. Belphegor, don't be shy. You must have saved quite a lot of recommendations. Lend me one, I said, standing next to the jet-black monster worm. A demon/devil merchant cannot accumulate the recommendations they get per decade. If they don't use it in the given decade, then the recommendation expires, Belphegor announced. That's even better. Belphegor, lend me your recommendation, and when I become a demon merchant, I will lend you mine, I said immediately. Demon/devil merchants cannot trade their recommendations among themselves, Belphegor said and hurriedly added. I am not going to give you my recommendation. Just forget it. Do you even plan to save that girl or not? That means you have not used your recommendation for this decade yet. Great. I was enthused to hear Belphegor had not used his recommendation yet. Did you not just hear me say, I will not give you my recommendation? Belphegor would have left already if two special mortal souls weren't at stake. Belphegor, what happened to you can get me anything for a fee. I want your recommendation to become a demon merchant. Name your price. I know Belphegor wouldn't just give me his recommendation, but there was a point to me acting shameless. Now I knew exactly how precious the recommendation of a devil/demon merchant was. Had I directly asked Belphegor to exchange his recommendation for a price, I would be walking into a fierce negotiation blind. But now I had no problem leading the negotiation. Wait, what about that girl? The jet-black monster worm asked, pointing its head toward the one-sided battle between Anna and the semi-demigod chick. What about her? I asked Belphegor, feigning ignorance. As for Anna, Belphegor wanted the battle between Anna and the semi-demigod chick to last longer. Because the only way Belphegor could get two special mortal souls at the price of one was if I asked him to help save Anna. Only in that way, he could descend into this world with his full prowess with the help of the Devil Merchant Code and kill the semi-demigod chick to fulfill my desire, ultimately allowing him to harvest her and my soul. Don't play dumb with me, Belphegor shouted. Buddy, calm down. What's wrong? Tell Big Brother. What's troubling you? Big Brother? Kid, are you mocking me? The jet-black monster worm glared at me, and an ominous aura covered my monster worm body. Was I not obvious enough? I asked the devil with a scorn-filled gaze. How dare you, a puny mortal, look down on me? The ominous aura oozing out of the jet-black monster worm strengthened by a few folds. Shut the FCK up, Belphegor. I cussed Belphegor, knowing that he could not hurt me since I knew his true name. The jet-black monster worm glared at me, but did not dare to speak a word. But his glare spoke all he wanted to say. I bet you are regretting your choice to become a devil merchant right about now, aren't you, Belphegor? I taunted Belphegor. Regret? Kid, you still don't know what true regret is, Belphegor said grudgingly. Woo, I am so scared. I continued with my antics as I needed Belphegor railed up so that I could get him to do something stupid in a fit of rage. FCK you, damned mortal. Do you not care about that girl's life and death? Belphegor cussed me and brought up Anna to remind me that I did not have enough time. I don't know, you tell me. After all, you are the devil. You must have sensed who all are in the surrounding by now, right? With so many people watching over her, she doesn't need me to save her. I bluffed. Hopefully, the devil will buy it. My bluff wasn't without merit. I had heard the enemy demigod say that Field Marshal Heatsin would step in or something. Hearing the Heatsin name, I knew that it was one of Anna's strong relatives. For some reason, this relative of Anna had not made a move yet, but the devil did not know that. So I used this relative of Anna as a prop for my bluff. Optimistically, this prop was enough for the devil to buy my bluff. Kid, tell me the real reason behind why you summoned me. Belphegor was aware of the powerful presence in his surroundings that could threaten him, but he was not worried, as the Devil Merchant Code would protect him as long as he abided by the rules. You tell me, I said, trying to sound mysterious. It was bugging me that I did not know how the devil knew that I summoned it to save Anna, but now that I had tricked it into thinking otherwise, I felt a little better, and confirmed that the devil cannot read minds, but it just made an educated guess based on clues in the surrounding. Especially the ring that my monster worm body had donned. If one were to carefully scrutinize it, they would realize that the ring did not belong to me, but Anna. From there, it was easy speculation and assumption, hoping that you got it right. I give up. You tell me what you want. Belphegor gave up without even trying. It seems he was losing patience now that he was no longer in control of the conversation. As a devil, Belphegor believes to think of himself as the smartest person anywhere he goes, but now that he realized he wasn't, Belphegor was losing patience. Usually, those that summoned him would do so out of helplessness or greed, but the one in front of him did not show either. Instead, this customer led him to believe that he was helpless and desperate to make a devil's pact, and used that sentiment to get him to reveal various information he would never share with a customer. Fear, confusion, naivety, desperation, anger, revenge, helplessness, greed, lust, etc. These emotions were the elements Belphegor used to play with those that summoned him and trick them into selling their special mortal souls for nothing. But today, it was different. The customer that summoned him was using these elements to play with him, the devil. Belphegor naively believed his customer was helpless and desperate to sign a devil's pact, then was confused having learned that his customer was neither helpless nor desperate to sign a devil's pact. The presence of two special mortal souls ignited greed in Belphegor's greedy heart. He would do anything or go to any lengths to own these two special mortal souls. The mortal customer knew his true name, along with that the presence of mortals that had near transcendence raised fear in his dauntless mind. This customer used his true name to treat him like an average servant and keep insulting him every chance he got, which enraged Belphegor and left him wanting to take revenge on this mortal. For the first time, Belphegor felt regret. His pride as a devil had taken a huge hit being led by his nose by a customer. He was embarrassed. He wanted to leave and send an army of demon worshippers to hunt this mortal down, but he did not leave as his greed for two special mortal souls wouldn't let him do that. All in all, Belphegor felt like his many victims, which only enraged and embarrassed him further. So much so that Belphegor started to fantasize about the various ways he would torture the special soul of this customer of his once he gets his hands on it. If you want to play like that, then fine, have it your way. Seeing Belphegor show no resistance, I knew he wanted to let me think I outsmarted him and reveal what I really wanted from him. Therefore, I looked straight into the beady eyes of the jet-black monster worm and said, "Let me start by telling you what you want. You want my special soul along with that semi-demigod chick's special soul. But you are not willing to pay the full price for both souls. You want to get them at the price of one, or even less. That is where I come in, and why you keep bringing that girl up. You plan to use me to descend to this world and harvest both of our special souls. Feel free to correct me if I missed something." The jet-black monster worm looked away from my eyes, fearing they could read his mind. "Belphegor," I said, "feel free to add anything I missed." I commanded Belphegor to answer me, even though I knew that I could not use the devil's true name to force it to answer anything not related to trade, because it did not matter to me, as I did this as a power move. "Kid, you seem to be forgetting who you are talking to," Belphegor thundered. Ignoring the devil's fiery emotions, I commanded it. "Belphegor, tell me the price for you to recommend me to become a demon merchant." Earlier, I sidetracked a little to get the tensions high enough for me to get Belphegor to promise me what I wanted despite his sense of judgment telling him otherwise. "All right, if you want my recommendation that badly, then I will tell you the price. 2 special mortal souls. Not just any special mortal souls, I want your and her souls. That's the price you will have to pay for my recommendation to Devil Merchant Code for you to become a demon merchant." Belphegor answered me grudgingly. He seemed to be a little thrilled and looking forward to what I will say next. "Belphegor, what are special mortal souls?" I asked, looking at the devil with a sneer. Now that the devil had asked special mortal souls in exchange for its recommendation, it had made my questions relevant and related to trade. This way, Belphegor had to answer my question to the best of his knowledge. The jet-black monster worm glared at me silently for a while, and I did not rush it as I was enjoying its irritation. Afterward, it said, "Special mortal souls are mortal souls that have undergone enlightenment or mutation to gain unique abilities. When these special mortal souls enter the river of souls and step into the cycle of reincarnation, they can carry the unique abilities they had gained through enlightenment or mutation to their next life and other lives to come." Listening to the explanation of the jet-black monster worm, I understood what characterized a mortal soul as a special mortal soul. But I wondered if my soul was a special mortal soul even before I mutated it into a mutated soul with multiple consciousnesses. Since my soul had transmigrated to this world with no notable side effects, I would like to believe that even if it did not meet the criteria to be a special mortal soul according to Belphegor's definition, it had something special about it. They say we are born with nothing and die with nothing, but the special mortal souls proved that saying wrong. So I felt good knowing that I will be able to carry my mutated soul to the next life if I have one. Now I knew what a special soul was, but I did not understand why these special souls were an attraction to the devil so much that it was willing to suffer such humiliation and embarrassment under a mortal's hand. I mean, being able to be reborn with unique abilities was good and all, but why does the devil care so much about it? What use does the devil have for these special mortal souls? Speaking of people with special mortal physiques, I knew 3 people who would fit this description: Corey, Clown Mask, and Courtney. I am not so sure about Clown Mask and Courtney, but Corey definitely had a special mortal soul. Wait, wasn't Corey Park a demon in one of Corey's past life? Maybe I should talk to her about this. Hopefully, she will have the answers to my questions. Because as much as I would like to bicker with Belfegor and get the answers I wanted, I don't think Anna's body would be able to hold that long. So it was about time I commenced my plan. Belfegor, I don't feel that your recommendation is worth 2 special souls, especially not mine and her souls. How about a 1,000 median quality soul jades? That sounds fair, I said, pointing my monster worm head at the semi-demigod sneak attacking Anna nonstop. 1,000 median quality soul jades for a devil's recommendation to become a demon merchant. Have you lost your mind? And you have the gals to call it fair. Belfegor lashed out in rage. Hearing the price his customer put forward, he felt like the customer was shaming him. What about you? How is it any fair price to ask 2 special souls for a recommendation? I snapped back at Belfegor. Fine, then. What do you think is the fair price for my recommendation to the Devil Merchant Code to make you a demon merchant? Belfegor let me decide the price for his recommendation. As if you would trade with me if I were to state the fair price, I said, enunciating to the Belfegor that he only said this to check my bottom line and did not plan to make a trade with me. This way Belfegor could deliberately state a price higher than my bottom line, forcing me to take a loan with high interest rates. In a fair trade, this practice would be called malpractice, but the Devil Merchant Code had no rules against this. This was why I said the Devil Merchant Code favored the devil/demon merchants over the customers. Kid, in witness of the Devil Merchant Code, I, Devil Belfegor, promise you that if the price you are willing to pay for my recommendation is fair, I will make this exchange right away. Belfegor said so because he felt that with the realm of his customer, he would not be able to fork out anything except his special mortal soul that would be considered as a fair exchange for his recommendation. If the customer were to exchange his special mortal soul, then well and good. It aligned with his interest. Was Belfegor not worried that his customer would be able to fork out something of value other than his special mortal soul? After all, it was wearing an SSS rank item on its body. No, he was not, because he knew this item did not belong to the customer, but to his sponsor. And not to mention, a devil's recommendation to the Devil Merchant Code was worth a lot more than an SSS rank item. Belfegor was confident that even his customer's sponsor wouldn't be able to come up with an item that would be considered a fair trade for his recommendation quota. Wait, what? I was taken aback by Belfegor's sudden promise with the Devil Merchant Code was a witness, because for devil merchants this was similar and as serious as the card apprentice taking oath in witness of the world's will. Meaning, if I were to come up with something fair in exchange for his recommendation, as long as I want him to, Belfegor would have to undergo the exchange. Why would Belfegor do this to himself? Did he suddenly get cocky, thinking that someone of my realm will not be able to get something of equal value in exchange for his recommendation for the Devil Merchant Code to make me a demon merchant? If he did that, then that would be a really dumb move for a devil, but a lot easier for me to achieve my agenda. I looked at the jet black monster worm. Though I could not make out what expression it was making, it seemed like it was looking down on me. Unable to defeat me in the battle of wits and constrained by the Devil Merchant Code from using its strength on me, the only way the devil could think of gaining the upper hand was by showing off its wealth. A little snobbish for a devil, but I had left it no other option but to resort to this. Otherwise, in what sane mind would the devil make a promise with the Devil Merchant Code as a witness, stating that it would conduct an exchange for its recommendation quota with me if I were to provide it something of fair value? Since when did the devil start to do fair trade? But the devil was not wrong to think that I could not come up with a fair exchange for its Devil Merchant Code recommendation quota. Though I had amassed a little fortune, I did not have high-level ingredients on me except for my share of phantom sword woods from Jill's plantation and a few broken runes. However, all of them put together were nowhere near to being considered a fair exchange for the devil's recommendation quota. I was a card soldier. I never felt the need to have high-level ingredients. Even if I were to ever require one, I could always depend upon Anna. If you look at it this way, the devil's bet was right. Except for my special mortal soul, I did not have anything worth considering as a fair exchange for his recommendation. Looking at the silent monster worm, his customer, Belphegor felt as if a tiny fraction of his grievance against this customer of his was beginning to relieve, but this wasn't enough. He wanted to taunt the customer, but he never had to fight someone by showing off wealth, because, in the dark realms, there was a wise saying. If you want to live long, don't show off your wealth. Belphegor strongly believed in this saying. Just to show others that he was poor, he would let his demon army starve for days and hold back their pay for months. Not to forget the unnecessary and unreasonable pay cuts. He did all this to show others that he was poor, not because he was greedy. And now all of a sudden, he was showing off his wealth to a monster worm. Belphegor was out of his element. He knew how to hoard wealth, not how to act prodigal. However, Belphegor was experiencing a new kind of feeling showing off his wealth, a feeling that he had not experienced while making use of his brain or bronze. He did not know how to explain this feeling, but it felt good, especially since his strength and wit were of no use here. You must be really confident to have played this move, I said to the devil, feeling its snobbish gaze look down on me. I am not going to lie. The devil's snobbish gaze bothered me. Be it this life or the past one, I always hated snobbish people. It was one of the reasons why I made sure to separate time from my research work to amass wealth. Kid, it is not that I am confident. But I know for a fact that only those that don't have anything else will choose to summon a devil merchant as a last resort to gain what they want in exchange for their lifespan, their soul, the souls of their loved ones, sacrificing innocent souls, etc. Belphegor spoke these words out of his ages of experience as a devil merchant. Well, factor confidence. You will regret making a promise with the devil merchant code as a witness. I said, having thought of what would be of fair value to exchange for the devil's recommendation quota. Ha ha, let me be the judge of that. Just show what you got. Belphegor laughed out loud, hearing the customer say he will make him regret his actions. If he had a soul jade for every time someone said this to him, by now he would be the wealthiest devil in the dark realms. How about a demigod soul? That should be enough for your recommendation quota, right? I had demigod Redfall's soul stored away in the calamity trap array that I specially created to trap his soul, and had hidden him away in a heathen stone prison. I planned to exchange that for the devil's recommendation quota. Due to my realm restrictions, I cannot use a demigod soul, but it would fetch me a lot in the black market, and if I were to auction it, then it would definitely fetch me a big fortune. But there was a problem. Redfall's soul was being tracked by Asong and her goons, so I hid it in Bloodet's dungeon to escape the tracking of the demigod Redfall's soul candle card created by his mother, In Widow, currently in possession of Asong. With Asong and other related authorities tracking Redfall's soul, I could not use it for anything else. So it was in my best to sell it to the devil for his devil merchant code recommendation quota. Though I did not have it on me, I can give it to the devil at a later date. A demigod soul? Belphegor asked the monster worm in shock. Even before he could fully enjoy the joy of being a snob, he was now experiencing the face-slapping of his life. Yes, a demigod soul. To be accurate, not just any demigod soul, but a demigod soul that has been through the river of souls in the cycle of reincarnation. This will make it easier to refine the demigod's soul into an ingredient, I said earnestly. Refining a demigod's soul into an ingredient was very difficult, as the demigod's will in the soul would hinder the refining process, but once the soul has been through the river of souls, it would experience time erosion of the river of souls, making it easier to subdue the soul's demigod will and refine it. But fishing a soul out of a river of souls was not an easy task. No known successful attempts of having done that were noted so far. So a demigod soul that has been to the river of souls was a very rare commodity. Interestingly, demigod Redfall's soul wasn't in the river of souls for long enough to be affected by the time erosion of the river of souls. Not to mention he had cultivated the bloodline meaning of the blood rule. So even after death his will would put up a good fight if anyone were to try and refine him. But I forgot to tell these facts about Redfall's soul to the devil. This details. No way you have a demigod soul that has been to the river of souls to use it for a trade. Belphegor did not believe the monster worm's words. He was not to be blamed. Anybody in his place would have the same reaction. Who would believe that a low-level monster worm had a demigod soul that had been in the river of souls? Yes, I do, and I am willing to use my special mortal soul as collateral to bet on it. I did not hesitate to use my soul as collateral to prove to Belphegor that I was being serious. I had because I did not have demigod Redfall's soul on me. It was locked away in Blooddeath's dungeon. Belphegor looked at his monster worm customer in utter disbelief. What kind of low-level worm monster has a demigod soul ready for a trade, let alone a demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls? Belphegor was starting to doubt that this monster worm customer was not what he seemed. There may be more to him than he thought. He had seriously underestimated this monster worm. A demigod soul was a little shy of being called a fair trade for his recommendation, but the fact that it had been to the River of Souls changed that. Many think the souls that have been fished from the River of Souls were rare and expensive because these souls were easier to refine. They were not wrong, but that was not the complete truth. The real reason why the souls that have been to the River of Souls were considered rare and expensive was because of the breath of erosion on them. The breath of erosion could only be found in the souls that were in the River of Souls. But this breath of erosion gets erased as the souls enter the cycle of reincarnation. The souls with the breath of erosion were valued because there was a minimal chance that these souls could be refined into an item with the ability to erode everything. For example, rules, curses, the world's will, etc., making the souls that have been fished out from the River of Souls a very valuable rare commodity. But the power of this item was limited by the realm of the soul used to refine this item. However, a demigod realm soul with the breath of erosion could be used to create a mythical grade item, making its holder an unmatched existence. To say that the demigod soul that has been brought out of the River of Souls was a fair exchange for the Devil Merchant Code recommendation quota would be unfair because the demigod soul that had been to the River of Souls would fetch more than the Devil Merchant Code recommendation quota. Do you really have a demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls? Belphegor asked the monster worm customer, trying to mask his excitement. Yes, the chances of refining a soul with breath of erosion into an item with the ability of erosion were minimal, but who would not want to try creating such an item? Besides, it would be worth more for Belphegor than the recommendation quota that he gets every decade. Yes, I nodded my monster worm head. But I was surprised to see that Belphegor showing signs to exchange his recommendation quota for the demigod soul. This was unexpected. It seems I had underestimated the value of the demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls. Okay, then as promised, let's trade now. Belphegor spoke, nodding his jet-black monster worm head. Nope, you promised to trade, I didn't. I rejected Belphegor as my primary goal was not the Devil Merchant Code recommendation quota, but saving Anna. What? Did you not want my Devil Merchant Code recommendation quota? Belphegor asked the monster worm in surprise after being rejected by it. I do, but I feel like a demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls is worth more than your recommendation quota. I did not know why Belphegor seemed to be enthused to get his hands on a demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls, but with it now I had enough leverage to get him to do my bidding. Kid, you are funny. Belphegor looked at me as if I was joking, insinuating that I was a fool to think that my demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls was worth more than your recommendation quota. Belphegor, you can leave now. I used the devil's true name, commanding it to return. The card's note said that I could not unequip the card until I had summoned the Devil Merchant once. However, it never said that I had to make any trade with the Devil Merchant. Usually, since the summoner doesn't know the devil's true name, they cannot ask it to return after summoning it. Unfortunately for Belphegor, I knew his true name. Wait, fine. Your demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls is worth more than your recommendation quota. Don't be like this. Let's negotiate if you don't like the price. Belphegor immediately compromised, being commanded by the monster worm to return because he could not continue to act indifferent as he watched a demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls and two special mortal souls slip from his grasp. No, I am not interested in negotiating, but a bet. Are you up for it? I slowly led the conversation to my agenda. A bet? Belphegor asked me in confusion. Yes, a bet. If you win, you get the demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls, my special mortal soul, and a chance to harvest her special mortal soul. I said, pointing my worm head at the semi-demigod chick, and then continued to add. However, if you were to lose, I get your Devil Merchant Code recommendation quota. No, I don't want to enter the bet. Belphegor rejected without a second of consideration after hearing the stakes of the bet. He was greedy, but not a fool. Just the thought of losing everything and not gaining anything scared Belphegor. Then, shaking his jet-black monster worm head, he said, I made a promise to exchange for my recommendation quota if you offered a fair price, so I will ask you once again. Do you want to trade my Devil Merchant Code recommendation quota for your demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls? Wow. Just like that? You are not even going to consider that if you win the bet you will get everything you want without paying for it. I was surprised to see Belphegor not be swayed by the juicy winning stakes I offered to him and reject the bet. It seems I misread him. Belphegor was not just greedy but a hoarder. Someone like that would not take a risk of losing everything. It seems losing his wealth was what limited his greed. I seem to have not provoked him enough. Now if only I could do something about that. Yes, no doubt. So are we doing this trade, or should I just leave? Belphegor asked the monster worm, knowing if he stayed here any longer he may not be able to suppress his greed for the demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls and the two special mortal souls. Fine, let's trade. A Devil Merchant Code recommendation quota for my demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls. I agreed to the trade with Belphegor, having figured out just the thing that would provoke Belphegor enough to agree to my bet despite his better judgment. Good. I guess you do not have the demigod soul on your person. Belphegor said, knowing somebody of the monster worm's realm would prefer to stash something as valuable as the demigod soul someplace than carry on person. Yes, I can get you the demigod soul within a week. Until then, let's sign a devil's pact with my special mortal soul as collateral. That should do right. I did not have time to find Courtney and get the bonded storage card I stashed in Bloodette's dungeon seal. Therefore, I plan to enter a devil's pact with Belphegor, stating that I will pay him due demigod soul that has been to the River Souls within a week, and if I fail to do so, he can come to collect my soul. Only this way would I be able to get my hands on Belphegor's recommendation quota right away. Good. Will you draft the contract, or shall I? Belphegor would usually draft a crafty contract for his customers, but today it was different. His customer was not only smart, but also knew his true name. With Devil Merchant Code, watching there wasn't much room for Belphegor's tricks. Not to forget, even if he were to make the contract, the customer could always ask him to make some changes according to their concerns, making drafting a contract a troublesome chore, so Belphegor decided to throw the paperwork to his customer. I have already drafted a contract using your true name. Sign it, and give me the recommendation quota. I said, summoning my golden grimoire, which had the contract drawn under both our true names. As for the witness, both the card world's will and Devil Merchant Code were mentioned, and it had many other terms and agreements in line with the interest of both parties signing the trade contract, such as no-return policies, customer and merchant safety policies, and other standard stuff. I really couldn't appreciate the Hive AI enough. If not for it, I could not read the original customer copy of the Devil Merchant Codes or draft his solid contract within seconds. Everything seems fine. After going through the contract and finding no loopholes and flaws, Belphegor was impressed by the monster worm's thoroughness as he signed it, and then summoning a card, he handed it to the monster worm, saying, "Here's your Devil Merchant Code recommendation quota, Dalton Wyatt." Taking the card from Belphegor, I went through its card info only to find that it was bonded to the name I used in the contract. It was a good thing that I did not use a false name, otherwise it would be a real embarrassment to be caught red-handed. See you in a week, Belphegor said, preparing to leave, but I interrupted him, saying, "Belphegor, before you leave, do you want to know how I got the demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls?" Without waiting for Belphegor's answer, I began to narrate how I got my hands on demigod Redfall's soul, omitting the obvious details, but as soon as I said bloodline meaning of the blood rule, Belphegor immediately yelled, interrupting me. Bloodline meaning? Is that how this demigod soul was able to escape the River of Souls and descend to this world? Yes. Is there a problem? I asked Belphegor with mockery apparent in my voice. I need to be as much as jerk I could be about this so that I can provoke Belphegor enough to go against his better judgment. You left this information on purpose, didn't you? Belphegor was enraged. He was tricked by a mortal, no less. He wanted to rip the damn monster worm apart, even if he risked being penalized by the Devil Merchant Code, but the contract he signed had a very strict customer safety policy that stopped him from doing so. As, if he were to breach it, what would await him was not a penalty from the Devil Merchant Code, but a death sentence. Belphegor, congrats on becoming the first Devil Merchant to be tricked by a mortal customer, I said, looking at the jet-black monster worm, whose black beady eyes had turned red out of rage and embarrassment it felt for being tricked. Why you? "Take that back," Belphegor yelled. He never in his dream thought that one day he would be outsmarted and tricked by a mortal customer. All those that willingly summon a devil merchant because of their ambition think that they can trick the devil merchant but never succeed. But today one did. It was not that Belphegor never thought that the customer would try to outsmart him, but he did, and was especially on guard against this particular customer, but still things somehow ended up this way. Why he did not think there had to be a catch for someone with a low realm to have a demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls. It was because before he could consider that the monster worm named Dalton Wyatt drew his thoughts toward himself using the ruse of a wager. Belphegor was too busy thinking about the agenda behind the monster worm proposing a wager and forget to question the related details of the demigod soul that the monster worm used to trade for his recommendation quota. Truth cannot be taken back or hidden, Belphegor. My voice could not be more condescending. However, I was surprised by how angry Belphegor was getting. Considering that he was a devil, it should be very difficult, but not a problem for him to refine the demigod soul, even though the bloodline meaning of the blood rule had kept its demigod will intact. I did not know what Belphegor's fuzz was about. Since it was working as per my plan, I had no complaints. The jet-black monster worm with blood-red beady eyes glared at the other monster worm in front of it, wishing to rip its soul out and put it through all the torture known to the demon kind. But it did not act on its impulse and just stared at the monster worm. The chances of creating a mythical item with the erosion ability using a demigod soul that has been to the River of Souls were already very low, but to create it using a demigod soul, which had comprehended the bloodline meaning of the blood rule, was not possible. Because the bloodline meaning of the blood rule suppressed the breath of erosion on the soul. There was a reason why the powerful souls from the afterlife don't just skip reincarnation and directly come to the world of the living and possess a body they deem worthy of housing their souls. It was because of the breath of erosion tainting their soul. Any kind of bodies the souls from the River of Souls were to possess in the world of the living, these bodies would be, in time, eroded by the breath of the erosion tainting the souls. And the only way for the souls from the afterlife to relive was to go through the cycle of reincarnation, which could erase the breath of erosion tainting the souls from the River of Souls. So despite the breath of erosion tainting them, how were the souls with bloodline meaning of the blood rule able to possess the body of their progeny? It was because the bloodline meaning would suppress the breath of erosion tainting the souls. This was why the souls with bloodline meaning possessed their progeny with the strongest bloodline. As stronger the bloodline, easier it was for the soul to use it to suppress the breath of erosion tainting them. This was also the reason why the souls that left the River of Souls using the bloodline meaning preferred to possess their descendants and not anyone else. And also when possessing other bodies without their bloodline, the influence of the soul's bloodline would grow weaker, and slowly the influence of the breath of erosion would grow stronger. In time, the new body of the soul will start to erode slowly until it turned into dust. If one were to try and create a mythical item with the erosion ability using a demigod soul that has gotten out of the River of Souls using the bloodline meaning of the blood rule, then they would have to refine the soul and completely get rid of the bloodline meaning of blood rule within it, and then they could use it to create the mythical item with erosion ability following the usual routine. But still, the chances of successfully creating the mythical item with erosion ability would be a lot lesser than usual, as the damage done by the bloodline meaning would not just vanish with it gone. This was the reason why Belphegor was pissed at the monster worm named Dalton Wyatt. What was even worse about this situation was that Belphegor could not even claim that he was conned, as the demigod soul that had come out of the River of Souls using the bloodline bridge of bloodline meaning of blood rule was still considered a fair trade for his devil merchant code recommendation quota. "How long do you plan to keep staring? Just leave already," I said, knowing that Belphegor would not leave willingly, having eaten a loss. And I felt a little satisfied watching rage-filled Belphegor helplessly glare at me. However, right now all I cared about was that he was provoked enough to not listen to reason and act on his impulse. "Are you still up for a wager?" Belphegor withdrew his glare, and then suppressing his rage, he brought up the wager that he rejected earlier, as he could not leave with the shame of being tricked by a mortal hanging on his head. No, I rejected Belphegor without a thought. I wanted him to beg me, knowing that he would not leave willingly, having eaten a loss. "Don't play hard to get, or else I will leave and make it my priority to think of ways to pay you back for today. Belphegor threatened me to accept his wager or become his enemy for eternity. Fine. Since you are deciding the stakes of the wager, I get to decide what we wager on. Otherwise, I don't mind adding a devil to my list of enemies. I demand. Okay. Devil Merchant Belphegor, promise you in the presence of Devil Merchant Code. Belphegor agreed to my demand immediately, without even thinking twice, as if he was worried I would back out of the wager. I looked at Belphegor, not knowing how his promise in the presence of Devil Merchant Code would stop me from backing out of the wager, forcing me to conclude that Belphegor had lost it. He was no longer acting on reason, but rage. Belphegor promised in the presence of the Devil Merchant Code that I would get to decide on what we wager on, but that did not mean that I had full control to decide on a wager that hugely favored me. It only meant that I had the final say on what the wager would be. That was, I and Belfer would come up with ideas for a wager, and the deciding vote would be cast by me. Belphegor could always call off the wager, and I would only get to decide on what to wager if there was a wager. So for there to be a wager, I had to be fair on what to wager on such that Belphegor doesn't call off the wager feeling that I did not plan to play fair from the start. If Belphegor cancels the wager because I was making the wager unfair, I will not only be able to achieve my agenda, but also increase Belphegor's hatred towards me. Therefore, I had to make the wager we decide on look fair. Interesting how things turned out. A devil negotiating for a fair wager. However, I had no idea what Belphegor planned to get out of this. Though I can see that he had lost his sense of reason and was acting out of pure rage and pride, I did not underestimate him. After all, he was a devil. Therefore, I carefully considered my words, deciding to keep them short and straight to the point. But first, Belphegor, why don't you tell me what the stakes are going to be? The stakes for the wager are obvious, don't you think so? Belphegor argued. Belphegor, why don't you repeat them for me? I stressed. The demigod soul you were supposed to give me for the recommendation quota I gave you along with your soul and her soul, Belphegor said, pointing his jet-black worm head at the semi-demigod chick. About that, I have no use for the demigod soul. Redfall's soul was being tracked by related authorities, and for my current realm, I had zero use for it. On the other hand, the Devil Merchant Code recommendation quota had a lot of prospects for me. These stakes made no sense. Dalton Wyatt, don't push it. Belphegor warned with a deep voice. You are pushing it. Leave if you want to. Many powerful people are conspiring against me, and another devil will not make a difference. The stakes were truly unfair. No way I could agree to them unless I stood to gain something. These are the stakes, and you have to agree to them. Did I not agree to you deciding what we wager on? Belphegor threatened as his blood-red beady eyes almost bulged out of their sockets by staring too hard at me. For Belphegor, the demigod soul he got in exchange for his recommendation quota was the symbol of his shame. The shame of having been outsmarted and tricked by a mortal. He wanted to wash this shame of his away by making use of the wager. For that to happen, the stakes of the wager had to be the demigod soul he received for his recommendation quota, along with 2 special mortal souls. For Belphegor, this wager was the only shot at redeeming his pride as a devil merchant. He wanted its stake to be, as he stated, real bad. If the stakes of the wager were to be any different, then it would not be worth it for him to enter the wager. So he went as far as to make empty threats to get the stakes of the wager to be, as he stated. You did agree to let me decide on what we wager on, but the stakes are unfair. I would have fooled to agree to them. I was trying to enunciate that if Belphegor gets to decide unfair stakes for the wager, then I should get to decide on a wager that favored me. Seeing how badly Belphegor wanted this, I thought I could get him to give me some handicap when we agree on what to wager on. Belphegor went silent, hearing the monster worm named Dalton Wyatt. Belphegor knew the stakes were unfair and the monster worm did not have any reason to agree to them, but this did not mean he would agree to wager on something with unfavorable odds staked against him. Then there would be no point to this wager. He entered this wager to wash his shame, not to add to his shame. Therefore, after thinking it through for a while, he spoke. You summoned me to act as the knight in shining armor for that damsel in distress, right? What if we wager on that? Listening to the devil, I was surprised. His deduction was not off. It seems I was right not to underestimate Belphegor. He seems to be in full control of his element now. To wash away the stain of shame on his pride, he has put a lot of thought into his words and action. Despite his deduction being on spot, I decided to act ignorant. I don't can. Without even waiting for me to finish my sentence, Belphegor interrupted me, saying, "Dalton Wyatt, before you lie that there are other people here to protect her, let me tell you. At first I did not see it, but now seeing how nobody has come to her rescue so far, it is clear as day that another conspiracy is afoot here, causing her guardian unable to help her. So it is in your best interest that you listen to what I have to offer. Then it is your choice whether you continue to feign ignorance." My beady black monster worm eyes widened hearing Belphegor. Yep, he was out for blood. So I decided to pause my play and listen to what he had to offer for now. I am listening. I will lend you 70% of my power for 5 minutes, which would be enough to rise your realm to that of a regular demigod in your world. Using that strength, if you can rescue your damsel and kill her assaulter within 5 minutes time limit, you win the wager. If not, then it is my win. Of course, it is given that you cannot use external help. If you do, then I will win the wager by default. And if I were to win, I will descend in your body, harvest that the assaulter's soul, the recommendation quota in your possession, then give you a day to fetch the demigod soul you owe me, and generously give you a little time to say goodbye to your girl. 24 hours later, I will come to collect my remaining winnings. What do you say? Belphegor put forward his offer, and before I could answer, he added, "Dalton Wyatt, before you answer me, you should know that I won't be this generous the second time. If you reject me now, you will have to live knowing that you had the chance to save your girl, but you did not." Dalton Wyatt, what will it be? You are running out of time. I was surprised to learn that it only took 70% of Belphegor's original power to temporarily boost my realm to that of a regular demigod of this world. I guess the devils were more powerful than the demigods of this world. What surprised me, even more, was that Belphegor had stated everything I wanted to ask of him to wager on except for the time limit and killing the semi-demigod chick. It was as if he had read my mind and crafted the perfect wager that I could not deny. Not to mention the ticking time. Anna seems to be in bad shape. This had to be concluded now. But there were two problems, the 5 minutes time limit and killing the semi-demigod chick. Even if I were to agree to the time limit, killing the semi-demigod chick was not an option. Because I had a feeling that if I killed the semi-demigod chick borrowing the devil's power, her special mortal soul would be dragged to hell by the devil. Considering that the semi-demigod's ability was like a doorway to this world's will. If I were to let the devil have her soul, I would be the greatest sinner of this world if the devil were to use her soul to invade this world. This condition of the devil I could not agree with no matter what. Other than that, it was really interesting how Belphegor was not only forcing his stakes for the wager on me, but also what we should wager about. I was right to be cautious about not revealing my intentions to Belphegor right away. Not that it was of any help. Belphegor still deduced the real reason I summoned him, and was now using it, and slipping time to put me on the spot and force me to accept the wager and its stakes he decided on, proving that he was a devil merchant. Belphegor, I can agree to the wager you proposed, but you will have to remove the time limit and change the condition of killing the assaulter to defeating the assaulter. You and I both know why I will not kill her using the powers borrowed from you. I said, using a deep voice, implying that I was dead serious about these changes to the wager Belphegor proposed. Fine. You don't have to kill the girl with the special mortal soul, just defeating her will do. But the time limit stays. It helps avoid possible loopholes that either of us can use to our advantage. However, are you sure about not killing her? After all, she did assault your girl. Belphegor accepted one of my suggested changes while provoking me into sabotaging the change I suggested. There are many things worse than death. She will pay for her crimes. I argued, and then asked, shall I draft the contract for the wager? No, I have already drafted it. Sign it at your convenience. Belphegor said, summoning 2 monster skin parchments. Taking the monster skin parchment from Belphegor, I went through the contract he drafted, trying to find any possible landmines and suggest a few terms and conditions. I was not surprised that Belphegor did not agree to remove the time limit. As he said, the time limit helped eliminate the many possible loopholes either of us could misuse, but I still stated it to him, so that I had more leverage to force him to change the condition of killing the semi-demigod chick to defeating her. Seeing the monster worm go through the contract and suggest terms and conditions be added, Belphegor was not annoyed because he knew he was going to win the wager and wash the shame the mortal had brought upon him. Was Belphegor being overconfident? Nah. At the first glance, The wager seems fair, or even favoring the other party by giving him the strength of a demigod to fight a semi-demigod, but in reality, it was not fair. It was set up such that the monster worm would lose. Why did Belphegor feel that the monster worm would lose against a semi-demigod despite having the strength of a demigod? That was because in this world, having the higher realm did not guarantee a win, especially if you do not have the realm-appropriate cards to fight your battle. Though Belphegor was lending his powers to the monster worm to boost its realm to that of a demigod. The monster worm did not have demigod realm cards or abilities to help with its battle when its opponent not only had a strong physique that allowed her to fight and defeat the enemies of the higher realm, but she had a complete set of high-tier cards tailored for her realm and her fighting style. Just relying on her legendary physique, the girl was able to kill demigods with her semi-demigod realm. Together with her legendary physique and legendary card set, she will be easily able to defeat the monster worm whose realm was boosted to the demigod realm. Yes, Belphegor had not forgotten to consider that the monster worm was not what it seemed. It was able to summon a golden grimoire, meaning it was a card apprentice in disguise. It must have a powerful physique considering that it was a special mortal soul, and maybe the realm boost was all it needed to defeat the semi-demigod. Therefore, as a contingency, he had placed a 5-minute time limit for the monster worm to defeat the semi-demigod. After a lot of calculations, Belphegor had concluded that no matter how strong the monster worm's physique was, the semi-demigod with her legendary physique and legendary card set would be able to last more than 5 minutes under the monster worm's attacks. Above all, just because the monster worm's realm was boosted to the demigod realm did not mean that it would have full control over its strength, not to mention it would not have divinity, the real source of strength of a demigod. The chances of the monster worm winning were very low. Belphegor had put a lot of thought into this wager to make sure of it. As this wager was about his pride as a devil merchant, no mistakes were allowed this time. There, I signed it, I said while keeping my copy of the contract and handing Belphegor his copy. Soon I felt an unknown energy filling my body and temporarily rising my active soul control percentage to the demigod realm. Your 5 minutes begin now. So who are you? I asked the semi-demigod chick, tired of addressing her as the semi-demigod chick. Agent Lois Forger, Secret Police, the last name you will hear in this world, Lois said, trying to sound cool. After hearing the boy call himself her death, she thought she too should give a cool introduction. Sure. Agent Lois Forger from the Secret Police. I acknowledged the opponent and then asked, before we begin I have to ask, do you admit defeat? No. Lois gave me a look as if asking me if I was for real. Cool. But remember, during any point of our fight you can admit defeat and surrender. I was being serious when I asked Lois if she admitted defeat. My wager with the devil had 2 conditions that weren't definitive, so I had to add terms and conditions to the contract to make them definitive. The 2 conditions I speak of were defeating Agent Lois Forger. What constituted defeating Agent Lois could vary depending from person to person. Therefore, I set a few ground rules to define defeating Agent Lois, and Lois admitting defeat was one of them. The other was her being rendered unable to fight, and the last one was trapping her. I wanted to add her fleeing as her defeat too, but Belphegor did not agree to it, saying that being able to flee would be considered her capability. So defeating Lois was either rendering her unable to fight, or her surrendering, or trapping her. Use of external help to defeat Lois would lead to Belphegor winning by default. What constituted external help? This one was tricky. It was given that involvement of a third party would be considered external help, but what about using soul jades, broken runes, other energy sources, or borrowed items like the dummy ring? Was it considered external help? Fortunately, Belphegor and I came to an understanding that the use of everything I had on me while signing the contract would not be considered external help, making it so that Anna's ring, which was on me the whole time, would not be considered external help. Now that I had informed Lois that she had the option of surrendering, I then wondered if I could trap her, but her legendary physique's teleportation-like technique made it near impossible to trap her, leaving me with the only option, beating Lois senseless within what remains of the 5 minutes. Sure, but you too remember, surrender is not an option for you. My orders are clear, to kill you. Lois felt that the boy was taunting her, so she too practiced it. Cold, but cool, I don't blame you. You, salary slaves, have to do whatever your masters ask of you. This time I meant to taunt Lois, but my taunt was weak. However, it achieved its purpose, as soon Lois vanished from my field of vision and I felt her presence in my spiritual channel. Then suddenly she appeared in front of me to stab her sword in my heart. But before she could do that, my two heads and pairs of arms floating behind me instantly appeared behind Lois, preparing to restrain her. But before that could happen, Lois vanished once again. If you see me, I see you. This was one of the abilities of my Gigamite physique, which allowed me to instantly pinpoint people spying on me. The way this worked was if the target was watching me, then my floating heads and arms would teleport behind them, restraining them for me. But the use of this ability was not limited to catching peeping toms, but also helped me avoid any possible sneak attacks on me. As long as the assassins seized me, they were doomed to fail, making it a bane of Lois's mysterious teleportation-like trick. Though this ability of Gigamite saved me from Lois's sneak attacks, they were not able to teleport to wherever Lois vanished. It seems when Lois vanished, she would go into a different space. My money was in the middle section of Lois's spiritual channel. Since she could appear in the middle section of my spiritual channel, then she could also travel to the middle section of her spiritual channel. I was so sure of this because when Lois vanishes, to normalize Lois was completely gone, but to my soul pupils, I could see the end of her spiritual channel that was in the physical plane. And also because the midsection was in between the physical plane and the spiritual plane, a separate space where my floating heads and arms could not follow her. Right now, my top priority was not defeating Lois, but figuring out how I can stop Lois from vanishing and escaping into the midsection of her spiritual channel. Because as long as Lois kept vanishing into the midsection of her spiritual channel, I will never be able to defeat her within the time limit. I had to figure out a solution for this if I planned to defeat Lois. But for me to do just that, I needed more data. Therefore, I provoked Lois into using her teleportation-like trick. As long as I figured out how her physique allowed her to move into her spiritual channel, I could always think of a way to stop her from doing so. So I made use of my soul pupils and Hive AI to record every little change in Lois's soul pathways and arrangements. Not just Lois, but the soul pathways surrounding her too, just to be thorough, as I had no idea how Lois was able to move in and out of the spiritual channel. As much as I hate to admit this, for now, like Anna, I too was limited to defending against Lois's sneak attack, but I fared a lot better than Anna against Lois's sneak attacks as Lois did not manage to land a single blow on me so far. My floating heads and arms made sure of it. But I did manage to get tons of data on Lois's mysterious ability. While my Hive AI was busy collecting data and my slave consciousnesses were busy fending off Lois's sneak attack, I was busy trying to figure out how to attack Lois's spiritual channels and in the physical plane. So far, I have concluded that it was intangible to physical and soul energy attacks. Now, all that was left were mental strength and rule power. Since my arsenal of mental strength attacks was near to none, I decided to use the blood rule power, especially the blood fate plunderer meaning. But there was a problem. Since my floating heads and arms were able to ward off her sneak attacks, Lois had increased the intensity of her sneak attacks. So much so that there was barely any interval between her next sneak attack. My floating heads and hands were able to keep up with her, but the problem was that I could barely manage to spot the physical plane end of her spiritual channel. Thanks to the ability, if you see me, I can see you, my slave conscious had caught up with Lois's random teleportation, but I did not have that luxury. Fortunately, I had demigod Michelangelo Godsend's insight forecast skill, which helped me predict where Lois would vanish and appear, allowing me to pinpoint the location of the physical plane end of her spiritual channel. Though now I was able to pinpoint the locations, the time window for the physical plane end of Lois's spiritual channel to be present in one spot was very short. But thanks to my newfound powers, the reaction speed of my Gigamite physique had raised to a never-imagined level, and along with Insight Forecast, I began to bombard the spots where the physical plane end of Lois's spiritual channel appeared, like playing the game Whack-A-Mole. Soon I came to realize that physical attacks combined with rule power were also not able to hurt the physical plane end of Lois's spiritual channel. Now I was left with mental strength alone, but I had never used my mental strength as an offense. So I decided to use my mental strength to try and invade the physical plane end of her spiritual channel, just like Lois tried to invade mine. The only difference was that Lois tried to invade my spiritual channel through the spiritual plane, but I was going to invade her spiritual channel through the physical plane. Preparing my mental strength, I immediately used it to invade the physical plane end of Lois's spiritual channel as soon as it appeared, but something amazing happened when my mental strength invaded Lois's spiritual channels and in the physical plane. My consciousness, too, was dragged into Lois's spiritual channels and in the physical plane. Slave. Lois saw the boy try and taunt her, but all she heard was the word slave. Considering her upbringing, this word was taboo for her. Everyone in the organization thought that the masters favored Lois, and she was the organization's unspoken princess, but only she knew that all the masters saw in her was a tool, a slave, that would come in handy in continuing their regime over the 5 regions. So the word slave was Lois's taboo, and despite the boy's weak taunt, she instantly got provoked having heard it, and started to unleash her barrage of sneak attacks on the boy. However, to no avail. None of her attacks managed to reach their target. They all were interrupted in middle by the target's weird defense's counterattacks. For some reason, despite the randomness of her attack, the boy's defense was able to keep up with all her sneak attacks and counterattack her. This was just chilling. The boy's defense didn't just defend against a sneak attack, but also counterattacked a sneak attack. Lois did not think anybody under Transcendence could actually do that to her. And also the boy was proving to be a more troublesome enemy than the Fusion Southern Emperor in terms of defense. Having failed numerous times, Lois was nowhere near giving up on sneak attacking the boy. She was just getting started. After the first round of her attacks, Lois decided to increase the speed and randomness of her sneak attacks. She did not believe that the boy's mysterious defense would be able to keep up with her speed and counterattack her. All she needed was to land one attack on the opponent with her Godslayer's sword, and it would mark the end of the boy, as she believed the sword of hers, which could pierce through the defense of the transcended beings, would not have trouble piercing the defense of someone who was fighting her using borrow power. Though the boy's realm had grown to the demigod realm, Lois did not take him seriously, not even as seriously as regular demigods, because a regular demigod had divinity that could hurt her, but this boy had not formed his divinity yet. He was like a battery that had the energy of the demigod realm, but no equipment to use it with I.E. cards to use his newfound energy. If not for his troublesome physique with the mysterious ability, she would have already killed him and be on her way home. However, to Lois's surprise, her second round of sneak attacks was also countered by the boy's mysterious physique. Yes, the boy's defense was able to keep up with the speed of her sneak attacks regardless of the randomness behind her attacks. What was more shocking was that they were still able to counterattack her sneak attack at an unimaginable speed. Lois was without words. She could understand the boy's defense being able to outdo the speed of her sneak attacks, but how were they able to keep up with the randomness of her sneak attacks? It was as if they could predict where her next attack could come from. The first time, it was luck. The second time, it was a coincidence. What about the third time and the numerous other times? The boy definitely had an ability related to prediction. Lois could only come to this conclusion as the result of the boy successfully warding off her second round of sneak attacks. Now that Lois had concluded that the boy had prediction-type ability, she wanted to give up on sneak attacking the boy, but she suddenly felt a presence at the physical plane end of her spiritual channel. Lois, who was about to put an end to her second round of sneak attacks on the boy, suddenly felt a presence in her spiritual channels end that ended in the physical plane. This presence was no stranger to Lois. She instantly knew who had invaded her spiritual channel. It was her target of assassination. Lois's mental strength immediately made its way from the midsection of her spiritual channel to its end in the physical plane to expel the boy's mental strength from her spiritual channel, while wondering how the boy was able to enter her spiritual channel from the physical plane. Lois was able to see other people's spiritual channels within her range thanks to her physique, but even she would have difficulties invading others' spiritual channels using her mental strength through the physical plane. That was because usually, the physical plane end of the spiritual channel of a card apprentice was protected by their ego gem and their flesh and blood. Even if Lois had her body compressed and moved into the midsection of her spiritual channel and left its end in the physical plane unguarded, it should be impossible for anyone to see the end of the spiritual channel in the physical plane using naked eye, be it a card demigod. But the boy was somehow not only able to spot her spiritual channel, but also invade it using his mental strength. During her contemplation, Lois remembered the boy's origin card mentioned in his files, or a sight. Was the boy able to spot her spiritual channel in the physical plane because of his origin card? Lois wondered if it was possible, but that was unheard of. However, considering that the boy's realm was boosted, it was possible the boy's origin card must be showing its true potential. Lois, you did not have to come all this way to receive me. I was headed your way, I said, feeling Lois's mental strength approach me from deep within her spiritual channel. Get the FCK out. The mental strength with Lois's energy signature took the shape of Lois's physical body, forming a specter of Lois, and then yelled. Learning from Lois's use of her mental strength, I morphed my mental strength to take the shape of my physical body, forming a mental strength specter of myself. But my specter was not as well defined as Lois's specter. Fortunately, I had an AI to make up for some of the areas where I lacked, and my specter looked like an exact replica of my physical body shape. Then I used my specter body to float toward Lois's mental strength specter, saying, Lois, that is not how you should greet your guest. Did your parents not teach you any better? I am going to make you regret being born, Lois's specter yelled. Being kidnapped from her mother by the Empire and then being raised as a tool by the organization behind the current government, Lois was very sensitive about her parents. So hearing the boy say her parents did not teach her any manners, Lois was pissed off and vowed to only rest after killing the boy. So she encased her specter into a huge cone, which began spinning. Lois had formed a makeshift drill machine out of her mental strength and launched it at me, guided by her specter. Seeing the incoming huge spinning drill made of mental strength, following Lois's example and a little help from my AI, I encased myself into a diamond formed from my mental strength. If it were the regular world, a regular drill would never be able to dig into a diamond, but it wasn't. Neither were the drill and the diamond regular. They were made out of mental strength. When the two mental strengths clashed, it all came down to the difference between their power. Lois being a semi-demigod and me being a temporary demigod, the difference in our mental strength was not much, so the result of the clash was not obvious. Apart from the difference in the power of the two clashing mental strengths, the technique of how two mental strengths were used and applied mattered the most, mostly when the difference between the two mental strengths clashing was too little to be a deciding factor. The difference in the power behind Lois and my mental strengths being very little despite the obvious difference in our realms was because of various reasons, and two of them were Lois's legendary physique and that my powers were borrowed. Still, my mental strength was 4 times stronger than any regular mental strength thanks to my mutated soul. Therefore, under Lois's tyrannical mental strength, my mental strength was able to hold its ground with its temporary boost. Adding to that, morphing my mental strength into a diamond down to the covalent structure of its atoms helped. When Lois's mental strength drill clashed with my diamond-shaped mental strength, we came to stand still until Lois's drill broke down and her mental strength scattered. From this ordeal, I came to learn a new application of mental strength, though it was not polished. All I needed was more practice. However, with the assistance of my AI, I think I have an incredible advantage in fights using mental strength. During the clash of my mental strength with Lois's mental strength, I learned despite gaining the devil's power and the 4 times boost of the mutated soul, my mental strength fell short against the strength of Lois's mental strength. But thankfully, the little shortcoming was made up by our technique of using and applying our mental strength. The diamond I had formed using my mental strength resembled a diamond down to its atomic structure, but Lois's drill was just her mental strength coming together to take the form of a cone that could spin. Though Lois's mental strength was concentrated at the tip of the drill, it still was just an origami of a drill made using mental strength, but not an actual drill made using mental strength. Lois's scattered mental strength gathered to form a specter of herself, and then it looked at the specter of the boy encased in a diamond made of his mental strength in shock. As a semi-demigod, Lois's mental strength was exceptionally strong, enough to defend and overpower the mental strength of a demigod realm card apprentice. If not for her legendary physique being too important and rare to lose, she would be recommended to the Trinity Immortal program. The reason why Lois's mental strength was stronger than that of a regular semi-demigod and demigods was all thanks to her legendary physique, which allowed her mental strength to navigate through the spiritual plane. The spiritual plane was not a place where one could let their mental strength wander carelessly. Even a demigod would behave within the spiritual plane and not dare to go deeper into the spiritual plane. Lois, However, not only wandered deeper into the spiritual plane, but also dared to navigate it to find the spiritual channels of the various card apprentice in her surrounding and invade them. Just because Lois's physique allowed her mental strength to navigate in the spiritual plane did not mean Lois could do as she pleased within the spiritual plane, because her mental strength needed to be strong enough to travel long distances within the spiritual plane. Seeing the top of a mountain and climbing to the top mountain were two different things. Only after a lot of tempering and practice did Lois's mental strength grow strong enough for her to be able to travel within the spiritual plane and invade others' spiritual channels. Lois's legendary physique only gave her mental strength and the ability to navigate the spiritual plane, but it did not enhance her mental strength to a point where she could be reckless in the spiritual plane. She too, like other card apprentices, was restrained by the other restrictions of the spiritual realm. But with her hard work, she continued tampering with her mental strength until they had grown to the point where she could be reckless in the spiritual realm. So when Lois's mental strength failed against the mental strength of the boy, she was beyond shocked. Even with borrowed powers boosting a card soldier's mental strength to that of a demigod, it should not be a match for her mental strength, but for some weird reason, that wasn't the case. Lois failed. Her decades of tampered mental strength failed against the mental strength of a boy who wasn't even 2 decades old. Calming herself, Lois started to observe the boy's mental strength, and to her shock, it seemed to be an amalgamation of 4 different mental strengths. How could one person have 4 mental strengths? That was just impossible. And not to forget, they seemed to be collaborating without any problem, especially considering that they were able to create a perfect replica of a diamond. That level of control over one's mental strength was just monstrous. Lois finally began to understand why her mental strength failed when faced with the mental strength of the boy. Though convinced of her defeat, Lois still had to throw the boy's mental strength out of her spiritual channel. As the boy chose to ignore her presence and continued to march to the midsection of her spiritual channel, concentrating his mental strength in a diamond form. Lois was not out of tricks, but she had a much simple way to trough the boy out of her spiritual channel. So Lois withdrew her mental strength to her body in the midsection of her spiritual channel, and soon she appeared in the physical plane. With the arrival of Lois's body and ego gem, the boy's shortcut to her spiritual channel was cut off, sending his mental strength back to him. Caught you. After my mental strength returned to my body, I said, learning that. As soon as Lois's physical body appeared in the physical plane, she prepared to retreat from my side, but was caught by my 2 floating pairs of arms. You are not bad. I will start to take you seriously. Though restrained by my floating arms, Lois showed no sign of fear. Clearly, she felt like she could get rid of them anytime she wanted. Bring it. I laughed, as my hive owl was going through all the data we had collected on Lois's ability to figure out how she was doing it. Its current speed, it shouldn't take more than a minute. Once it was done, then I would like to see if Lois continued to remain so fearless then. Your funeral, said Lois, and unsummoned her God-Slayer's sword and shield and yelled, boundless celestial arts. With her yell, Lois's right eye began to glow brilliantly, and her physical body began to grow. Soon she freed herself from the grip of my floating arms, but her body continued to grow. I had to retreat to make room. Lois did not stop until she was 22 meters high, and then Lois looked down at my small figure and added, tell you what, if you don't resist, I will make your death a little painless. Aren't you getting cocky just because you grew a few meters tall? 2 can play at that game, I said, activating the second form of Calamity Soul Gem transformation skill. To be honest, I could have tried to sneak in a few attacks as Lois grew in size. I don't know if she had any counter or defenses set in place, but I could have attacked her. However, I didn't, because seeing that I finally meet an opponent who was using size to fight, I was excited, as I never actually got to use the second form of the transformation skill of Calamity Soul Gem in battle. A part of me held myself back and let Lois grow to her current height so that I would get to use my transformation skill's second form. Ha! Seeing my body grow in height, Lois suddenly began to laugh out loud like a maniac. I could only think her enthusiasm was because of the same reason as I. Lois's maniac laughter came to an abrupt halt when the boy's eye level went higher than hers. To her surprise, the boy had not only grown taller than her, but he looked more monstrous than before. It wasn't just the floating heads and hands behind him. He looked as if a giant monster barely fitting in its human skin suit. He was intimidatingly hideous. But there was an unidentified charm to his appearance. It was not a physical charm, but an instinctive charm of the wild, like that of an alpha. The cruelty and strength conveyed by his hideous appearance somehow made him more appealing and attractive. Unleashing my second transformation, I felt unbound, especially with the devil's power coursing through my body. I got a sense of being invincible, and a craving for a fierce fight grew in my heart. It was as if every fiber in my body down to its cells was yelling, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" I always considered myself a man of curiosity, but today something in me, or the Gigamite part of me, was craving war and destruction. Now I see the point of Viltrenanes slaying every mutant Viatronian Gigamite right at their birth. For me to be influenced to crave destruction and war despite my painful past. Was this the cost of gaining strength? Boom. I don't know. I just swung my left fist and punched Lois's face. Gigamite's physical prowess was unmatched. Combined with the devil's power, my punch should have knocked Lois into the air, but it did not. She received my attack with her face while her right eye shone brightly, and I felt the force behind my fist drain, but I did not just have one left fist but three. Though Lois blocked one of my fists, the other two landed on her left ribcage, throwing her into the air. After her body made one complete spin and fell to the ground, sending tremors in the surrounding. Fortunately, we were far away from the city, but still, hopefully the city would not be dragged into this fight. Lois quickly got up as if she hadn't taken any damage, but her eyes told a different story. However, she did not spare any thought to the injury and dashed at the boy, ready to throw a fist at him, but to her dismay, before she could even get close to the boy, the four arms floating behind the boy floated in front of him and began to charge at her like four missiles. Left with no choice, Lois had to retreat, knowing that with the boy's prediction-type ability, maybe she should forget about melee combat and stick to power-ranged attacks. Lois was not wrong to think that, as her opponent had 3 heads and 6 arms, adding to that a prediction-type ability. Her chance in the melee battle were not good, but Lois was not ready to give up yet. Lois once again charged at the boy, but this time she activated the effects of her card, chanting, "Boundless Fist." So when the 4 floating fists came to interrupt her charge, she threw a punch aiming at all 4 of the fists. The 4 fists of the boy greeted Lois's boundless fist with a barrage of punches, eventually bringing Lois's punch to a halt, but then she threw another boundless fist with her other arm. In response, the 4 arms could only join together to form a shield. And to Lois's surprise, the 4 arms together were able to stop her boundless fist. But she wasn't done yet. She threw another boundless fist with her other arm and turned her attack into a barrage of boundless fists. However, after throwing numerous punches at the makeshift shield created by the joining of 4 floating arms, Lois was astonished to see that they were able to persist under her attack, making her wonder how thick was the boy's skin to withstand her boundless attacks effortlessly. But just as her barrage of punches stopped, the 4 arms separated, revealing the boy, who pounced upon her, throwing a punch aimed right at the center of her chest. Lois immediately crossed her arms in front of her chest as a defense, as she did not have the time to move her face to greet the incoming fist. When the boy's fist landed on her hands, Lois's pupils widened under the sheer amount of pain that was transmitted to her brain as her body was blown back a few miles under the impact of the punch. Lois's body made a few rolls on the ground before she was able to forcefully bring her body to halt by digging her fists into the ground like an anchor. While getting up, Lois dug up a huge boulder from the ground and threw it at the boy, and she followed right behind it. The incoming boulder was blown to smithereens by the floating arms of the boy, giving an opening to Lois, who closely followed behind the boulder to close in on the boy and land her boundless fist on his left shoulder. But to Lois's surprise, the boy took her boundless fist head-on yet remained undaunted. So she turned her attacking into a barrage of boundless fists, yet her continuous punches, despite landing on their target, made no damage to it. No, the defense of the target was so strong that the damage of her boundless fists was negligible to it. With such a shocking revelation, Lois's paused her attack only to hear the boy say, "You done? Now my turn." Soon Lois felt 6 different locations on her body being attacked at the same time. Once again, her body was thrown back with the impact of the boy's attack, but this time the boy did not stand around to let her get up. Rather, he followed her free-falling body and landed a brutal kick in her gut, causing fluids to spray out of Lois's mouth involuntarily. With this kick, Lois's body descended to the ground like a meteorite, and shock waves from the impact of her giant body on the ground caused huge landslides that buried a few low-rank field dungeons in the nearby area. What the? Carrying a block of ice encasing a human-sized egg made of molten flesh and blood, Colleen rushed to the outskirts of the city to find two giants fighting. She immediately identified the two giants as Agent Lois and her granddaughter's useless fiancé. She had only gone for a few minutes, but the battle outside had progressed to the point where she found it beyond her comprehension. Where had demigod Baxter and gone? And why was a card soldier oozing the power of a demigod? "I smell a devil," Colleen muttered and turned to look in the direction where she smelled the presence of a devil only to find badly wounded Fusion Anna Slash, and lying in the embrace of the boy on whose left shoulder stood a jet-black monster worm, devil in disguise. It did not take long for Colleen to figure out that the boy was oozing the power of a demigod because he had made some kind of deal with the devil to borrow its power to save Anna. Coming to this realization, Colleen's first reaction was the joy that her granddaughter had found someone willing to sacrifice themselves for her. But soon it was replaced with rage, and she vanished to appear behind the boy, freezing the jet-black monster worm on his shoulder into a block of ice. Then she shattered it into ice shavings. "Grandma," Anna Slash and uttered in surprise at Colleen's arrival. "Well, aren't you enjoying your time?" Colleen mocked her granddaughter for not knowing the place and time for romance and asked, "Where is Baxter? I need his ability for interrogation." "About that," Anna Slash and did not know how to answer her grandma that they not only failed, but also required the target of their protection to protect them. If it was someone else, Anna Slash and would not bother with such a silly dilemma, but it was their grandma, the only person that Anna cared to prove to. "Girl, don't waste my time. They have your cousin Luna." Colleen asked Anna to not waste time informing her that the attackers had also kidnapped Luna. Anna Slash and screamed in pain as they separated back into two separate individuals. This process was a gruesome scene, unlike their fusion process, because the damage they suffered would be inflicted on both their bodies. Had it been a complete fusion, wounds of this range wouldn't have been a problem for them and healed within seconds. They did not want to show such sight to their lover, so they did not separate before and chose to powerlessly lay in his embrace. But now that they heard that the culprits had kidnapped Luna, they had reached a decisive decision. Being separated from Anna, and immediately said, "Grandma, that semi-demigod with legendary physique teleported demigod Baxter and Baylor to some place. I haven't seen or heard from him since then. Useless bouffon. How could he be trapped by a semi-demigod? I blame my luck." Colleen did not hesitate to call demigod Baxter bouffon for being trapped by a semi-demigod. "I have an idea where Lois might have teleported them." The boys suddenly spoke, surprising Anna and Colleen, but they held back their surprise as the boy continued to say, "Send a text to them informing them that their body has been compressed and transferred into the midsection of their spiritual channel. To get out, all they have to do is command their spiritual channel to send them out. That should do." Finding that the boy not only knew where Lois had teleported the two demigods to, but also knew how to get out of there, Anna immediately hugged him and prepared to kiss him, but she was stopped by him saying, "Original body gets jealous easily." Hearing the clone of the boy, Anna was dumbfounded, but immediately said, "Fine, I will save this kiss for him." "Girl, stop flirting and heal yourself." Colleen threw a high-grade potion at her granddaughter, asking her to have some restraint and heal her body. "I have sent the text to demigod Baxter," and informed, and took the potion her grandma passed to her, and began to heal herself. Soon Baxter appeared next to Colleen, and bowing his head, he apologized for his incompetence, saying, "Forgive me, Your Highness, this will not happen again. I do not have time to deal with you. Come, let's find a quiet place to interrogate the perp I caught." Saying that, Colleen prepared to leave, but she paused and turned to look at the boy's clone and said, "I trust that you know what you are doing." In response to Colleen's words, the boy's clone nodded. Finding the boy's nod genuine, Colleen nodded before vanishing with Baxter following behind her. "Well, my grandma seems to like you. This is the first time she has so openly shown her approval to one of my lovers," Anna said to her lover's clone, who turned to look at her and said, "Demigod Baylor is missing. I did not share the information with him. We can deal with him later," and informed that she had only sent the text to demigod Baxter and not demigod Baylor. "No, I mean, Demigod Baylor has already left. The boy's clone said, unable to find Demigod Baylor's spiritual channels end in the physical plane. If Demigod Baylor was still trapped in his spiritual channel, then the clone should be able to find Baylor's spiritual channels end in the physical plane in the surrounding vicinity where Demigod Baxter appeared, but he did not. This could only mean that Demigod Baylor had freed himself long ago and had escaped or was in hiding somewhere. And Anna did not bother to ask why the boy was so sure that Demigod Baylor had escaped Lois's trap. Instead, they believed in him and shared the information with her grandma's grimoire. But then a jet-black monster worm appeared on the clone's shoulder and said, "I thought she would never leave. Why the FCK are you still here? As a devil merchant, shouldn't you be busy tricking some innocent soul somewhere?" My clone asked the devil, not caring about being polite. 5 minutes is not long. I will wait. Besides, I feel a familiar breath from you and these two. It seems we have an acquaintance in common. The jet-black monster worm revealed its intentions. "Do whatever you want. Just stay away from us," my clone said to the devil. But the devil did not leave and shamelessly stuck around. As much as I would like to send Belphegor where he came from until the wager was over, I could not send him back because Belphegor had the right to witness that wager. "Wyatt, now that Grandma and Baxter are here, why don't you ask for their help?" Concerned for her young love, Anna finally was unable to hold in her worries and spoke out. As a card warrior herself, Anna knew the significance of a card duel. If it were her card duel, she would not want anyone to interfere with it to help her until she was down. After all, one had to be alive to have pride. However, all that pride nonsense went out of the window at the sight of the slightest chance of her loved one being killed. "I know you are saying that out of care for my well-being, but trust me, I can have got this under control," the clone assured Anna, not bothering to go into details about his pact with the devil. Besides, Anna's grandma offered to help earlier, but I rejected her offer, saying I have got everything under control here. Then I turned to look at Anna and asked, "Why are my floater vessels detained by the Southern Watch?" A while ago, I received news from Van and Old Ben that as soon as the floater vessels they were traveling in left Sky Blossom City, the Southern Watch detained their floater vessels without giving them any reason. I had a feeling that Lorenzo was behind this. "Why are you asking me? I am not the Southern Emperor." The Southern Watch doesn't answer me, and dodged my clone's question, to which the clone raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Anna. "I have no idea what you are taking, but if the Southern Watch has detained your people, then there must be a reason. What were your people charged with? If it is nothing serious, I will help them get out," Anna clarified and offered her help to the clone. "You too, fine. Remember, this matter is not over here." My clone understood that Anna and were playing ignorant on purpose, so it did not bother to argue with them. "Oh my, a lover's spat." My clone and the twin turned to look at the jet-black monster worm, hearing it comment on our argument, and yelled in unison, "Shut up. This one's name is Belphegor. Be careful of him. I am returning to the original body." Pointing its head at the jet-black monster worm, my clone's body dissipated with the wind, leaving behind the jet-black monster worm with the twins. FCK, Lois cussed as she props herself up from the crater that had formed due to her crash. To Lois's dismay, as she prepares to move, she finds that the 6 places the boy had punched her body had their soul pathway arrangements damaged. Lois was shocked by this development because the boy's attacks were not only able to injure her physique, but also damage their soul pathway arrangements, meant that her regular recovery and healing potions would have a very difficult time healing these wounds. Lois drank a potion and looked at the boy who was slowly approaching her and decided that she should not underestimate the boy just because his strength is borrowed, and she should not be stubborn and continue to challenge the boy in a melee fight, especially now that she knew that the boy's strength was able to breach her defense and harm her soul pathways. Damaging one soul pathway in the higher realms was not deadly, but it was not easy to heal and very painful. So Lois's attitude toward the boy became very cautious. Just when Lois was about to activate her range abilities, she froze, feeling the presence of the soldier Queen Colleen arriving. Though she was not afraid of being outnumbered, however, if Colleen was here, then it could only mean that Agent Yuri died in Colleen's hands or was captured by Colleen. Either one of them was not good news for her. Fortunately, Colleen did not choose to participate in their battle. "Don't worry, no one will come to interrupt our fight," I said to Lois, who was distracted by Anna's grandma's arrival. I assured Lois that nobody would interrupt our card fight, as I did not want her to be spooked by Anna's grandma's arrival and flee. Who knows what her legendary physique was capable of and what abilities she was hiding? I did not want to take chances of betting that Lois would risk her life just to make sure I was dead. You may be really confident about your strength, however, I can't help but take it personally feeling you are underestimating me. Anyways, you are going to regret it if your source of confidence were your borrowed powers. Lois warned me before chanting, "Boundless celestial arts, boundless celestial." Lois's right eye, which was glowing, glowed brighter, then grew in size, and did not stop growing until it swallowed her left eye, nose, and mouth, forming one huge crater of light. It looked as if Lois's face had vanished and been replaced by brilliant light. It very much resembled a motorbike headlight. Aside from that, there were very minute changes to Lois's body, but nothing notable except for the fact that I could feel Lois's presence everywhere. Seeing Lois's transformation, one thought came to my mind, and she had the galls to call my transformation disgusting. Location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Outskirts. Card name: Boundless Celestial Arts. Card type: Skill card. Card rank: SSS rank, Legendary grade. Card rate: 12 stars. Card durability: 94/100. Card effect: Boundless Celestial Art is a technique created to allow a card apprentice to control their spiritual channel to connect with the world's will, celestial body's will, at a deeper level enough to borrow its powers both spiritually and physically. Additional effect: Boundless Combat Arts, Boundless Celestial, Boundless Movement Art. Requirement: this card can only be used by those who have an ego gem with a high synchronization rate. Note: the effectiveness and the efficiency of the effects of the card will vary vastly depending upon the synchronization rate of the user's ego gem. Boundless Combat Arts. In this special combat arts, each attack of the user can exert the strongest blow deliverable by the user regardless of other variables. These special combat arts were created keeping prolonged battle in mind to make use of the world's boundless energy such that user never grows exhausted during the fight, as they have access to the world's boundless power. Additional effects: Boundless Body Arts, Boundless Fist Arts, Boundless Leg Arts, Boundless Energy, Boundless Recovery. Note: the effectiveness and the efficiency of the boundless effects of the card will vary vastly depending upon the synchronization rate of the user's ego gem. Boundless Celestial. This ability increased the connection between the world and the user by a few folds, which will vary vastly depending upon the synchronization rate of the user's ego gem. Additional effect: Celestial Energy, Celestial Boost, Boundless Presence. Note: the user should be able to enter one with the world state while using this effect. Celestial Energy. The user gains access to the purest of rule power, known as Celestial Energy. Note: the purity level of the celestial energy varies widely depending upon the synchronization rate of the user's ego gem. Celestial Boost. It is a complementary boost provided by the world to users when they use the world's rules and their runes. This boost increases the effectiveness and efficiency of the rule power used by the user by a few folds depending upon the synchronization rate of the user's ego gem. Boundless Presence. Boundless Presence increased the state of one with the world to a whole new level where not only does the user spiritually becomes one with the world, but physically too. Depending on the user's realm and mental power, their surroundings will become a part of their physical body, meaning every part of the world within the range of the user will become a part of their physical body. Additional effect: Boundless Senses. Caution: this skill puts a huge strain on the physical body of the user. User is recommended to not use this unless they have a very strong physique. Boundless Senses. The user's senses become part of the world, which has become part of their physical body due to the effect of Boundless Presence. Caution: any damage to the part of the world that has become part of the user will transmit strain and pain to the user's body. Boundless Movement Arts. A special movement art that allows the user to instantly move to the part of the world which has become part of the user using the effect of the effect Boundless Presence. Caution: this ability puts a huge strain on the body of the user. It is highly recommended that the user not use this ability continuously. I looked in the crater of light that had replaced Lois's face and got the same feeling as when I spiritually entered the one with the world state to comprehend rules. I got a feeling that Lois was the world. Though she was clearly in front of me, I felt like she was everywhere, as if she was inside everything surrounding me. Therefore, I used my soul pupils to try and figure out what was going on. And what I saw sent a chill down my spine. I saw that the soul pathways of the world were connected to the soul pathway of Lois, meaning Lois had basically become a part of the world, or the world had become a part of Lois, which explained why I felt Lois's presence in everything in my surroundings. Everything, as far as Lois's attack range reached, had now turned into a part of her. It was somehow similar to the one with the world state, but entirely different. One with the world state that card apprentices with ego gem entered were limited to their spirituality, but Lois's one with the world state extended beyond her spirituality to her physical body. Now she wasn't just using her spiritual channel to connect her spirituality to connect with the world's will, but connect her physical body to the world itself. This was frightening because usually when a card apprentice enters the one with the world state spiritually, they cannot move their physical body. Therefore, they chose to sit in a lotus position and meditate to enter the one with the world state spirituality. Grounding their physical body, they let their spirituality interact with the world's will and explore its rules. But in Lois's current state, this was not necessary, as she had somehow managed to enter the one with the world state both spiritually and physically. So she did not have to ground her body to connect her spirituality to the world's will. Instead, both her physical body and spirituality have connected themselves to the world and its will without giving up their freedom. Why was this frightening? It was frightening because entering the one with the world state both spiritually and physically, Lois now had access to an inexhaustible power source, meaning she would never run out of rule power or soul energy. Being physically connected to the one with the world, she had unlimited access to its pure soul energy, and being spiritually connected to the world's, well, she had unlimited access to the pure rule power in it. The purity of any energy source, be it soul energy or rule power, played a huge role in one's strength, and now Lois had an unlimited supply of the purest soul energy and the rule power of this world. I honestly do not know what all advantages Lois gained by becoming one with the world both physically and spiritually. I would not be surprised if she were to manipulate the reality of this world with her thought. Hopefully, for my sake, she did not have that much access to the world and its will. If not, I am doomed. Lois, who had entered the boundless celestial mode, immediately healed the damage the boy did to her soul pathways. Then looked at the boy. His eyes attracted her attention. Those eyes, they felt like they could see her, not just her physical body, but the part connected to a part of the world, her whole body. Lois immediately got a feeling that the boy's eyes didn't just have the ability aura sight, but there was more to those eyes. Maybe they had mutated into something never seen or heard before, which could make her feel naked even though she was one with the world both physically and spiritually. She was in the highest state a being could achieve in this world, excluding transcendence. Yet, in front of a card soldier pretending to be a demigod, she felt as if all her secrets were out in the open. Boy, don't stare. Did your parents not teach you to behave? Lois's voice echoed from the surroundings. It was as if the world itself was speaking. You faceless freak, who wants to stare at you? I was stunned by your ugliness. Or was your plan to frighten your opponents with your ugly mug into stun? Is that your ace? Color me impressed. I was surprised to find that Lois's left eye, nose, and mouth, which seemed to have been engulfed by the creative light on her face, were still present, but as soul pathway arrangements connected with the world. Therefore, when she spoke, it was as if the world spoke. My ace? Don't think highly of yourself. You are not worthy for me to use my ace on you. As Lois spoke, I felt my surroundings closing in on me. It was as if my surrounding had gained life and wanted to bury me alive in them. Since my surrounding was part of Lois, so yes, in a way my surrounding had indeed come to life and was trying to bury me alive. Adding to that, I heard Lois's voice echo saying, "You should be proud to die like this. Despite being a mere card soldier, you died in the embrace of the world." Embrace of the world? Was this Lois's attempt at a joke? And it made sense because I was being smothered by my surroundings. Lame. Having uttered that word, my third mutant slave consciousness had returned to me, growing my 2 floating heads and 4 floating arms to 3 floating heads and 6 floating arms. Then, following my instructions, the 3 pairs of floating arms struck the soul pathways of my surroundings, bringing their movement of my surrounding to a sudden halt, and then followed an echo of Lois's painful screams. Forgive the insensitivity words I am about to use here, but Lois's scream sounded like she was going through labor. How the hell did you do that? How did you exactly pinpoint the nature's soul pathways that I was manipulating in your surrounding? Forcefully bearing the pain transferred to her by nature's soul pathways connected to her after they were destroyed by the boy, Lois asked the boy how he was able to do that. Even a diamond grade array master would have a hard time achieving that, yet how was the boy able to do that? If your connection to the world is only to this level, then let me put an end to this charade. Saying that, I began to attack every soul pathway of the world connected to Lois's physical body. I meant it when I said that I planned to put an end to this fight, because Hive AI's decoding of Lois's ability had finally begun to show some results. Though Hive AI still had to figure out how Lois's physique was able to send the compressed physical body of a card apprentice into their spiritual channel, it has been successful in figuring out how Lois's ability was able to compress a card apprentice's body. It was something similar to mass alteration. Mass alteration was the ability to increase or decrease mass in an object. And somehow Lois's ability was able to achieve a similar effect as the mass alteration on themselves and others in a matter of seconds. I said similar effect because Lois's ability did not compress Lois and others into a miniature version of themselves and transfer them into their spiritual channel. Instead, they were compressed into a meatball with spirituality before being transferred into their spiritual channel. So this made it obvious that Lois's ability was not able to achieve complete mass alteration, but something similar to it. And this also meant that she did not have all the luxuries that the mass alteration ability had. That was, Lois's ability could not compress its target when the said target was in physical contact with another being. Determining this flaw of Lois's ability was all thanks to Hive AI simulation ability, which, using the data we collected on Lois using her ability, was able to simulate Lois using her ability under various circumstances, and after a lot of trials and errors, it was finally able to find a few flaws in Lois's ability. Most of them were insignificant and could not be of any help to me, but one flaw stood out. It was that Lois's ability could not affect a target if the said target was in physical contact with other beings. Now that I know how to stop Lois from hiding in her ability, I knew the only way I could bring Lois down was by forcing her into melee combat. But since Lois had connected her physical self to the world, she had foolishly forsaken her troublesome ability, and made it easier for me to attack her. Now that Lois's body was connected to the world and our surroundings, she was indirectly in physical contact with me, meaning she will not be able to use her ability to vanish into her spiritual channel, allowing me to show her the terror of the Gigamite that Voltronians felt, who were popular for their indestructible physique. Gigamite's strength plus my soul pupils, I was sure I could put an end to my fight with Lois. But just when I was attacking the soul pathways of the world that were connected to Lois's physical body, they caught on fire, engulfing me in a storm of flame. Have you ever wondered what your flesh will smell like when barbecued? Well, trapped in a storm of fire, I got the chance to do just that. I smelled delicious. Ordinary fire, regardless of its temperature, would not be able to hurt the skin of a Gigamite demigod, but the same could not be said for the fire rule power in its purest form. Using my soul pupils, I immediately deduced that Lois was using her spiritual channel to pour pure fire rule power into the part of the world connected to her physical body. She had turned the world connected to her physical body into a furnace to contain pure fire rule power. Unfortunately for me, I was trapped in this furnace with pure fire rule power, which kept getting wilder with every passing second, and I don't know if my Gigamite recovery would be able to keep up with it. But I did not plan to stick around to watch if my physique's recovery could keep up, as I had the restructuring ability of the Calamity Soul Gem. I used this ability to regrow the burnt part of my body faster than Lois's pure fire rule power burnt my body. However, this consumed a lot of soul energy in the process. So I did not waste time and continued to focus on attacking the soul pathways of the world that were connected to Lois's physical body, turning the fight into a competition of who hurt whom more and who would be able to tolerate pain longer. I cannot be the judge of who was inflicting greater damage to whom, but I knew I would be able to tolerate the pain longer than Lois. Thanks to Hive AI acting as a replacement for my consciousness for my pain sensors, I did not feel pain. There were no side effects to this, as Hive AI was processing the signals from my pain sensors and then feeding them to my consciousness. This way I had all the data from the pain sensors without feeling any pain. While I am at this, I didn't just focus on attacking the world's soul pathways connecting to Lois's physical body, but I also subtly drew closer to Lois's physical body. The damage I had done to the world's soul pathway would only drag Lois, but not affect her overall, because she could just shed the part of the world connected to her physical body if she willed it. So if I wanted to make some real damage to Lois, then it had to be made to her original physical body. But knowing Lois was avoiding melee combat with me, I had to be subtle about this. Soon I began to hear the painful screams of Lois. This meant that I was on the right track. Now all I need to do was get her in my melee range and put an end to this fight. How are you still alive? That is the pure fire rule power. Even veteran demigods will avoid it. How is your body able to overcome it? Lois asked the boy, barely managing to hold in her pain. Now that Lois had stopped underestimating the boy, she had changed her battle strategy. Instead of going all out to kill the boy and escape within the time limit, she had decided on a prolonged battle, knowing that the boy's pact with the devil had a time limit. As for the threat of Field Marshal Heat's end, being a slave of the shadow ruler of the government came with many privileges, and today she planned to use one if necessary. The only reason Lois was risking her life by staying behind to continue with the mission despite one of her team members being a traitor and another teammate's situation being unknown was that she, personally, wanted to make sure that the boy dies, completing her mission. Now she had two ways to go about this, but taking the strength displayed by the boy in consideration, she was down to one option to make sure that the boy died, and that was to prolong the battle until the devil comes to take his soul. Everyone knew that the devil's power came with a lot of limitations, one of them being the time limit. Instead of being headstrong about this, Lois had decided to act smart. The privileges she had were there to complete the missions the organization assigned to her. Though so far she rarely had to make use of them, today she will use them to complete the mission. Isn't it obvious? I am just that strong, I said arrogantly so that Lois would focus on what I said instead of what I was up to. Ha. Fine, let me see how long you last. Lois, with her unlimited supply of pure soul energy and pure rule power, was not worried about running out of power, but it was different for me. The continuous restructuring of my body to regrow the burnt part of my body was using most of my soul energy. I was not an opponent of Lois in a prolonged battle, and I never planned for a prolonged battle. Having stalled enough, I had managed to find the flaw in Lois's ability. As long as I got her physical body in my melee range, then it was game over for her. Nearing Lois, I felt a little uneasy, as if something was wrong with this situation. The part of the world I was in was literally part of Lois. So how could she not know that I was subtly approaching her original physical body? Why was she not reacting to this? Unless she wanted me to get close to her, or was I overthinking it? No, I wasn't overthinking it. Because I felt Lois introducing a second type of rule power into the furnace she created using the part of the world connected to her physical body. Before I could react to the second rule power Lois had introduced to the pure fire rule power, the fire rule power grew volatile, leading to a disastrous explosion. Boom. The sun burns by fusing the hydrogen in its surrounding with the helium in its core, making the burning of the sun a nuclear fusion reaction. So no amount of water thrown at the sun could cause it to go out. Instead, any amount of water thrown at the sun will only cause it to burn even more. Imagine if the sun was closed in a furnace and a large amount of water was to be introduced to it. It would burn faster, giving an illusion of an explosion. Now consider the pressure of the furnace on the sun during this reaction. Though the sun will continue to burn faster within a closed and limited space, it would cause a huge explosion to break free of the limit of the furnace. Apparently, this was true for pure fire energy too, as proven by Lois, who attempted something similar by using the part of the world connected to her to contain the pure fire rule, and then she introduced the pure water rule to it. The pure water rule here, instead of acting against the pure fire rule, acted as fuel to the pure fire rule, which caused an explosion to break out. How is this even possible? How is it that you survived something like that? Even I would not be able to get out of that explosion unscathed, Lois said in shock, feeling the presence of the boy within the storm of her pure fire rule power contained in the part of the world connected to her. Lois had already noticed that the boy was trying to get close to her, but she turned a blind eye to that, because she wanted him to be at the center of the explosion she was about to cause. Therefore, she ignored him as he subtly walked closer to her. She patiently waited for him to walk into her trap. But never in her dream would she have imagined that he would come out unscathed from her trap. Lois could not help but wonder how durable was the boy's mysterious physique. Lois's explosion had caught me by a surprise. I did not think she would try to accelerate the pure fire rule by using the pure water rule as fuel. I had many doubts about how Lois was able to use the pure water rule as fuel for the pure fire rule, but if I were to guess, I think this should be related to the varying purity level in the two rules. I believe the purity of the fire rule must have been higher than the purity of the water rule for the water rule to act as the fire rule's fuel, but I couldn't say that for certain without going through the data. I did not survive Lois's explosion unscathed despite what she was led to believe. The explosion was not the right word to explain what actually happened. The water rule acted as an accelerant to the fire rule, causing it to burn me faster than it usually would. During this incident, the rate at which my body burned by the fire rule had suppressed the rate at which my restructuring skill regrew my burnt body parts. Due to this, my body was almost burned by the explosive boost to the fire rule. However, a little mass of my body remained, hiding my calamity soul gem. So when the fire rule returned to normal, I did not spare any energy to return to my peak physical condition. It happened in an instant, causing Lois to think that I survived her trap unscathed. I was in the second transformation of the calamity soul gem. For such a large body to be combusted in a matter of seconds, the acceleration given to the pure fire rule by the pure water rule was very huge. Had Lois continued defeating the pure fire rule and the water rule for a second longer, then I would have had to abandon my current calamity soul gem and transfer my mutated soul to a pseudo-calamity soul gem that I had hidden nearby to protect the secret of the calamity soul gem. However, Lois couldn't continue feeding the water rule to her pure fire rule, because then she would be risking burning the part of the world containing the fire rule power, which meant she would be indirectly burning herself. So Lois had little choice when she stopped feeding water rule power to the pure fire rule power. Even though Lois could shed the part of the world connected to her at will, but the strain and pain transmitted to her body in case the part of the world were to be burned would be astronomical. Even her legendary physique could not handle that amount of strain and pain. She might end up losing consciousness mid-fight, which would be counterproductive. Therefore, Lois had to stop when she stopped. If she were a second late, she would be paying a huge price for being stubborn and stupid. "Is that the best you got?" I yelled, rushing toward Lois while my 8 fists attacked various points of her body. Before the explosion, I was a few hundred meters away from Lois. Now, after the explosion, Lois was still in shock from my survival. Making use of this moment, I burst with the maximum speed I could muster and closed in on Lois with my 8 fists aiming at her lethal points. But just when my fists were a centimeter away from Lois's body, she vanished and my fists landed on empty air. And I turned my head, hearing Lois's laughter coming from behind. "Ha ha ha, you thought you could close in on me? Sucker, you are in my domain, and I know you have a huge advantage at melee range with your monstrous physique, so you can forget about closing in on me while I can attack you at my will." Instantaneous movement. These words came to my mind seeing Lois vanish and appear far behind me. This one was different from her previous trick. As in her previous trick, she wasted time hopping for the spiritual channels of herself and her target. But this right here was genuine, instantaneous movement. Damn it, just when I thought I held the winning card. The instant movement ability was a troublesome skill, but I wasn't worried about Lois using it against me. With my skill, if you see me, I see you. Any kind of ambush attack would not work on me unless the attacker were way stronger than me. What worried me was that Lois had outright said that she wanted to use it to prolong the battle. This was news to me. So far what I gathered was that Lois was also on a time limit. I clearly heard her demigod colleague yell that out loud. However, Lois opting for a prolonged battle was contrary to that, making me wonder what changed. If Lois was also pressed by time, shouldn't she be also trying to finish this fight as fast as possible instead of prolonging the war? It seemed as if she was prepared to risk her life just to kill me. She was acting as if I murdered her parents. When did I provoke this woman? I was really hoping that it would not come to this, but Lois had left me no choice. Left with no choice, I decided to use something I had come up with, having gained the Myriad Devil Body Rune card. I thought of this while creating my pseudo-calamity soul gem. Pseudo-Calamity Soul Gems were created by morphing Calamity Daughter Gems using the Myriad Devil transformation. As I created Pseudo-Calamity Soul Gems, I also thought of various ways I could use Myriad Devil Transformation's ability to morph my Calamity Daughter souls into various items, such as soul energy batteries, bombs, etc. But the one I was going to use now was something I termed as Blood Explosion Ords. Blood Rule, Blood Explosion Ords. As I chanted that, my 6 floating arms each created a blood-red gem that began to ooze blood rule power, which enveloped the blood-red gems. Soon the blood-red gems were buried in an ample amount of blood rule power. They looked like blood-red orbs. The blood-red gems were none other than Calamity Daughter gems that had been morphed by Myriad Devil transformations such that they could act as batteries of blood rule power and a bomb when I need them to be. Myriad Devil Body card was a fascinating card with wide use, especially its Myriad Devil transformation ability. I was able to use it on Calamity Daughter Gem to change their purpose to fit that of a battery and bomb. This was possible because I used the Myriad Devil transformation to morph the soul pathways of the Calamity Daughter Gem, but not the Calamity Daughter Gem itself. Using Myriad Devil transformations directly on the target's soul pathways, but not the target as a whole, allowed to keep the target the same, but morph some of their traits. Making use of the Myriad Devil transformation at the level of the soul pathway was not easy. That was why I had not seen Circle's branch leader Mike using it. If not for my soul pupils, I too would not be able to do something like that. Using the ability to morph someone or something's soul pathway was just godlike. When experimenting with this newfound way to use the Myriad Devil transformation ability, I once morphed the soul pathway of a piece of paper such that its edges were sharp enough to cut through steel. A regular paper with no enchantment or anything could cut through steel. I made the water taste sweeter. The only limitation of this ability was that these changes I made to their soul pathways were temporary. They would only last till I supplied them with the required soul energy. Once the supply of soul energy was stopped, their morphed soul pathways would return to their regular self. Despite this limitation, this ability was just godly, because by using it I could turn anything into a weapon or a weapon into something I need. I actually planned to use this ability to turn everything in my surroundings into a bomb such that I could detonate the part of the world that had become part of Lois's physical body. But couldn't, as the level of my grimoire was not high enough to help me use this ability on a semi-demigod as powerful as Lois. So I had to settle with the second best thing, Blood Explosion Ords. Having created the Blood Explosion Ords, I threw them at Lois, who was laughing at me, believing that her instant movement would keep her safe from everything I throw at her, not knowing that soon I was going to prove her wrong big time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Man, you are dumb, aren't you? Just give it up, you can never reach me, let alone attack me. Lois sneered as she dodged Blood Explosion Orbs without having to use her instant movement. Not bothering with Lois's taunts, I had my floating arms produce more Blood Explosion Orbs and keep shooting them at Lois, who keeps dodging them without even the need of making use of her instant movement skill. Before Lois knew it, I had thrown about thousands of Blood Explosion Orbs. There was a reason why I was thoughtlessly producing Blood Explosion Orbs and shooting them at Lois, even though she could easily dodge them. The first was to keep Lois on her toes, and the second reason was to produce enough Blood Explosion Orbs to detonate the entire part of the world that was connected to Lois's physical body. The reason I used my Calamity Daughter gems as the base to create the Blood Explosion Ord was that I had full control over them, and now that they were filled with my blood rule power, I could telekinetically manipulate them. Meaning the Blood Explosion Orbs that Lois thought she dodged were manipulated by me such that they would miss Lois and leave the part of the world controlled by Lois and hover around the edge of the world connected to Lois, slowly surrounding Lois's domain and waiting for my signal to make the next move. Seeing me stop shooting Blood Explosion Orbs at her, Lois asked, "Tired already? I can do this all day long." In response to Lois's taunt, I just signaled my Blood Explosion Orbs to enter Lois's domain and take their positions. "What the hell?" Lois yelled, suddenly sensing the presence of thousands of Blood Explosion Orbs entering her world domain and taking positions such that they covered every nook and cranny of the part of the world that was connected with her physical body. "So, you were saying," I said with a smug look on my face, preparing to blow up the entire part of the world that was connected with Lois before she could shed it, but paused, hearing something that Lois blurted. How did you know that I cannot use instant movement outside of the part of the world connected to my physical body? Lois asked, seeing that thousands of the blood explosion orbs were strategically placed such that if she were to move anywhere in the part of the world connected to her using her instant movement skill, then she would be walking into a trap of blood explosion orbs. This basically rendered her instant movement skill useless. Apart from this carefully thought trap, what shocked Lois, even more, was how was her opponent able to tell the limitation of her instant movement skill. "I didn't, but you just did," I answered Lois. This was a surprising turn of events. Learning that Lois's instant movement ability was limited to the part of the world that was connected to her physical body, I postponed the plan of blowing up a part of the world sky high. "What? Then what do you plan to do with so many of those blood rule orbs?" Lois asked in confusion, overlooking the fact that she foolishly told her the limitation of the instant movement ability to her enemy. "I was planning to blow this place sky high, but now that I have grounded you, I have something else in mind," I said as my 6 floating arms produced 6 more blood explosion orbs, and then they vanished from behind me and appeared behind Lois, planning to attack Lois with blood explosion orb. Seeing the floating arms and heads behind the boy vanish, Lois's eyes shrunk to the point of a needle. Panicked, she instinctively used her instant movement ability and appeared a quarter-mile away, escaping the ambush of my floating arms and head, but walked right into one of my blood explosion orb trap. Boom. That freaking hurt. What the FCK are they? Thanks to her physique, Lois survived the explosion, but her body was bloodied all over. One of her hands was tattered and her clothes looked like a bloodied rag. "Lois, last chance, admit defeat." I gave Lois a chance to surrender because now that Anna's grandmother and her subordinate were here, I cared more about winning my wager with the devil as fast as possible, and Lois surrendering was enough for me to get what I wanted. "Me surrendering to you? In your dreams. But aren't you getting cocky too soon?" Lois scoffed, as the wounds on her body healed at an incredible rate. In just a second, her wounded arm was patched up, and so were the rest of her wounds. I guess this was the perk of being one with the world physically. "I don't care what you think. The next words that come out of your mouth better be 'I surrender,' or else it will be too late for you to regret it." Seeing the incredible recovery rate displayed by Lois's body, I had already decided my next course of action, understanding that subduing Lois with a few fatal wounds would be impossible when she had the world backing her. Ha ha ha. There is confidence, and then there is overconfidence. Lois wanted to mock the boy for his third-rate dialogue, but her voice was masked by the sound of a huge explosion. Boom. I considered myself a man of my word. Having warned Lois, I delivered on my threat. I detonate thousands of blood explosion orbs, blowing up the entire part of the world that was connected to Lois physically. This also meant I and Lois were also caught in this explosion. I don't know about Lois, but my gigamite physique would not survive such an explosion. So without even giving it much thought, I transferred my mutated soul to one of my nearby pseudo-calamity soul gems immediately after simultaneously detonating all the blood explosion orbs along with my current body. The combined explosion of thousands of blood explosion orbs and the self-detonation of a demigod resulted in an explosion enough to shake the world. And it did. Tremors and shock waves of the battle reached the Sky Blossom City. If not for the city array coming to Sky Blossom City's aid, the buildings of the city might have collapsed on themselves under the influence of the tremors and shock waves from the explosion, killing millions of innocent lives. Holy SHD. Anna and Anne, who were watching the fight from the sidelines, too had to take cover from the aftermath of the explosion. "Is he dead? Did I win the wager?" Belphegor asked the twins, believing the explosion to be Lois's doing to kill the boy. "Shut your damn mouth. He is not dead. See, he is right over there." Anna used the ring she gave the boy to sense his life and death. After learning he was alive, she searched his location only to find him walking out of the horizon unscathed, and to her surprise from the opposite direction of where the explosion took place. What the FCK? The devil cussed, not understanding how the boy who was inside the explosion as it happened came out from the opposite direction of the explosion's location, as if he was never in the explosion to start with. This was mind-bending for the devil. Belphegor has been monitoring the boy's presence from the start of the battle, and as the huge explosion happened, he had sensed the presence of the boy at the heart of the explosion. But somehow the boy survived. He was not only alive and well, but he was walking toward the direction of the explosion. How is that possible? Teleportation? That was impossible as he had felt the boy's presence inside the explosion as the explosion occurred. So how was he still present outside the explosion? How can a person be in two places at a time? Belphegor was obsessed over this. Because, unlike others who could not differentiate between the original body of the boy and his clone, he could thanks to the Devil Merchant Code, which helped him to keep track of the boy's original body using his wager pact with the boy. Therefore, Belphegor was sure that the original body of the boy died in the explosion, but somehow another original body of the boy popped up outside of the explosion. Obsessing over the boy's miraculous survival, Belphegor realized that he had seriously underestimated the boy until the very end. Was the devil to be blamed for underestimating the boy? He was tricked by the boy once, but how was he supposed to know that the boy was capable of such seemingly impossible feats? He was a freaking card soldier, who would believe that he would use the borrowed power to outdo the right eye of the world at her peak. No, all hopes are not lost yet. The girl should have another ace hidden under her sleeve. She might have survived the explosion like the boy. Devil began to pray for a miracle. The irony in this was not lost. A devil praying. Now that was just funny. Ha ha ha. There is confidence, and then there is overconfidence. Lois was mocking the boy but suddenly paused as the whole world in front of her slowed down. Then seeing the blood explosion orbs surrounding her had exploded, and that the explosion was about a centimeter away from reaching her, she understood what happened. Her fail-safe, Godspeed, had kicked in. The only reason Lois dared to stay behind to complete the mission assigned to her was because of this fail-safe, Godspeed. She had prepared this for Field Marshal Heat's end, but she never expected it to be activated this early, and by the boy no less. This day has been a real eye-opener for Lois. For a mere card soldier to bring her close to the death's door, making use of powers he borrowed, Lois felt stupid and in awe at the same time. Her awe was obviously directed towards the boy. Speaking of the boy, Lois searched for him, thinking she should kill the boy before fleeing the scene. Card name, Godspeed. Card type, rune card, one-time use. Card rank, Transcendence. Card rate, --. Card durability, --. Card effect. When the user is in imminent danger of certain death, this card will activate automatically and boost their speed to Transcendence for 1 second. Additional effect, Transcendent Senses. Note, Transcendence is not for mortals. If the user doesn't have complete divinity, they will suffer from a severe backlash with a slight chance of death. Transcendent Senses. The user's sense heightens to the level of Transcendence. Note, Transcendence is not for mortals. If the user doesn't have a complete divinity, they will suffer from a severe backlash with a slight chance of losing all their senses permanently. Once Lois's fail-safe, Godspeed, activated, having detected that Lois was facing certain death, the first thing Lois did was to shed the part of the world that was connected to her physical body so that she would not have to bear the transferred pain and strain when the part of the world connected her was blown by the blood explosion orbs. Thanks to her fail-safe Godspeed, Lois was able to save her life, but the blood explosion orbs had already exploded and the part of the world that was connected to Lois had already taken considerable damage. The only advantage of the fail-safe Godspeed activating was that Lois was able to cut her losses before it grew to a point where it claimed her life. Now for the remaining time left of her fail-safe Godspeed, Lois decided to use it to kill the target of her mission instead of using it to escape. Lois knew that though Agent Yuri said they only had 10 minutes, the time limit was 15 minutes. So she decided to do something bold with the remaining time of her fail-safe Godspeed, thinking that she would have enough time to escape after killing the target of her assassination mission. With such thoughts in her mind, Lois searched for the boy amidst the blood rule explosion. Due to the speed of the transcendent card Godspeed, the world looked like it had paused in Lois's eyes. Because of that, her field of vision was covered by the blood explosion orb that appeared to be exploding in slow motion. Lois went around the blood rule explosions to find the boy. When Lois finally found the boy, she was shocked to find that the boy had detonated himself. Yes, the target of her mission had detonated himself along with his thousands of strategically placed blood explosion orbs, confusing Lois. She could not help but wonder why the boy would choose to explode when he clearly had her where he wanted. Was there a conspiracy behind this? Then it suddenly hit Lois that the boy was not actually a demigod, but a card soldier pretending to be a demigod using the power he borrowed from the devil. Having been pushed to death's door by the boy in a card fight, Lois had started to treat the boy as an equal, forgetting that he was just a card soldier. Thinking of this, Lois understood why the boy would risk detonating the entire part of the world connected to her with him in it, and also chose to detonate himself while he was ahead. It must be because the time of this borrowed power was up, making this explosion his last resort to take her down with his final breath. Reaching this conclusion, Lois's respect for the boy grew even more. Despite being a mere card soldier, he was by far one of the toughest enemies Lois had faced. Seeing that the boy was soon going to die and his soul would belong to the devil who lent him their power and then be dragged to the dark realm by it, Lois decided to use the last bit of remaining juice of her transcendent card Godspeed to move out of the explosion range. Moving out of the explosion range, Lois felt a lot of strain and pain rush into her body as she heard the explosion behind her. The transcendent card Godspeed's time was up. Lois then immediately used her legendary physique's ability to move within the midsection of her spiritual channel, planning to hide in it, until the backlash from using the transcendent card Godspeed and the pain and strain that transmitted to her body from the exploding of the part of the world connected to her were bearable enough for her move around to escape. With the mission objective assigned to her completed, Lois decided to recover a little and then flee the southern region. And thanks to her being able to physically be one with the world, Lois's body was recovering at an incredible rate. Though Lois's body hurt a lot, she felt better knowing with her physique, she will get well soon. Despite having achieved everything, she fought for. Lois did not relax, but made use of everything at her disposal to recover her body as fast as possible, not wanting to be anywhere near here when Field Marshal Heatsend arrived. Just as Lois was doing her best to recover her physical body as fast as possible, she sensed a familiar presence as she made a regular spiritual sweep of her surrounding. She had survived the battle against the boy, but there were still many formidable enemies present that would prove very troublesome to fight in her current state. So Lois was being cautious, hoping to use her teleportation-like trick to assassinate any possible threat. And to her dismay, instead of a threat, she found a dead person, a person she presumed to be dead. It was none other than the boy whom she saw detonating his body along with thousands of blood explosion orbs. If you detonate your body, that means you should be dead, yet the boy was still alive and well. Not only was he alive, but he still had the devil's power in him. How is that possible? Unless she was fighting the boy's clone this whole time. But how can a card soldier's clone be that powerful, and not to mention have a spiritual channel? She was clearly fighting the original body of the boy, unless his physique was similar to Agent Yuri's. Come to think of it, the clone of the boy that carried away the Southern Emperor also seemed to have a spiritual channel. Lois's current problem was not how the boy was still alive even though she saw him die, but that his eyes were able to see the end of her spiritual channel in the physical plane. Meaning once he finds her hiding, and he could immediately use his mental strength to fight her. But with her current condition, she was not a match for him. So in a panic, Lois decided to launch a primitive strike before the boy detected her presence, believing that the boy was currently defenseless, not being aware that she had survived the explosion. Thinking of this, Lois teleported from within the midsection of her spiritual channel to the midsection of the boy's spiritual channel, preparing to assassinate him. Walking towards the huge blood rule explosion, I searched for Lois, as none of the conditions of my wager with the devil were met to indicate that either I or the devil had won the wager. This could only imply that as a result of the explosion, I did not get Lois to surrender or render her incapable to fight or kill her, nor did Lois flee. Meaning, Lois was alive and hiding in the vicinity. As much as I would love to know how Lois survived, I decided to search for her using my soul pupil, feeling that she might have hidden in her spiritual channel to recuperate. However, before I could find Lois, she found me. I was certain of this as I felt her presence in the midsection of my spiritual channel. Unfortunately for her, I knew something like this would happen. Rather, I baited Lois into doing this by acting defenseless, as I felt that baiting Lois would be easier and faster than finding her in this vast land. Not to mention the time limit of my wager with the devil was almost up. My bold choice of baiting Lois was all because the Hive AI had finally managed to find how Lois's physique was able to transfer the compressed body of the target into their spiritual channel. The answer to this was right in front of my eyes, but I never considered this possibility. However, hundreds of thousands of simulations conducted by Hive AI did, finally unveiling how Lois's physique was able to send the compressed body of the target into their spiritual channel, and it was none other than Lois's physique's mass alteration type ability that compressed the body of the target. Yes, the same ability of Lois's physique that compressed the body of its target was also the reason for sending the target into their spiritual channel. I never thought that the mass alteration type ability of Lois's physique could be applied to the spiritual channel like this. Consider the spiritual channel of a card apprentice as their center. What Lois's physique does was it would compress the body of the card apprentice except for their spiritual channel to the point that the body of the card apprentice becomes smaller than the card apprentice's spiritual channel. By this step, the compressed body of the card apprentice will be nothing but a small mole on the outer surface of the spiritual channel of the card apprentice. Then this small mole gets further compressed such that it vanishes from the outside surface of the spiritual channel and regrows inside the spiritual channel's inner walls with the ability to move independently along the inner walls of the spiritual channel. The ability to move their compressed body independently along the inner walls of their spiritual channel was only limited to Lois, but not to her targets, as they did not have her physique. In conclusion, Lois's physique compressed the body of the target to the point where they grow smaller than its spiritual channel and then regrows within its spiritual channel attached to the spiritual channel's inner walls. Like a benign tumor had grown on the inner walls of the spiritual channel. This was how Lois was able to use her physique to move in and out of her spiritual channel and trap her victims in their spiritual channels. Now that Hive AI had deduced how Lois's physique ability worked, it went one step further and deduced how I could do the same using the restructuring ability of my Calamity Soul Gem. Not just me, but all my Calamity Daughter gems too, as they also had the restructuring ability. How was it possible for me to use the restructuring ability to replicate Lois's trick of entering one's spiritual channel? It was simple. Taking the spiritual channel as the center of the Calamity Soul Gem, instead of using restructure ability to grow my body around the Calamity Soul Gem, what if I grew a miniature version of my body using the restructure ability within my spiritual channel? Yes, it was possible. Hive AI had already done all the math. Now I too was able to enter my spiritual channel like Lois if I willed it, by making use of the restructuring ability of my Calamity Soul Gem. In a way, my way to enter the spiritual channel was better than Lois's because, in my way at the least, a miniature version of my body grew on the inner walls of my spiritual channel, while in Lois's way, her body would grow on her spiritual channel like a benign tumor. In my version, making use of restructuring ability finally, I too would be able to move around inside my spiritual channel independently like Lois was able to in her spiritual channel. The same was true for my Calamity Daughter gems. So when Lois appeared in the midsection of my spiritual channel in the shape of a benign tumor, I controlled my spiritual channel to not forcefully throw Lois out of it. Instead, 3 miniature versions of me appeared right next to the tumor-shaped Lois. They were my 3 slave consciousnesses, acting as the sentinel of my spiritual channels. The 3 miniature versions of me grabbed the benign tumor-shaped Lois and dragged her toward the end of the spiritual channel that ended in the spiritual plane, simultaneously chanting, "Surrender or roam the spiritual plane for eternity as a spiritual entity without a physical body." The most difficult part about this was not subduing the tumor-shaped Lois, but controlling my spiritual channel to not eject Lois out of it following its defense protocol against foreign entities invading it. Unaware of her surviving the explosion, the boy appeared to be celebrating his victory over her defenselessly. So, Lois suppressed the backlash, pain, and strain on her body and shifted her to the midsection of the boy's spiritual channel to assassinate him before he realizes that she had not died in the explosion. Feeling this was the right moment to assassinate him, Lois made her move not knowing that she was going to experience the most bizarre thing she had experienced by far. As soon as Lois appeared in the midsection of the boy's spiritual channel, something interesting happened. Her body was not thrown out by the spiritual channel. Instead, she felt something grab hold of her compressed body and drag her somewhere. So she used her spirituality to check what was happening to experience the most bizarre thing she had experienced in this world by far. Lois found that 3 miniature bodies of the boy were dragging her compressed body toward the end of his spiritual channel, which ended in the spiritual plane while chanting, "Surrender or roam the spiritual plane for eternity as a spiritual entity without a physical body." Lois was shocked. This was her first time experiencing something like this, not to mention she was in no condition for a head-on confrontation. As much as she would like to understand how the 3 perfect bodies of the boy were able to appear in his spiritual channel and move in it without hindrance, she could only helplessly watch in panic as her compressed body was being dragged by the boy to be thrown in the spiritual plane. Since Lois's compressed body was in physical contact with the 3 miniature versions of the boy, her physique could not use its abilities to transfer her back or grow her body to its normal size. In a way, the limitation of Lois's physique had now made her a prisoner within their target's spiritual channel. Right now, one of Lois's worst nightmares, moving into the spiritual plane with her physical body, was about to come true. Lois feared this because when in the spiritual plane, her physical body will return to the basic energies that shaped it in the physical plane. Despite losing her physical body, Lois would be able to survive in the spiritual plane as a spiritual entity, thanks to her physique traits. The worst part about it was she did not know how long she would be trapped in the spiritual plane as a spiritual entity. Just thinking of the possibility of being trapped in a void for eternity, Lois's phobias surfaced. She tried to struggle, but the backlash of using powers of transcendence and the pain and strain transferred to her body from the world, which she was trying to suppress, all broke out at once. Lois was in a lot of suffering both physically and mentally. While she heard the miniature versions of the boy repeatedly chant, "Surrender or roam the spiritual plane for eternity as a spiritual entity without a physical body." The chants of the boy echoed in Lois's mind, empowering the phobia that she was trying to suppress with her willpower, but to no avail. As the boy's miniature versions dragged her closer to the spiritual plane end of his spiritual channel, Lois grew impatient and was unable to focus her willpower to suppress her phobia. Soon Lois cracked, giving in to her phobia, and conveyed to the 3 miniature versions of the boy that she admits defeat without even bothering to negotiate the terms of her surrender. Considering the mental suffering she was undergoing, it was not a surprise that she did not think of negotiating the terms of her surrender. As soon as Lois surrendered, the 3 miniature versions of me dragged the compressed body of Lois into the end of my spiritual channel that was in the physical plane within my Calamity Soul Gem. And under the shielding of the protective cover of the dungeon Calamity Seed covering the Calamity Soul Gem, Lois's compressed physical body and spirituality lost their connection with the world and its will, turning Lois into a true prisoner. After imprisoning Lois's compressed body in the physical plane end of my spiritual channel in the Calamity Soul Gem, I created a new pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem and transferred my soul into that, while letting one of my slave consciousness replace it in my current body. This meant morphing the Calamity Soul Gem in this body back to the Calamity Daughter Gem. During my experimentation, I found that the pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem would only become a Calamity Soul Gem if my original mutated soul occupied it, not if my slave consciousness occupied it. Instead, it would morph back to a Calamity Daughter Gem. This way I had trapped the compressed body of Lois in the spiritual channel of my clone, turning its Calamity Daughter Gem into a prison for Lois. Then I used my new body to extract that Calamity Daughter Gem from my clone and morphed it into a demigod realm Calamity trap using various trap arrays. My 5 minutes weren't up yet, so I still had the devil's borrowed power. Therefore, I planned to make the best use of it by imprisoning Lois's compressed body in my Calamity Daughter Gem turned Calamity Trap, as I did in the case of Demigod Redfall's soul. Once I had locked away Lois in my Calamity Trap for good, I hid it in a storage card, planning to hide it in Blooddeath's dungeon seal right next to Demigod Redfall's soul. Then I headed towards Belphegor to send him back, while he was still trying to process the shock of him losing the wager. "You? How? What? Why?" The devil stuttered, not understanding how the boy was able to get his opponent who was stronger than him to admit defeat to him with time to spare. What ability did the boy use that allowed him to survive the explosion? Why was this happening to him out of all the devil merchants? The devil wanted the boy to answer various questions plaguing its mind all at once, but it could not decide on which question to ask the boy first. These questions and today's losses were going to haunt him for the rest of his life. Soon Belphegor felt a force pulling him back into the Bark realm. He immediately realized, now that the wager was over, the boy could use his authority as a customer to send him back. But Belphegor was not willing to leave without getting a proper explanation of what just transpired. However, it was not up to him. He was a devil merchant and had to abide by the devil merchant code. So feeling a mixture of anguish, helplessness, unwillingness, and despair, Belphegor cussed at the boy with the last of his strength before being dragged to the dark realm. Curse you, Dalton Wyatt. Carrying a frozen block of ice containing a human-sized egg made from molten flesh and blood, Colleen arrived at a quiet place far from the fight between her grandson-in-law and Agent Lois. Soon Demigod Baxter appeared right beside her and asked, "How do we go about this?" "I will monitor him from outside here. You use your item card Heart's Mirror to listen to his heart," Colleen mentally conveyed to Baxter, and then following Colleen's order, Baxter used a silent chant. SS rank rune item card, Heart's Mirror. Summoning a fancy mirror made entirely of a diamond. Interestingly, it did not reflect anything. But when Demigod Baxter pointed it at the block of ice containing Agent Yuri hidden in the egg, it reflected the image of Agent Yuri. Agent Yuri's reflection looked very childish and naughty, like a child who was up to no good. Seeing this, Baxter nodded at Colleen, and then looking at the egg frozen by Colleen in a block of ice, he said out loud, "I know you can hear me from in there." The egg frozen in the block of ice did not reply to Baxter. It remained the same, frozen. But it seems that was all Colleen and Baxter wanted, as they seemed to be satisfied getting no reaction from the frozen egg. Then Colleen and Baxter turned to look at the reflection of Agent Yuri, which was reflected on the Heart's Mirror rune item. It suddenly spoke. "Yes, I can hear you." Getting the accepted answer, Baxter then proceeded to ask, "Where have you hidden Dr. Luna Lorne?" This time the egg did not remain responseless. Instead, a sound could be heard from within it yelling, "I don't know." Like the previous time, Baxter and Colleen ignored the frozen egg and looked at the reflection of Agent Yuri reflected on the Heart's Mirror rune item, and it answered Baxter's question. "I have buried unconscious Dr. Luna Lorne in an underground tomb 500 miles west from here." "Did you set up any trap?" Baxter asked the frozen egg, and this time it replied, "Yes, without me you cannot get her back alive." Whereas the reflection of Agent Yuri on the Heart's Mirror rune item said, "In a hurry, I did not have the time to rig the tomb with traps. Let's go." Having gotten the relevant answers, Colleen carried the frozen egg and headed toward the location of her grandniece, while Demigod Baxter silently followed behind her. Card name, Heart's Mirror. Card type, rune item card. Card rank, SSS rank, legend rank. Card rate, //. Card durability, //. Card effect. Heart's Mirror is a rune item card that helps the user to directly communicate with the target's ethereal spirit, which does not know how to lie. Additional effect, listen. Note, this item is imbued with a rune. Listen. Users can use this ability to force the target to hear their words through the target's ethereal spirit. Soon Colleen and Baxter arrived at the location where Agent Yuri had buried Dr. Luna Lorne, only to find that the underground tomb had been dug up and Luna was missing. Seeing this, Colleen and Baxter used every sensing ability in their arsenal to check the tomb and its surroundings to locate anything suspicious, but their effort found them no clues or sense anything suspicious. Baxter immediately summoned his Heart's Mirror rune item card, and pointing at the frozen egg, he summoned Agent Yuri's ethereal spirit's reflection on his Heart's Mirror and asked, "Who else knew that you had hidden Luna here?" "I had shared this location with my handler," Agent Yuri's ethereal spirit answered. "Damn it, we are late." Colleen cussed, believing that Agent Yuri's handler had someone extract Luna. Demigod Baxter, who had experience with these kinds of situations, immediately thought of where the card apprentice who as Luna might be and inquired Agent Yuri's ethereal spirit, "Where is the rendezvous point of your current mission?" Listening to Demigod Baxter's question, Colleen's eyes shone, understanding what Baxter was trying to achieve by asking Agent Yuri's ethereal spirit this question, and looked at the reflection of Agent Yuri's ethereal spirit's reflection eagerly as it answered the location of their mission's rendezvous point. Then Colleen and Baxter dashed towards the location immediately. A whole minute after Colleen and Baxter left, a figure carrying unconscious Luna surfaced from within the tomb. It was none other than demigod Baylor. He was somehow able to escape Colleen and Baxter's search. But to demigod Baylor's surprise, as soon as he surfaced from the tomb, Colleen suddenly appeared a few miles away from him out of nowhere. Scared, demigod Baylor summoned a portal and jumped into it carrying unconscious Luna before Colleen could reach him. Colleen made use of the fastest speed to catch up with Baylor, and she did, but an invisible shield stopped Colleen from entering the portal. Soon the portal vanished, leaving behind angry Colleen in a vast wasteland, all alone, yelling at the top of her voice out of frustration, "Ah!" Thinking of the possibility that the villain who has her grandniece might still be hiding in the vicinity while heading to the rendezvous point of the enemy, Colleen had left a mark a few miles from the tomb, which would not only help her to teleport to that location instantly, but also monitor what was happening in its surroundings. Colleen's intuition was correct, but unfortunately, she was one step too late. Damn those freedom fighters. Colleen cussed Baylor and summoned her grimoire to text at her sister-in-law informing that demigod Baylor was a freedom fighter. Freedom Fighters is an extremely powerful organization led by an unknown leader. They are the only force in the world that directly and openly opposes the world government and seek to dismantle it. They are particularly against the 4 royal families and the nobles of the central region who benefit from the corruption of the world government. The only reason they were able to survive despite opposing the world government was that they hide in the worlds connected to this card world through reverse dungeons. "So you were the hidden leader of the Freedom Fighters," Field Marshal Heatsen told her guests to Field Marshal Henricks, having read the text from her sister-in-law. "I knew I should not have used my ability that day to save you. Honestly, I thought you would have been able to figure out my identity a lot sooner. I am surprised it took you so long." Henricks did not deny Field Marshal Heatsen's guess. "Yes, you are right, I should have figured it out a lot sooner." Field Marshal Heatsen agreed with Henricks that she should have this connection a lot sooner. But in her defense, this man had saved her and her comrades' lives. So out of respect, she chose not to pursue her suspicions about him till today. Field Marshal Henricks added, "Who else knows about your second identity? You are the first, the only other person who knew my ability was killed by me." Henricks spoke the truth. Even his disciple Baylor did not know his secret identity. The other person he spoke of was none other than his master, who introduced him to the organization that ruled the world government from the shadows. "I guess you had no choice that day." Field Marshal Heatsen spoke of the day Henricks used his ability to save her, but did not kill her to keep his ability secret, because in that circumstance everyone would know it was he who killed her. Still, it was worth it. Because of the deed that day, now the Freedom Fighters are the only producers and suppliers of silver milk powder in the world, Henricks said proudly. His organization had always lacked in terms of talented manpower and capital compared to the government. But now that they secured the only source of the new ingredient termed as silver milk needed to produce silver milk powder, it made them the only producers and suppliers of silver milk powder in the world, which allowed them to gain the capital that would get them the required talented manpower. With the possibility of a continuous stream of hefty income from selling silver milk powder in the black market, Henricks did not have to continue to serve as a corrupt field marshal to gather the funding to keep his organization running, meaning he no longer had enough reasons to keep his second identity hidden. Though he would miss a cover to recruit good talents and gather information from all around the world for his organization. Now that his organization had the silver milk powder, they could nurture talents of their own and buy the information they need. What the Freedom Fighters needed right now, apart from funding, was a skillful and charming spokesperson, so it was about time he reintroduced himself to the world. "What about my granddaughter?" Field Marshal Heatsen asked in concern. "As I promised, I will personally bring your granddaughter to you alive." Henricks was a man of his word. Since he gave his word to Field Marshal Heatsen that he would not bring harm to Luna, then he would keep his word and not harm her. "When did you recruit her as a freedom fighter?" Listening to Henricks, Field Marshal Heatsen spoke without batting her eyes. Field Marshal Heatsen knew for the government to know so much about the silver milk powder and the dungeon relocation experiment, they had a traitor amidst them. Her suspicions grew, wondering how did the government find out exactly when the dungeon relocation experiment was completed. Luna would be carrying the dungeon relocation card, and where to find her. This was where Field Marshal Heatsen had suspicions of Luna. After creating the dungeon relocation card, why did Luna not send it to the secured location despite being ordered to do so, and instead choose to keep it on her in the city? After the dungeon relocation experiment was over, Field Marshal Heatsend ordered Luna to have someone immediately head to the secured location to deliver the Silver Beach Gate dungeon card to Anna's mother, while Luna continued the dungeon relocation experiment on another dungeon, such that spies planted by the government would not know that the experiment was over, but Luna stalled, making an excuse that the Silver Beach Gate dungeon card was not stable and only she could stabilize it. This was not reason enough for Field Marshal Heatsend to call her granddaughter a traitor, but when Henrix repeatedly confirmed that he would bring back Luna alive, she knew for sure that Luna was in cahoots with the freedom fighters. Because the only way to get cards from a card apprentice's grimoire was by forcing the card apprentice to willingly hand over the card, but the royal family's progenies have been taught not to negotiate with terrorists, leaving Henrix's only option to kill Luna and use her soul energy signature to fool the world's will and get the card he wanted from her grimoire. Yet, Henrix repeatedly claimed that he would return Luna to her alive. This meant that he was sure that Luna would go against the teaching of her family and give him the Silver Beach Gate dungeon card. Though Field Marshal Heatsend wasn't sure why Henrix was so confident about this. In her eyes, it would not matter much whether Luna was really a traitor, because if she were to give the freedom fighters the Silver Beach Gate dungeon card out of fear for her life, she would be considered as a traitor for going against the teaching of the Southern royal family. Aren't you sharp? Does it make any difference to know when your granddaughter joined us? Don't worry about Clown Mask. Your family's secret is safe with me. Keep her safe. I will be picking that treasure trove up soon. It is a pity that we did not get the boy today, but we can always try another time. Henrix revealed enough for the Field Marshal Heatsend to confirm that Luna was the traitor within. Soon a portal appeared behind Henrix, and taking a step back, he entered the portal as it closed, leaving behind Field Marshal Heatsend, who continued to keep the honor of the Heatsend royal family. Baylor, why did you not capture the boy when you had the chance? Arriving in the secret base, Henrix did not bother to disclose his secret identity to his disciple and instead blamed him for not kidnapping his target. I see now. Baylor immediately figured out his master's secret identity based on the past events that seemed too good to be true. Hiding that he was a freedom fighter from his wife and work while juggling between his two identities wasn't easy, but thanks to his mentor's special treatment, he never found it challenging. Now he knew his mentor was not giving him special treatment, but instead providing assistance to complete the task assigned to him. Having figured out that his mentor was the mysterious leader of the freedom fighters, it all made sense. Kid, answer me why? Henrix repeated himself. I felt the Southern royal family was a safer place for him than here. Baylor did not lie. He genuinely felt that the Southern royal family would take better care of the boy than the freedom fighters. Though Baylor has been a part of the freedom fighters for a long time and supports what it stood for, believing that it could one day change the world with its ideologies, he still didn't think that it was the best fit for Ellen's son, as he did not want him to lead a life in hiding. Not to forget, seeing how the Southern Emperor willingly risked her own life to protect the boy, Baylor saw the same undying love he had for Ellen in the Southern Emperor for that boy. Therefore, he decided that for now, he should not interfere in the boy's life. Why, you are as stubborn as always. Henrix knew that yelling at Baylor for not kidnapping the boy would do no good, so he just gave up and turned to look at unconscious Luna on the ground. Then he said, Luna, wake up, your cover is blown. There is no need to continue the act. The unconscious Luna's body propped itself up and then opened its eyes in a ghastly manner. Then a light of wisdom shone in its eyes, as if Luna's consciousness regained control over its body. Then Luna spoke. How? I did not leave behind any clues. Sorry, it was my mistake. I gave it away. I should have known your grandmother will not give preferential treatment even to her own flesh and blood. Henrix said, shaking his head, having learned that the royals were very demanding of their blood. One way or the other, he would get the Silver Beach Gate dungeon card, but Field Marshal Heatsend would rather see him take the card from Luna's corpse than her willingly giving him the card. Well, I figured as much. Grandma will sacrifice anything for the honor of the family. If not for that, this mission would not have been a success. Besides, though it feels good to finally meet in person, and without those masks covering our faces, your identities surprise me the most. I would have never guessed that the mysterious leader of the freedom fighter was a corrupt field marshal and the strictest commander of the freedom fighter was the youngest general in the government they planned to overthrow. Well, I guess it is not that shocking when compared to me betraying my flesh and blood. Luna did not seem to be bothered by the fact that her cover was blown. She acted like fish in water among the freedom fighters. Luna was the prime example of the betrayal people were capable of. Haha. Henrix and Baylor let out awkward laughs, not wanting to talk about their undercover work as it would put a strain on their relationship. Especially when Henrix knew of Baylor's double identity all along while Baylor had no clue about Henrix being the mysterious leader he followed. Seeing the two behave awkwardly, Luna took the hint that they did not want to talk about their undercover work, so she changed the topic by asking, I don't know about you guys, but I need Dalton Wyatt. I need his assistance with my empty space project, and without his assistance in creating the improved Memorconium, the project megamorphers I proposed will not be possible. Leave the boy alone, Baylor warned Luna. That is not possible if you want your people to be armed with megamorphers. Then we need him as he has the card recipe for the creation of megamorpher cards. Aside from that, I have been working on the empty space project for decades, but I am stuck and out of ideas. However, with his origin card, we might find new leads. Luna continued to argue good points as to why they needed the boy despite the resistance from Baylor. Baylor, shut up. If our army has any chance of standing against the armies of the royal families, central region nobles, and the government, then it is with them equipped with the megamorpher cards. And don't forget the empty space project is very detrimental to our people's survival in these other worlds. There is no denying that we need the boy, but right now our priority should be to set up a production house and a supply route for the silver milk powder. Luna, you are in charge of setting up the production line for the silver milk powder. Baylor, you are in charge of setting up a supply chain for the silver milk powder. I am trusting you both to cooperate on this silver milk powder project and help each other. Once we have gathered enough capital to fund the empty space project and the megamorpher project, it wouldn't be late for us to reach out to the boy. Until then, we have our work cut out for us. Henrix did not bother to entertain the arguments made by Baylor or Luna. Instead, he assigned them their work, while suggesting that though this mission was a success, there was still a long way ahead for the freedom fighters to take into account. Field Mars, leader, speaking of the supply chain. A secret organization has been working to uproot the black market our people set up in the central region. As a commander of the freedom fighters, Baylor has been in charge of many projects, and one of them was entering the black market of the central region and establishing a foothold. As a new player in the central region black market, the freedom fighters had many competitors and predators to fend off, but one of their competitors came hard on them. It was an unknown organization that did not hesitate to assassinate the members of the freedom fighters. Baylor wanted to retaliate against them, but he had no idea who they were. The members of the secret organization were like ghosts as they did not leave behind any clues. This mysterious organization has been a real pain in Baylor's ass. Whoa, you don't know? Luna looked at Baylor in pity, as she knew the mysterious organization that Baylor complained about was Paw Clan, led by Matron, Baylor's dear wife Sansa Baylor. What? Do you know something? Tell me. Seeing Luna's reaction, Baylor understood she knew something about the mysterious organization he spoke of. Luna did not immediately answer Baylor. Instead, she glanced at Henrix, waiting for his reaction, not knowing what attitude the freedom fighters planned to cultivate toward the Paw Clan. They were rivals, but with the relationship between Baylor and Matron, things could change. Then there was also the fact about Matron was trying to kill the boy that Baylor was trying to protect. This was really a tricky situation. Henrix shook his head, then looking at his disciple he said, "About the mysterious organization, I will get you the answer by tonight. Until then, you guys brief your people about your assignments." Then a portal appeared behind Henrix, and taking a step back, he vanished from the planet Yellow Plains without waiting for Luna and Baylor to answer. Having witnessed the suspicious glance exchange between Luna and his mentor, Baylor knew something was up, so after his mentor left, he cornered Luna and asked, "Tell me everything you know. Back off, or I don't mind kicking your demigod ass." Luna did not get intimidated by Baylor. Rather, unlike her usual meek shelf, she acted confident and did not hesitate to confront Baylor. "Dr. Luna, here you are not a princess. Don't forget the hierarchy of the freedom fighters. As your commander, I order you to answer me." Baylor did not like the feeling of being kept in dark, especially when it involved him. Only he knew how enraged he was finding that the leader of the freedom fighters was none other than his mentor. The struggle of betraying his mentor for his cause had always kept Baylor awake and working hard to make up for his betrayal to his mentor, but now he came to know that he was the one being kept in the dark. The rage hidden in Baylor's heart was enough to destroy the entire Yellow Plains. You are no commander of mine. Shove your orders up your ass. I am the chief of the R&D department. Next time you talk to me, you better remember to keep your tone in check. Luna stood her ground against Baylor. Then she turned to exit the room but paused and said, Dalton Wyatt is mine. No one can stop me from making him mine. Not you nor my cousin. Baylor glanced at retreating Luna and found that her words reminded him of his wife, Sansa. Date, April 5th, 2321. Time, 7:13. Location, Central Region, Central Capital, Secret Prison, Unknown, Interrogation Room Number 12. It has been a long day for Sansa. She was arrested by the secret police for associating with the rebels calling themselves the Freedom Fighters. Knowing Sansa, she would have no trouble waking out of this joke of a secret prison, but she did not do so as this involved her husband. So she patiently cooperated with the secret police to gather the information they had. Yes, her minions were already working on it, but this case involved her beloved, so she did not mind a little inconvenience. Mrs. Baylor, for the 100th time, did you know your husband was a freedom fighter? A demigod realm agent interrogating Sansa asked in frustration, as she was not able to get any straight answers from Sansa for her colleague to use her card to judge if Sansa was lying or not. The only reason the agent was being this lax with Sansa's interrogation was that she was a prominent figure in the central capital with a lot of powerful connections calling their superiors and vouching for her innocence. Where is my husband? Sansa did not answer the agent, but instead inquired about the whereabouts of her husband. That is classified. Mrs. Baylor, please understand we are not allowed to discuss information regarding the ongoing case with the public. The agent did not know if Sansa was in cahoots with her husband, therefore, she did not dare to reveal any information about the incident to Sansa. I understand. I am not public. I am the accused wife. I have the right to know where he is being held. Once I know my husband is safe and sound, you will have my full cooperation. Sansa had no idea what happened to her husband in the southern region. She did not know that her husband had gone to the southern region until the spies in the southern royal palace informed her of that. Her husband and his company were all demigods. How could her semi-demigod and card emperor minions spy on them? They would be spotted easily, so Sansa did not bother to arrange for spies to monitor her husband, but how could she know that a simple visit to the south would unfold into something this big? While Sansa was in her thought, she noticed a portal open behind the two agents interrogating her, and a pair of hands extended out of it and knock out the two of them, shocking Sansa. The two agents were demigods. For a person to knock them out that effortlessly, they must be very capable. Sansa's brow relaxed once she saw a familiar face extend out of the portal and say, "We need to talk." Field Marshal Henrix, what are you doing? Sansa pretended to be shocked and taken aback by Henrix's sudden arrival and actions. The figure that appeared out of the portal was none other than Henrix. Both Henrix and Sansa, one Baylor's mentor and the other his wife, were acquainted. Seeing him appear in the secret prison interrogation room and knock out the two agents, Sansa was both revealed and surprised at the same time. Revealed because both Henrix and Baylor were labeled as freedom fighters, so she figured she could finally get some information about her missing husband. Surprised because she knew Henrix was strong, but not this strong. From breaking into the secret prison to knocking out two agents without alerting the authorities, it appeared, along with his second identity as the boss of the freedom fighters, Henrix also hid his overall strength. Henrix did not bother to observe Sansa's performance. Instead, he threw the two unconscious agents into the portal and then sat across her waiting for her to finish her act. Field Marshal, where's my husband? Is he safe? Tell me what they are saying about him is not true. Tell me, my husband is not a freedom fighter. He is the most loyal man I have ever seen. Tell me, they are wrong about him. Sansa hysterically wailed contrary to when the two agents were interrogating her. Wow, I thought Baylor was dense. But you are a very convincing actor. Henrix finally understood that Baylor was not at fault for not having figured out the true identity of the woman who shared his bed every night. This woman was just too good. Field Marshal, I don't understand what you are talking about. Sansa acted ignorant as she really did not understand the reason behind the change in Henrix's attitude toward her. If she knew what Henrix was getting at, then she could deny it instead of pretending to not understand. They say the devil will not show itself until you call it by its true name. Is that how it works for you too? Do I need to say your true name to summon your true self? Henrix asked Sansa sarcastically. He did not bother to be polite with her as he knew what she was capable of and what she had done. Field Marshal, I don't know what you are getting at, and I don't care. Just tell me where my husband is. Sansa no longer acted distressed. Instead, her expression solidified as she inquired Henrix about her husband's whereabouts. Sansa got the feeling that Henrix knew something, but she did not know how much he knew, so she decided to just stick to inquiring about her husband. Chills. I literally felt chills seeing the switch in your expression. So I take it I am speaking to Matron now. Henrix glanced at Sansa with the expectation to see the look on her face as he revealed her second identity to her. But to his disappointment, Sansa's expression remained the same, or rather she appeared to be more confident, and her presence seemed to fill the room, colluding with Henrix's presence. It was like two tigers were fighting to rule the same mountain peak. Matron? What is that? Sansa asked, purposefully using what instead of who. Not what but who. You are Matron, or do you still prefer Madam Web in this timeline? Henrix knew everything Luna knew about Matron. And what Luna knew was more than just Matron's past and present. She knew what her future was supposed to be. It appears you know quite a lot about things no one is supposed to know. It seems I had underestimated the leader of the freedom fighters. Matron maintained calmness despite Henrix revealing her second identity, surprising Henrix, who was trying to get a reaction from her. This was one of the reasons why he was acting so mysterious and not directly coming to the point. With that intent, he added, "That you did. No one will argue with you on that. What are we doing here?" Sansa saw that Henrix was trying to provoke her, but she knew the one to lose their calm first will lose control over the conversation, so she directly asked the million-dollar question. I don't know about you, but I am wondering whether to kill you or use you. Acknowledging Sansa wasn't some pushover like her husband. Henrix finally spoke his mind. Freedom fighters stood for the people and equality among all. And what Matron represented was just the exact opposite of that. Therefore, Henrix never considered having Sansa join the freedom fighters. He did not like what Sansa did, so much so that he was having a hard time deciding whether to use her as a tool for accomplishing freedom fighters' agenda. With someone as capable as Matron working for them, the freedom fighters can easily accomplish their plans of overthrowing the government, royal families, and the central region nobles decades ahead of time. But at what price? Sansa's ability was one of the scariest abilities he has known in his career. If someone like her were to become a demigod, or even achieve transcendence under his watch, then he will become the greatest sinner of this world. Right now, Sansa's realm was her limitation, but in the future, once she manages to remove that limitation, who can stop her from playing with the memories of every human in the world? In Henrix's eyes, Sansa was more of a threat than a tool for the freedom fighters. But he could not bring himself to destroy her, because with her, they can avoid the meaningless sacrifice of the brave brothers and sisters of the freedom fighters, and they can save the people from decades of injustice and suffering. Henrix's resolve went weak thinking of an easy win. But then thinking of the price of the easy win, the people that would be victimized by Sansa's ability, his resolve grew. The brothers and sisters of the freedom fighters had agreed to sacrifice themselves for the good of the people, but not the people who would be victimized by Sansa's ability to search for an easy win. Henrix realized what he had to do. With his resolve strengthened, he came to a decision. But just when he wanted to act on his decision, Sansa suddenly said, "Baelor is mine. Nobody can take him from me, not even you." Saying that, Sansa dropped dead and her body turned into ash. She had committed suicide. Not finding a grimoire and an ego gem in the ashes, Henrix said, "You can run, but you will not escape me, for I am your death." A crystal coffin was placed at the center of a spacious but dark basement lab. Within the crystal coffin, a figure of a woman peacefully sleeping could be seen. Suddenly her eyes opened, and she began to grasp for her breath as she shoved open the crystal coffin lid. This woman closely resembled Sansa Baelor, who had just committed suicide in the secret prison. FCK, that old bastard really planned to kill me. I will F-King kill every last one of the freedom fighters that should teach him not to mess with me. Sansa cussed in fury, Her mental state after attempting a successful conscious transfer appeared not to be stable. But she regained her calm soon, or it appeared so as she added. Except for my darling, of course. Then she summoned her grimoire and began to use her ability to awaken 1/3 of the sleeper spies she had planted in the freedom fighters, asking them to kill and capture as many freedom fighters as possible and surrender to the government, while handing over the captured freedom fighters and any information about them for leniency in their sentencing. Calming that freedom fighters were a demonic cult that preached freedom to prompt their demonic agenda. Was Sansa overreacting? No, not at all. Because despite all the cards in his hands to force her to do his bidding, Henrix chose to kill her. This meant war, where neither side could surrender. Besides, Sansa was not the first to attack. Henrix was. If Sansa did not react to his killing intent toward her, then she would be a fool. Having made her move, Sansa headed outside to adjust to her new identity. Walking out of the basement, she was greeted by 2 teenage girls of the Card Lord realm. Welcome back, Professor Sansa Orion. How was your experiment? The experiment was a dud. Did anyone come by while I was retreating for the experiment? Sansa was not surprised by the 2 teenage girls calling her Sansa Orion instead of Sansa Baylor, as these 2 girls were her minions who were tasked to maintain the presence of her fake identity, Sansa Orion. No, Professor Sansa, one of the girls answered. You guys did good, complimented Sansa, then ordered, register a class for the upcoming first year. I plan to teach dungeon exploration. Make it happen. Yes, Professor. The girls agreed as they were the official student assistants of Professor Sansa Orion. Date, April 5th, 2321. Time, 8:01. Location, Central Region, Central Capital, unknown. Sir, I am sorry to disturb you, but Baylor's wife and the 2 agents interrogating her have disappeared. Yuri's handler reported to the master he and Yuri served. It must be Henrix. His ability is tricky. I will think of something. Update me on Agent Yuri and Lois's status. Did the Southern royal family agree to hand them over? What do they want in return? The mysterious master did not seem to be affected by the betrayal of Henrix. He appeared rather rational and calm, as if this level of the matter was nothing to him. Yuri's handler was unable to think of words to explain his negotiation with the Southern royal family. Not to forget, despite how cool and level-headed their master appeared, he would not hesitate to kill millions of innocent lives over a simple inconvenience. How could he dare to report bad news to someone like that? But Yuri's handler did not dare to delay his report any longer, as their master hated repeating himself. Master, the Southern royal family killed Agent Yuri and claimed to not know of Agent Lois's situation. I had the diviner look into it, and she too concluded that Agent Yuri is dead, but Agent Lois's status is still unknown. I believe that Agent Lois managed to escape using her physique and is in hiding. I did not ask for your opinion. You should not talk about things that you don't understand. Agent Lois's ability is miraculous, but it is not almighty. She must be taken prisoner by the Southern royal family and held somewhere our diviners cannot reach. The mysterious master calmly explained to Yuri's handler, like an elder teaching their younger generation. Yuri's handler was surprised to see that their master was not bothered by Yuri's death and Agent Lois being captured. Ignoring that, he hurriedly said, Then I shall make arrangements to rescue Agent Lois. No, that is a lost cause. You said they lost one of them, right? Heatsin will be out for blood. It would be better if we stay clear of him and let Lois be his vent. Don't worry about other masters, I will handle them. The master seemed to have given up on Lois in exchange to appease the patriarch Heatsin for the loss of his grandniece, Dr. Luna Lorne. Yes, master. Yuri's handler did not dare to argue. Their master was willing to sacrifice Lois, who had a legendary physique. A paper pusher like him was not a big deal. I am restarting the Trinity Immortal project. I need volunteers and recommendations for the next Trinity Immortal. With Yuri dead, the mysterious master lost one of his best assassins. Fortunately, he had the recipe to create another one of those. Hearing Henrix say that he would be restarting the Trinity Immortal project, Yuri's handler's mind went blank, understanding that if enough people did not volunteer, then he and other desk warmers might be forced to participate until one of them becomes a Trinity Immortal. Yet, he gathered his courage and nodded in agreement. Yes, master. As if the mysterious master could understand his subordinate's hesitation, he said, This time the person to become the Trinity Immortal will be made the Field Marshal. With Henrix and Lois out of the picture, 2 field marshal seats were up for grabs, and the mysterious master planned to have one of his men sit in one of 2 seats. But not anyone could become a field marshal. They had to be worthy and strong, and someone with the Trinity immortal physique fit the bill. With their assassination technique, they will easily be able to gather the merits worthy of a field marshal in no time. Master, I would like to recommend someone for the Trinity Immortal Project, Ada Davis. Yuri's handler had immediately thought of his adopted daughter, Ada Davies, when their master talked about reviving the Trinity Immortal Project. But having witnessed the fate of the last Trinity Immortal closely as his handler, he did not want to waste his investment in his adopted daughter. However, he changed his mind once he heard his master say that the next Trinity Immortal would be given one of the empty field marshal seats. He never dreamed that one day the crop he planted would give such a bountiful yield so early, and did not hesitate to recommend his adopted daughter's name for the Trinity Immortal Project. Master, I would like to recommend someone for the Trinity Immortal Project, Ada Davis. Ada Davies, the last of the Davies family, that you adopted a few years ago. I don't mind the favoritism, but isn't she too weak? The mysterious master asked his subordinate in doubt as he planned to make the next Trinity Immortal a field marshal. And strength was essential to become a field marshal. Yes, Master, she is just a card lord, but her origin card makes her the perfect match for the Trinity Immortal Project. Saying that Ada's adoptive father shared the file on Ada with their master. Origin card, Devil Skull Mask, gives the user all the abilities of the Swarm Devil Broodnon, and she has the potential to become a devil, the closest being to achieving transcendence. Where were you hiding this gem so far? The mysterious master smiled ear to ear reading the file on Ada Davies, as if he had found a new toy to satisfy his curiosity. Due to the nature of her origin card, I had her infiltrate the demon worshippers, and she was the one who helped us leak the information about the dungeon relocation experiment to the demon worshippers, Ada's adoptive father answered. Ah, I see. She will make a perfect Trinity Immortal. With her present, I don't think I will be requiring any other volunteers or recommendations for the Trinity Immortal Project. Get her to base as soon as possible. I can't wait to see what kind of masterpiece I will be able to create this time. The mysterious master kept rubbing his hands with great anticipation. Yes, sir. And about the field marshal seat, if I may, Ada's adoptive father asked their master to speak his thought on the next field marshal. What about it? The mysterious master asked his subordinate without even sparing him a glance, as he was too busy going through Ada Davies' files for the 4th time. I know Ada is weak to seat on the field marshal position, so I was thinking that until she grows strong and gathers enough merits, I should temporarily sit on the field marshal seat, just until she is worthy to take the sit from me. Ada adoptive father finally put forward his agenda for recommending Ada for the Trinity Immortal Project. When he first found Ada, he adopted her seeing the endless potential in her. He thought if he trained her well enough someday, she will become his sword. But never in his dreams did he ever think that one day she will help him get this closer to the field marshal seat that he dreamed of. You? I don't see why. You have more than enough merits. Though you are lacking in the strength department, we can think of something. But no, I need you right where you are. You will be guiding Ada Davies as you did with the previous Trinity Immortal. Nonetheless, I will not forget your merit in helping me find the perfect subject for the Trinity Immortal experiment. The mysterious master rejected Ada's adoptive father, crushing his dream of becoming a field marshal. Thank you, master. Ada's adoptive father had no choice but to swallow his anger and dissatisfaction in face of his master's rejection, as he had no other choice. The handler wanted to make use of Ada to climb the ranks in the organization, but he forgot that in their master's eyes, someone like him was expendable. Who in their right mind would promote an expendable? Despite knowing the answer, he had to aim bigger. After all, you never know. Master, it has been confirmed that the freedom fighters are in possession of the dungeon, which produces silver milk required for the creation of the miraculous silver milk powder. How do we proceed? Henrix made sure that the government was never able to determine the authenticity of silver milk powder. So until today, the masters of the organization running the government were never really 100% sure that such a miraculous item existed, and some did not even hear about this item or the scandal behind. Otherwise, it would not be the freedom fighters who would have the last laugh with regard to this. We do not need to take any actions with regard to this matter. This will work in our favor in the long run. The end of the freedom fighters is nearing. The mysterious master seems to not care that a miraculous item, like the silver milk powder, had fallen into the hands of their enemy. Yes, master. Ada's adoptive father had a slight idea of what their master was talking about. Until today, the freedom fighters were the government's problem. But once the silver milk powder hits the black market, the freedom fighters will become the problem of the royal families, central region nobles, hidden sects, secret clans, the entire world. After all, with something like silver milk powder in their possession, one would not have to worry about their younger generation deteriorating, not allowing their and their ancestors' sacrifices to go vain. The two worries of every world power were their inevitable dead and their younger generation not being able to grow or even protect what they had built using their blood and sweat. Though the silver milk powder did not make them immortal, it did ensure that their younger generation would be more than capable enough to protect what they and their ancestors had built. Don't you Theids dare to slack off. I wanted each one of you people to dig through every inch of this scared land with your hands. If I see any of you use a card or soul power or your mental strength, so help me God, I skin you all alive. A semi-demigod realm priest hovering in the sky yelled at the top of his lungs at the demigod worshippers digging the scared land with their bare hands where the church of Michelangelo once used to be. Language. One of the other semi-demigod priests present did not commend the ways of the semi-demigod priest who just yelled. I apologize for my language, but if we don't get strict, it will take ages to find the buried relic, the semi-demigod from the earlier argued, and then asked. We can't use soul energy or mental strength to find the relic. What about using rule power? The relic is sentient. If it senses either rule power or soul energy or mental strength within its vicinity, it will go into hiding. Considering the capabilities of this relic, not even a demigod will be able to find it if it doesn't want to be found. This is the only way we stand the chance of finding it. It may take days or even weeks, so do not stress out these people, let them take their time. The other semi-demigod answered, to which his colleague asked, How sure are you sure that it did not vaporize with the rest of the church in the explosion? 100% certain. Trust me, if you knew the history of this relic you would not doubt me. The semi-demigod priest answered as an obsessive light shone in his eyes, to which the others priests could only nod their heads in agreement. A few miles away from where these priests hovered, there was a boy with bruises all over his body who dug the charred land all alone, separate from the other demigod worshippers like an outcast. It appeared that the other demigod worshippers seemed to avoid him as if he was an untouchable. This boy was none other than Paul Whitebin. Paul Whitebin pretended to betray the Whitebin family for asylum in the Empire with the mission to infiltrate the church of Michelangelo Godson and steal the broken runes of the demigod Michelangelo Godson hidden in the church. It seems that his mission was not going as smoothly as he thought it would. As one of the cousins of Pax Godson Whitebin, the last alive bloodline of demigod Michelangelo Godson, despite his past, Paul had some status among the demigod worshippers of the Church of the Michelangelo, but this also attracted unwanted attention, making him the target of powerful people in the church who blame him for the lives of the demigod worshippers lost in the Sky Blossom City. No one dared to kill Paul, but no one dared to speak up for him too. In this foreign land, Paul was all alone facing various adversaries just to complete the mission this family had assigned to him and return home with his head held high. To Paul's dismay, today was the first day he had stepped foot in the inner part of the church, and as his luck would have it, today was the day the church was vaporized in an explosion. Paul could not help but wonder if the broken runes of the demigod Michelangelo Godson survived such an explosion. Though he had doubts, the actions of the higher-ups of the demigod worshippers made Paul feel that maybe what he was searching for and what they were searching for were the same. Therefore he could not help but entertain the foolish thoughts of being the one to find whatever these demigods were searching for out of the countless demigod worshippers that were searching along with him. And not to forget, since the soul energy or rule power and mental strength cannot detect what they were searching for, Paul believed that if he were to pocket and bring it back home, nobody would discover his action. If the semi-demigod priests were mobilizing so many demigod worshippers for this, then whatever they are searching for should be important and valuable. So what if he failed to get the demigod Michelangelo's broken runes? This must be enough for him to get pardoned by the family head. Or maybe he could give it to the Southern royal family in exchange for merits, honor, and wealth. Paul's imagination ran wild as he dug deeper into the sacred land, unaware that a blood ruby was slowly attaching itself to his body, until he heard a voice in his head. "Don't freak out. Just keep digging as you were." Paul was surprised to hear a voice in his head, but chose to follow its orders. Soon he heard the voice in his head once again. This time it introduced itself to him, saying, "I am the saint that died in this explosion. I hear you are related to the last bloodline of Lord Michel Angelo Godson in this world, Pax Godson. Is it true?" "Yes," Paul answered, feeling that he had no choice but to answer and do as the voice in his head asked him to, because if the voice really belonged to the saint that was pronounced dead this morning, he was not sure if he was her opponent. "Then take me to him," the voice ordered without giving him any explanation or details. "Your Holiness, I would love to follow your command, but you should know my living situation better than anyone." Paul conveyed his difficulty to the saintess mentally, and he was not lying. Ever since he arrived here, he was under constant surveillance. He felt they were overdoing it, unable to understand how could he be of any threat to the demigod worshippers in his current realm. "Don't worry, they are my people. Continue with your day-to-day life. Next time you see one of them, yell the Lord's name, and I will appear. For your sake, I hope you do not get any funny idea." Warning Paul to not do something stupid, saintess ended her small conversation and went into hiding inside Paul's body, fearing that if she used her mental strength any longer, she would be discovered by the demigod realm priest up in the skies amidst the clouds would sense her presence on Paul. Demigod Michel Angelo Godson and the other ancestors of the royal families and the nobles of the central region can be considered the founding fathers of the current regime ruling the world. They were the people who stopped waiting for the dungeon outbreak to happen so that they can kill the monster wave using traps and advantage of the location. Instead began to adventure and explore the dungeons fearlessly, putting end to many notorious dungeons, which house the most powerful monsters in the history of the card apprentices. The adventures of the founding fathers in the dungeons were risky, but with risk came the rewards. Being the first to explore the dungeons and destroy them, the founding father had amassed a lot of precious and rare treasures that raised their power to a level that made them worthy of their titles, the founding fathers. The level achieved by them was something that the powerhouses of this generation can only dream of. By the end of their era, some founding fathers decided to leave their treasures to their younger generations, creating the current royal families, central region nobles, secret clans, hidden sects, etc., and some, like demigod Michel Angelo Godson, left their treasures to their loyal followers, so that their followers would carry on their mission while they truly became one with the world in their afterlife, creating the church and the empire as we know today. While some of the founding fathers stubbornly held on to their treasures and used every despicable method to extend their lifespan, creating the mysterious organization and its puppet government. The saintess was one of the early generation followers of the demigod Michel Angelo Godson, who was chosen by his children to guard the broken runes of the demigod Michel Angelo Godson with her life. For a millennium, saintess had been doing just that without interfering in the affairs of the mundane world. As one of the most famous demigods of the early era, demigod Michel Angelo Godson's broken runes have been considered to hold the secret to achieving transcendence. As the guardian of the demigod Michel Angelo Godson's broken runes, the saintess has been in their company for a millennium, and from her experience, she knew that these broken runes did not hold the secret to achieving transcendence. Even if they did, they would only reveal the secret to the chosen one, like the ones that carried the bloodline of the demigod. Over the years, many powerful world leaders had approached her to borrow the demigod Michel Angelo Godson's broken runes to uncover the secret to achieving transcendence within them. For obvious reasons, the saintess rejected them all resolutely, but over the years these world powers grew impatient, could not hold back their greed, and finally decided to get what they wanted using force. Relic name: Ruby Vault. Relic effect: Ruby Vault allows the user to store everything from soul energy to rule power to mental strength to divinity to their ethereal spirit in it regardless of the time. Additional effect: Vault of Life. In plain sight, indestructible. Note: the Ruby Vault is a relic formed from the remains of a being who achieved transcendence. Vault of Life. The user can hide their ego gem or divinity within the Ruby Vault in times of crisis, and restart their life at their convenience. Note: Vault of Life is not responsible for the user's body. In plain sight, the user of the Ruby Vault, when using the ability Vault of Life, can use this ability to hide themselves and the Ruby Vault from enemies and allies alike. Note: the Ruby Vault cannot be detected using soul energy, mental strength, or rule power. Indestructible, Ruby Vault is invincible to all enemy attacks. Note: with the exception of those that had achieved transcendence. When the Saintess was chosen to guard the broken runes of the demigod Michelangelo Godson, she was given the relic Ruby Vault that housed all the broken runes of the demigod Michelangelo Godson. In the last second of the explosion, the Saintess made use of the Vault of Life ability of the Ruby Vault to save herself from certain death and hide in the sacred lands of the Church of Demigod Michelangelo Godson. Despite having survived the explosion, the Saintess did not choose to show herself because she did not have a physical body, which decreased her combat power considerably. Right now she was at her weakest. After seeing an almost successful assassination attempt on her life, the Saintess would be a fool to disclose that she was alive, mostly because she believed that someone from her own church had hired the assassin to kill her in hopes to get their hands on the relic Ruby Vault. The Saintess suspected the Pope, as without a monarch with the surname Godson after her death, the relic would be given to the Pope for the safekeeping. The Saintess had already noticed the growing tension among the high-ups of the church, so when she heard that the last bloodline demigod Michelangelo Godson was found, she planned to take him, go into hiding, and groom him until he was powerful enough to take care of himself and support him to take the place of his ancestors. But with too many eyes watching her, the Saintess had no choice but push her plans forward to a later date. But she never thought that while she was waiting for the tensions to cool down, someone tried to assassinate her. Fortunately for her, she survived while the rest of the church believed her to be dead, giving her the perfect opportunity to reach out to the last descendant of the demigod Michelangelo Godson and groom him to be the next monarch of the empire. With these intentions, the Saintess, at the risk of her location being disclosed, approached Paul Whiteburn, whom she planned to use to get close to Pax Godson. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.